Ryu-min was once just another player thrown into a brutal survival game by the gods. Granted 100 lives by the system, he died again and again, climbing the deadly floors of the game while countless others fell around him. And on his 99th try, he finally made it. Alone and undefeated, he stood at the gate of the final boss, ready to bring an end to the nightmare. But instead of victory, he was hit with the cruelest twist yet. The door required 5 players to open, and he was the only one left. He met immediate death. That death triggered the activation of his final 100th regression. The Rune of Time reversal rewound time one last time, sending Ryu-min all the way back to the beginning, to the moment before the game ever started. No powers, no allies, just his memories, and the knowledge that this would be his last chance. Now trapped in the body of his younger self on New Year's Eve, surrounded by classmates who once bullied and mocked him, Ryu-min doesn't plan to play the victim anymore. With everything he's learned from 100 lifetimes of struggle and death, he's determined to prepare, recruit the right allies, and tear through the game with calculated vengeance. This time he won't just survive, and he won't die again. He'll dominate even the gods who organized this damn game. An unfamiliar sound breaks through the noise. The voice mocks humans in a twistedly amused tone, calling them laughable for being so full of themselves despite having no clue about what's about to happen. Everyone freezes in confusion, and one by one they rush toward the direction of the sound, only to see a radiant woman slowly descending from the sky with an angelic glow. She looks down at them like they're nothing, casually comparing humans to pathetic monkeys trapped inside a cage. The humans watch in awe, completely drawn in by the surreal sight unfolding in front of them, many convinced it's just a high-tech hologram, while a few can't help admiring the angelic lady's stunning beauty. Even Min gazes at her, though for him it's far from fascinating since he's been through this exact moment repeatedly for the past 99 years, and frankly, he finds it more insulting than impressive by now. The angel lady smirks with that same condescending look and mocks the humans for falling in love with her so easily. One guy, clearly irritated by what he thinks is just some elaborate prank, points at her and demands to know who she is, asking if this is some ridiculous cosplay skit or a street drama with flying props. The moment he casually refers to her as a floating tissue paper, Min instantly knows this man has just sealed his fate. Right then, her eyes glow a deep, furious crimson, and in one swift motion she slices off the man's head in a fit of madness. His blood splashes across the crowd, leaving everyone frozen in terror and soaked in fear. The once graceful lady now stands as a merciless figure, declaring this as rightful punishment for a lowly human who dared speak against someone above his kind. With a sharp voice and a chilling gaze, she warns the rest that if anyone else chooses to question her, they too will meet the same end without mercy. Once silence settles, she tells everyone to listen closely as she begins explaining the situation they are in. Min feels nothing but irritation listening to the same speech once again and compares it to those boring school announcements from the principal that seem to drag on forever. She tells them they're going to play a game, a total of 20 rounds, one taking place each month. Then she explains that their souls will be transported to another dimension for this. All they need to do in that dimension is complete a quest assigned to them. She adds that once they finish their quests, they'll return to reality, rewarded for their efforts. Everyone is left confused by the vague and incomplete explanation, wondering if completing the quest might actually guarantee their survival. Just as they begin thinking too much about the idea of survival, the angelic lady speaks up, clarifying that while it might sound like they could survive by completing the quest, it doesn't actually guarantee their lives. She spills the truth that only half of them would make it out alive, depending on their ranks and accomplishments. As panic begins spreading through the crowd, she calmly adds that only humans aged between 15 and 29 will be taken, leaving everyone else behind. An old geezer bursts into laughter, shouting that he's made it through alive, which instantly ticks off one of Yongmin's underlings who grabs him by the collar and starts picking a fight. Yongmin quickly steps in and shuts his man up, telling him he should try wrapping his head around the situation unless he wants it to literally blow up. Right after that, the angel woman announces that over 18 million people are going to participate in this game and immediately begins the teleportation process. Everyone gets sent to a place where they can't see one another and are asked to create their avatar before the soul transfer begins. She warns them to be extra careful with what they choose, since there won't be a second chance to do it again. Min picks the same avatar he's been choosing for the past 99 lives and names it Black Scythe once again. After confirming his choice, he finds himself standing in a grassy area. He's kept this exact body for as long as he can remember, and at this point, it feels more like his real one than anything else ever has. Right then, the rest of the participants get teleported in as well. None of them seem particularly scared, and one guy even tries acting like some hotshot, asking his friend if he looks like him. Min already knows what's going on. They've all tried to make themselves look as handsome or as cute as possible. But if anyone had half a brain, they wouldn't have done that because flashy appearances are just going to make them easier targets, and once they're dead, they're gone for good. Just as Min starts wondering where the bully is, Yongmin shows up flaunting a shiny, overly muscular body. The guy has once again gone all in, creating the most jacked build he possibly could. While everyone's still enjoying the novelty of their new bodies and the brief shift in mood, the angelic woman appears out of nowhere, commenting that everyone seems to be having a good time with their avatars. Her presence alone immediately kills the mood, tension flooding back into the air as panic sets in over what might come next. One of the humans speaks up, pointing out that the group doesn't exactly look like 1,000,000 people, which makes the angelic lady frown as she sternly explains that this isn't the only location, and that others are gathered in different groups with other angels. Before the first round kicks off, the big mad angelic lady gives them a quick rundown and tells them to picture a status window in their minds. Min brings up his own status panel and instantly feels annoyed, knowing he'll have to grind through all those levels from scratch again. Once everyone gets a look at their status window, the lady points out that they're basically noobs at the moment, which any gamer with basic experience could have guessed already. She tells them to start getting stronger and adds that if they somehow manage to clear all 20 levels, they won't just survive, but will also be granted a free wish. Then she instructs them to think of an inventory since she's left a little gift in there for each of them. Everyone checks and finds a single rune piece waiting inside. The big bad mad angelic lady explains that this random rune piece is a one-time use item and can only be activated while they're still at level 1. She tells them that it's a unique item given only at this moment and explains how they're supposed to use it. Yongmin wastes no time and activates his right away, looking genuinely amazed by the result. The big bad mad angelic lady casually remarks that everyone will be satisfied with whatever they receive, and once the runes are fully engraved, she finally reveals their quests. Right then, a quest window pops up in front of each person, instructing them to eliminate 100 goblins each. The goblins begin appearing all around, forcing the humans to stay on high alert. It suddenly starts to feel like someone managed to commercialize virtual reality, and they've all been snatched as test subjects for a new game. The big bad mad lady then unleashes a wave of 10,000 goblins against a group of 5,000 defenseless and completely inexperienced humans, ordering them to fight with the clear intent to kill. Min calmly steps forward and begins walking toward the monsters, drawing everyone's attention, and in a flash he crushes a goblin like it's nothing, making the whole thing look way too easy. Min knows that first impressions stick around almost forever, and for some reason, he wants everyone to remember exactly who he is. The reason is simple in his head. He just wants to keep all the annoying pests far away from him, and to do that, he needs to make it very clear how strong he is. On top of that, he also wants to catch the attention of the angelic lady. To hit all these goals at once, he puts on a performance so overwhelming that everyone watching starts wondering if he's some kind of elite soldier straight out of a secret military program. And to top it off, they even find his nickname, the Black Scythe, seriously cool. Watching Min go at it like a total pro fires up everyone around him, and they decide to give it a shot too, thinking that goblins should be the weakest monsters around anyway. Just when they start getting cocky, a goblin suddenly pounces out of nowhere and drives its dagger straight through a human, making it clear that this is no harmless tutorial fight. The moment that happens, panic explodes, and instead of helping, everyone just turns tail and runs for their lives. The goblins quickly swarm the crowd and start slashing through people, turning things into a chaotic mess. Min knows exactly what's going through their minds. Most of them probably thought this was just some kind of game, but he's sure their survival instincts will take over any second now, and when that happens, all they'll do is run, leaving everyone else behind without a second thought. Min had done the same once, and it took him 2 whole lives to finally understand that there was no point in running away from the monsters here. A girl who tries to make a run for it crashes straight into some kind of invisible barrier, making it painfully clear to everyone that they don't actually have any other choice. They have to fight. For modern humans who've never even had to kill an insect, being forced to slay goblins just to survive pushes them into a corner, and now the only way they'll make it through is by completely changing who they are. One after another, people start dropping, and those barely hanging on cry out for someone to save them. Meanwhile, the big bad angelic lady seems to be enjoying the massacre, fully aware that while goblins may be weak individually, they become terrifying when they attack in swarms and start using weapons. What's more, she finally starts to show a bit of interest in our boy, just as he had hoped. The lady finds it rather frustrating that she can't peek into the player's information beyond their quest progress, feeling it's beneath her, especially for someone of her caliber. Still, she finds watching Black Scythe quite entertaining. Min continues to cut through the goblins with ease, making it seem like a child's play. Only a quarter of his target remains, so he accelerates the pace, slaying them mercilessly until the remaining goblins start retreating, fleeing for their lives. This gives him a moment to breathe, and in that brief pause, he opens his status menu, discovering that he has reached level 4. Every time someone levels up, they gain 2 stat points, and Min allocates all his points to his speed. He knows that in this heavenly game, the speed stat increases both attack speed and movement speed, and from his past experiences, he's learned that there's no stat more important than speed at the beginning of the game. After putting on a show to grab the angel's attention, Min decides it's time to quickly finish things up. He hurls his blade like Mowgli's whip, and it returns, taking out a few of the monsters. The remaining goblins, realizing they stand no chance, stop in their tracks. Min approaches them and finishes the job, making sure they all kick the bucket, finally completing his quest. Just as he breezes through the first round with ease, Min takes a moment to reflect on his actions. He realizes that the reason he went all out on the goblins wasn't just to grab the angelic woman's attention, but also to be the first person on both the player and world map to complete the quest. A golden quest window pops up in front of him, revealing that he completed the quest in a total of 10 minutes and 21 seconds, making him the first. Min knows that the first 3 winners receive special rewards, and by placing first, he earns a base-tier rare weapon ticket along with a unique reward box for being number 1 on the world map. Min opens up the rewards from his first-place finish on the player map and is met with a variety of weapons. Out of the options, Min selects the stiletto, a beginner-level dagger, tossing aside the useless one he had used to finish the round. He decides to save the world map reward for later and checks his status menu, noticing that everyone around him is still struggling to deal with the pitiful goblins. Min then looks at the title he earned, the Last Time Traveler, one he's never received in his past 99 lives. Curious, he uses the rune he acquired and receives the Rune of Time Reversal. Just as it begins to engrave itself onto his body, the system notifies him that there are remnants of the rune's effect on him, causing the engraving to fail. This is not surprising to Min. If the rune had successfully engraved, it could have created an endless time reversal glitch, which would have been far too powerful. The system further informs Min that due to his 100 regressions, he has unlocked a new title. Min understands that titles are an upgraded form of runes in the game. Looking at the details of his new title, he discovers that it grants him the ability to fully revive once after death. Min recalls that the revival skill is usually reserved for priests, and even they can only revive someone with 30% health. His title, however, is far more powerful, offering a full recovery. Min is amazed by the power of his title and quickly uses the system's hide feature to keep it a secret. Once he's done checking everything, he wonders if anyone else has finished the quest, and how young Min, the bully, is faring. He spots young Min fighting alongside his friends and knows he will survive the round as well. As the number of humans approaches that of the goblins, the angel, growing bored, decides to summon more goblins to continue the chaos. Meanwhile, the bodies of the fallen humans start to vanish, leaving their loved ones crying in despair. The massive wave of 50,000 goblins overwhelms the humans, who struggle to defeat them. The target count for those who need to qualify gets closer and closer to the mark, until it finally surpasses 5,000, causing the goblins to disappear. Those who haven't qualified are bid farewell as they vanish into thin air, leaving no trace behind. One guy keeps shouting to the big bad angel lady that he only needs to kill one more, but the rules of the game remain unchanged. Only half of the people in each round are meant to qualify. The survivors, who manage to make it through to the next round, are struck with terror at the sight of their fallen comrades disappearing. The big bad angel lady tells them they should be grateful for their survival and urges them to try harder if they want to make it through the second round. Before she lets them go, the system displays their rewards and the leaderboard. Everyone gets 1,000 gold coins, which they can use to purchase items from the store once it unlocks at level 10. Thanks to the leaderboard, everyone now knows about our boy, just as he planned. His first place ranking catches the angel's attention, and she asks him how he's gotten so strong, wondering if he received some kind of broken rune. Our black scythe mocks her, asking if she can't see which rune he got. The lady immediately changes her tune, claiming that she knows everything, trying to maintain her reputation. Min then asks the angel if he can ask her a question too, insisting that the reward he received for being first is too little for his stomach. This infuriates the angelic lady when she's asked for a better reward. She demands that Min repeat what he just said, and without a second thought he does, only making her angrier. The lady scowls in rage, wondering how a lowly human could be dissatisfied after taking down a bunch of goblins. In her fury, she thinks about blowing Min's head off, but then remembers she's already used that trump card, and that the right to kill was only a one-time thing. She regrets wasting it on another human, but just then, a new idea hits her. She asks Min if he really needs a better reward. The angel explains that normally the rules would prevent her from doing something like that, but she might consider making an exception. She tells the other humans to wait, as she needs to speak with Min in private. A chaos erupts among the crowd as they wonder if bargaining is the norm in this game, and others start thinking about asking for better rewards from her as well. They all grow suspicious about how good of a reward it could be, considering she's taking Min away, and some even feel jealous of his luck. Min then follows the lady deep into the jungle, keeping a cautious distance. She notices and tells him to keep up with her. Enraged, she thinks of humans as nothing more than pests who only obey once they're shouted at, but she lets the anger go. She knows she can't interfere with the game system, which was designed by the higher beings. A smirk spreads across her face as she realizes she has something devious in mind. Once they pass a certain point, she plans to slay our boy. She knows that slaying a human for personal reasons could cause some serious problems. After all, she doesn't have the authority to do so, and she might be punished for disrupting the game. To avoid any consequences, all she needs to do is make sure there are no witnesses. When she finally arrives at a safe spot, she turns around, only to be met with an unexpected surprise. A fist comes crashing through her face, completely catching her off guard. The punch sends the angel crashing to the ground, and a strange golden liquid begins to bleed from her, making her more furious than ever. Furious and determined to crush our boy, she tries to approach him, but to her shock, he vanishes without a trace. Min quietly sneaks up behind her, catching her completely off guard. With one hand gripping her wings, he uses the other to choke her, holding her in place. She screams at him to stop, but Min doesn't budge. One by one, he rips off her wings, showing her that escape is no longer an option. As he finishes tearing them apart, he taunts her, asking if it hurts. The angel, clearly confused and enraged, asks him if he's lost his mind. Min, with a smirk, calmly explains that he knew she had a dagger hidden in her wings and was planning to kill him with it. The lady still refuses completely, arguing that none of this was ever her intention, but Min calmly calls her by the name Brielle and tells her that lying to him won't get her anywhere. Brielle instantly panics, wondering how a mere human could possibly know who she is. Right then, Min pulls out her weapon and scares the living daylights out of her. Desperate to survive, Brielle tries bluffing her way out by threatening to use that head-exploding power of hers with just a flick of her finger, but Min shuts it down immediately, saying she's already used her killing move. This sends Brielle into full-blown panic, and she starts scrambling for excuses, trying to strike some kind of deal. She attempts one last threat, claiming her friends won't let him walk away alive, but Min sees right through it. He tells her plain and clear that no one's coming to help because all her so-called angel friends are just self-absorbed narcissists who wouldn't lift a finger even if she dropped dead right there. She argues that making her kick the bucket wouldn't do them any good, and says they just end up without an angel, which would make it impossible for them to return home. Hearing this, Min tells her that the system automatically sends the players back once the rewards are announced, and doesn't need her approval for that to happen. She keeps trying to bargain and come up with some pretty lame excuses, saying she'll give him any information he wants while begging for just one more chance to see another day. But Min doesn't look convinced at all, and tells her he already knows everything about the game, explaining that angels like her are nothing more than chess pieces placed to guide the players and serve no other purpose. Min shows her no mercy and drives his blade straight through her, taking her down for good. After he finishes off the angel, the system notifies him that he's officially the first person to ever eliminate an angel and rewards him with the title of the first angel slayer. On top of that, our boy receives the angel blood along with the rune of slaughter. Turns out, this isn't his first time pulling something like this off, and just like before, he's once again the very first to take down an angel. The rune gets engraved directly into his body, and his newly earned title now doubles his stats whenever he's up against an enemy from the Holy Order. Back in his previous regressions, he only found out about these rewards during the 13th round while battling the angels, and since they're meant for just one person, the system designed them to be as unique as possible. Besides the double stat buff from the title, he also gains the rune's bonus, which increases his stats by 1% every time he kills an enemy, stacking up to 100%. However, this effect completely resets once the next round begins. Min smirks while holding a golden item, the angel's blood, which turns out to be the sole reason he went after the angel in the first place, since this item lets a player choose Grim Reaper as their profession. Professions are something every player gets access to once they hit level 10 and above, with 30 different kinds available overall, and there are several ways for someone to unlock one. One way to gain a profession is by obtaining a specific item, either through a hunt or by meeting certain requirements, but some professions fall under the unique class category, meaning they belong to just a single person, and as expected, these professions are in a completely different league compared to the rest. Min then checks the reward he got from the world map and decides to go with the experience boost for the next round, knowing that the most important thing right now is to reach level 10 so he can finally enter a profession. He's fully aware that this is his last regression, which means he has to become the strongest version of himself by making use of everything he can possibly get his hands on. Right then, the round comes to an end and every living soul gets returned to their original dimension. People slowly start waking up on Earth as their souls return, confused and wondering what just happened. For most of them, it all feels like a strange dream, and when they look around, they notice that their bodies had collapsed the moment they were pulled into that other dimension. They check the time and realize that the amount of time that passed in their dream matches exactly with the real world, which only makes things more unsettling. Their heads feel heavy and their limbs ache with soreness. Youngmin and his friends glance around, noticing that some people are still lying motionless, not yet waking up from whatever dream they were trapped in. The humans begin talking among themselves, slowly confirming that it wasn't just a dream after all, and that they'll definitely be pulled back in when the next round begins. They rush to wake up their friends who are still passed out, but the moment they check on them, they realize the bodies are ice cold and not even breathing, confirming that these people have actually kicked the bucket. It's right then that the brutal truth hits everyone. This whole half the people will survive thing wasn't some twisted joke, and those who didn't make it really are gone for good. Panic spreads like wildfire, and even the bully Yongmin starts trembling, shaken to his core. The sick piece of trash genuinely feels glad that, rich or poor, everyone now stands on an even playing field in this new world, so he casually tells the guy having a panic attack to chill out and just live a little. He adds that the world has always been unfair anyway, and brings the freaked out kid back to reality with his casual vibe check. Baldy tells Yongmin that while his life might not be worth much, he still has goals he wants to chase. But the crazy guy ignores him and looks for someone he cannot seem to find. He wonders where Min disappeared to after getting knocked out and quietly chuckles to himself, thinking a weak little wimp like him probably croaked in a ditch somewhere without anyone noticing. Just then, his attention is stolen by a guy decked out in armor who is just minding his own business and staring into the air. The crackhead quickly realizes he can also access the system to check his own stats, and seeing his goons also shocked when they confirm it for themselves. It takes the gang a second to fully process that they can also open their own status screens and even view the items they get in real life, though no player can ever peek at someone else's. Yongmin decides to test it out by casually picking up a rock and crushing it effortlessly with one hand. Watching it crumble into powder from his sheer crushing power, the snake-eyed guy grins like a complete idiot at his newfound strength. The next day, news about the event spreads like wildfire, and it quickly becomes common knowledge that an entire crowd of citizens had fallen unconscious after a mysterious lady descended from the sky like a UFO, with rumors flying around that she has the power to pop heads like balloons or send people straight into a coma. Watching the experts scramble to interpret the situation on his phone, Min figures that full-on chaos will break loose once they find out that half the unconscious players are going to pass away from heart attacks soon, including a few famous celebrities. But he knows the real game begins when the police discover that the survivors have turned into players with special powers. Though their low stats will not be much of a problem in the beginning, at the later stages they will become way too powerful for even the military to handle properly. That is where Min plans to come in and shut them down before they get too drunk on their powers and end up destroying Earth long before the final round even begins. He has already decided that he will achieve it by dominating with his own overwhelming strength. However, this time he knows he will have to play it smart and rally the top 4 players to his side if he wants to survive the final round, though there is something much more important he needs to take care of first. Back at his apartment, Min goes into the kitchen and feels bad that his little brother ate a single cup of ramen for dinner like always. Min quietly opens the door and peeks inside, careful not to wake the little guy up, and he feels relieved that Juan can finally sleep peacefully even without his big brother around. After all, despite his towering height, the walking beanpole is still just a 7th grader living alone with his brother ever since their parents passed away in a car crash. Pressing down on the bandage wrapped around Juan's bruised hand, a wave of regret and pain crashes over Min's heart. Without wasting a second, he flips the lights on and tells his little brother they are leaving right now. One groggily asks why he's making him get up so early, but our big brother rips the blanket off and orders him to get his lazy butt up and get changed because they have something important to take care of that he will explain on the way out. Little bro grumbles that if it is just another one of Min's random morning walks, he is definitely not interested. But Min suddenly drops his voice into a serious tone and lets him know that some serious stuff is about to go down, so now is not the time to be sleeping in. His little brother frowns and asks if something happened during the New Year's celebration Min went to, and our guy says he will explain everything once they are moving. As the brothers head down a quiet alley, one wonders what could be making his big brother act so tense and serious out of nowhere. That is when our protagonist tells him to check the news since a whole lot happened while he was snoring away, and Juan's jaw drops when he sees the Looney Tunes-style headlines about some angel that kidnapped a bunch of young people into another world, with Min finally revealing that he was one of those poor souls and barely made it back alive after clearing the first mission. His little brother instantly starts panicking and demands to know if he is really alright, especially because after their parents' crash, Min is the only family one has left in this world. He remembers how completely broken he felt back then, but somehow his big brother always stood strong and made it feel like their parents were still with them even now. However, there is a limit to how much anyone can take, and even his brother might not be able to handle something as traumatic as suddenly being forced to hunt 100 monsters. Already knowing exactly what his little brother is thinking, Min calmly reassures him that the stat system makes players stronger, so even a guy built like a stick of spaghetti like him is going to be fine. Seeing that Juan is still not buying it, Min tells him all those worries will disappear when he watches him fight, and that he just needs to follow along and trust him for now. But little bro crosses his arms and stands firm, refusing to move an inch until Min spills whatever it is that he has been keeping from him the whole time. Glancing at the nasty bruise on Juan's hand, Min's face hardens again as he finally speaks up and name drops the jerk who has been bullying Juan all this time, causing the poor kid to immediately start sweating bullets. Hearing his bully's name come from Min, Juan feels completely shocked that he already knows about his situation. He turns to his brother and asks if he really knew everything from the beginning. The guilt hits him like a truck because he tries so hard to keep it hidden, not wanting to dump more problems onto Min when he already has enough to deal with. But deep down, Min feels the need to apologize to his little brother since he never truly noticed the pain Juan had been carrying all this time. Back in his first life, Min ended up finding out in the worst way possible. He was lying down for a nap when Juan casually mentioned that he was stepping out for a walk. Sometime later, Min picked up a call in a grumpy mood, not expecting anything serious. But the woman on the other end gave him a brutally cruel wake-up call when she told him she needed him to come to the hospital. It turns out that Juan got beaten so badly by his bully that night that he ended up losing his vision completely. Min felt like a pathetic weakling in that moment, and the weight of his own helplessness slammed into him like a truck. That's exactly why in this life, he wants to make sure his little brother never has to go through something like that ever again. At the same time, in a rundown alley, Taegyu slams a nerd into the wall with a hard kick and reminds him that he was supposed to show up with 20,000 won. He starts yelling as the nerd just lies there like a lifeless NPC. The fat pig keeps kicking him over and over again, and even his own grunts start looking surprised at how much punishment he's dishing out. As the guys stand there frozen by his ruthless attitude, Fatty starts whining that there's no way he's getting a bike big enough to fit his massive dump truck without the nerd's money. He turns to one of his lackeys and asks who else they can squeeze cash from. They start thinking it over until Forehead Guy pipes up and tells him to call the tall toothpick with the curly hair. Just the thought of Juan's punchable face makes Taegyu grin, and he casually shares that his plan for ringing in the new year was to start it off by beating that kid down. While his grunts throw out the genius idea of getting money from Juan, Fatty quickly reminds them that the kid is basically a homeless bum, and that every single time he beat him up, the shack dweller never had even a penny to his name. The moment Fatty brings up that Juan lives with his brother, his eyes immediately lock onto a pair of visitors, and to his delight, it's none other than his favorite punching bag along with our big brother. That sight alone makes the basketball-shaped menace and his lackeys grin wide, and he jokes that usually the devil shows up when someone says his name, but he got a gift instead. Right after that, Grease Lord goes full psycho and curses at Juan, which makes him scared and begins shaking as he quickly apologizes. But Min doesn't flinch and shoots Fatty a cold stare that says his days are officially numbered. Taegyu just smirks, thinking all Juan did was hand-deliver him a brand new punching bag, and then asks who exactly he dragged along to come save his sorry self. Before Juan can even respond, the big bad brother steps up and introduces himself, which makes Fatty grin wide as he tells Juan that he really messed up this time, and now his brother's about to get stitches for his snitch. But then Lardman pauses for a second and decides to send his boys in first to see just how good this guy really is. The first dude almost loses his soul laughing when he sees how short our hero is, but our boy answers that with a solid punch straight to his ugly mug, dropping him to the ground with a loud, satisfying thud. That move stuns budget Justin Bieber so badly that he instantly throws his fist with everything he's got, tearing through the air at full speed, but our protagonist smoothly dodges with a clean sidestep. He hits the guy so hard that the poor dude flies into a distant pile of boxes, crying out for his mom like a baby. At the same time, Baldy and Taegyu's last goon drop to the ground, curled up and shaking in pain from just a single hit each. Watching all this go down, the fat boy starts trembling and barely holds it together as he tries to cope that one's brother must have just picked up a bit of boxing somewhere. Trying to act unfazed, Fatty scoffs that there is no chance a guy built like a noodle can throw punches strong enough to actually hurt him, so he approaches him with full confidence, walking like a JoJo villain while towering over our hero. He smugly points out that those amateur boxing lessons probably forgot to mention how brutal a height difference can be in a fight. But Min just laughs at the oversized cutting board and asks if this guy even watches the news. Seeing Min smile to himself in that situation ticks Fatty off, and he throws his fist, ready to teach him a painful lesson. But our boy easily dodges the jab and makes the oversized bulldog stumble around trying to land a single hit, turning every dodge into a stylish move. Fatty's heart starts pounding like crazy, and he nearly gives himself a heart attack from moving around too much as he wonders why none of his hits land. Fed up with Big Smoke's tantrum, Min ends the show by knocking Taegyu out cold with one brutally satisfying punch then tells him straight that he wouldn't have dared to step up if he actually watched the news. As the big guy struggles to stay conscious, he charges right back at Min, only to get his butt handed to him a second time. This time Min pulls a smooth move and vanishes like Naruto, appearing right behind the fat boy to land a clean jab straight into his oversized double chin. Clutching his mouth from the raw sting, the big guy starts cursing at our hero until he nearly loses it when he notices a tooth has gone missing from that punch. This sight fires him up even worse than a fat Fortnite kid losing a match, and he launches a wild, hopeless attempt to take out our boy. As always, Min shows zero mercy and starts pounding that watermelon-sized head with so many punches that Taegyu looks like he might fall over any second. His pathetic lackeys watch from a distance, too scared to even breathe properly as they practically wet their pants. Meanwhile, the budget bully gets furious and convinces himself that one's brother only keeps winning because he keeps hitting first, thinking that if he could land just one greasy punch, the guy built like a toothpick would go flying across the room. With that, he tries his best one-punch man move and throws everything he has into dropping our hero with one strike. But Min calmly uses his own momentum against him and sends the human football flying straight into the goal. As the big guy crawls across the ground like an oversized caterpillar, our big brother stands over him and casually asks how it feels to finally experience the kind of pain he always loved dishing out, while flashes of regret from watching one get beaten and broken in every past life cross his mind. But Taegyu suddenly switches up his act and starts begging for mercy, shaking on the ground just like the same kids he had bullied before. Still, Min calmly steps closer and reaches out to grab his hand while the big guy shuts his eyes and braces himself for the worst. After a few sweet moments of suspense, our hero flashes a wide grin and tells him straight up that the biggest mistake he ever made wasn't even being born, it was daring to bully one. Right after that, Taegyu needs a second to process the loud snap echoing in his ears, only to realize it's the sound of his own hand being twisted into something that looks like broccoli. Min doesn't even slow down as he grabs the other hand too, and the sharp noise of bone cracking grows so brutal that even the gang of goons runs away, terrified of the madness. Being the timid soul he is, one quickly looks away while his brother keeps going, making absolutely sure that the so-called bully understands exactly what will happen if he ever thinks about messing around again. However, he flashes a wide grin at the begging bully for even thinking he might be gullible, and makes it clear that he would never trust scum like him, so he ensures that Taegyu will never again lay his filthy hands on another innocent kid by doing a few things that would definitely never be allowed on YouTube. Later, one asks his brother how he is suddenly pulling off such insane moves and wonders, if he has been secretly training for years without telling anyone. Min then explains that it's already been in the news that a few people have been selected as players who can use abilities from the other world, even while living on Earth. He casually shows one of his daggers, instantly making his brother fanboy over it like it's a legendary Counter-Strike knife skin. Min also shares that the crazy moves he pulled off during the fight are thanks to his boosted speed stat, which easily puts him above even world-class athletes, though he quickly stops talking as Juan starts getting too curious and throwing out more questions. Min simply shrugs it off, remembering how the last time he shared too much, it ended with Juan getting kidnapped by another player, and even though he made it out unharmed, our big brother has no intention of letting him go through anything else painful ever again. Suddenly he turns his head when an earth-shattering rumble comes from Juan's stomach, and Min quickly offers to take him to the convenience store for a special breakfast to celebrate what had been a pretty fine and non-violent day. Inside the store, Juan asks what might be the most genuinely depressing question ever as he looks around and sadly wonders where his brother is even going when the cup of ramen is already right in front. Our big brother tells him to hang on for a bit as he goes to withdraw most of his life savings in one shot, reassuring Juan not to worry about it. He then casually tells his little brother that he can pick out anything he wants from the expensive food aisle. Juan hesitates for a second, thinking they might run out of money before New Year's, but he folds right away and grabs a box of chicken nuggies without a second thought. His whole face lights up as he says he's always wanted to try them, and seeing that precious smile makes Min so happy that he promises to take him to a restaurant next time so he can finally try beef. Watching Juan gushing over $5 budget nuggets makes Min think to himself, Juan has to hang in there just a little longer until he's rolling in big money. After that, Min watches Juan practically explode with happiness like his life's mission has been completed. But then he suddenly remembers something important. Big Brother comes back, slams a pen down on the table, and stuns Juan by announcing that he spent almost all his life savings buying lottery tickets. Sweat bullets roll down Juan's face as he nervously asks Min exactly how much he blew on them, only for Min to casually reveal he emptied his whole account, sending Juan into a full-on panic attack. Min doesn't waste a second and starts scribbling furiously, and Juan, looking over, notices something strange happening and asks why he wrote the same number on all 20 tickets. With a cheeky grin stretched across his face, our hero proudly tells him that it's his lucky number. Back in their apartment, One sits there dreading every second as he watches the lotto announcers slowly reveal the winning numbers. He practically starts chewing on his nails, thinking about the fancy dinner they could have enjoyed instead of blowing all that money, but his worry starts fading fast as the announcers call out the lucky numbers. He stares at the screen, completely stunned as he realizes they match perfectly with the numbers Min had written down, and the announcer even says they are the #1 winner. Feeling like he might be stuck in some crazy dream, he gets all teary-eyed and asks his brother to pinch his cheek just to make sure it's real. Our big brother just teases him to stop panicking like a baby and flashes a wide grin while telling him it's all real and that they are now rich beyond belief. Min casually tells One to calm down a bit and stop going crazy, or else they'll disturb the neighbors, while silently laughing to himself as he remembers how he once screamed like a little girl the first time he lucky guessed the winning numbers. But now, with everything happening and the economy getting wrecked by players, making a fortune feels like a total piece of cake. After that, our protagonist strolls into the bank without a care and casually tells the clerk that he is the top winner and wants to claim his prize. The clerk congratulates him while quietly thinking that the first place winner looks suspiciously young, almost like a regular student. He asks Min where he bought his tickets from, and the moment he hears the branch number, the guy starts panicking because he remembers a man once mentioning that over 100 winning tickets came from a single store. The clerk instantly realizes this could only mean that one person bought them all, and he also remembers the man telling him to call the director immediately if the top winner ever shows up. So he politely tells Min to wait for a moment, and before long, the director himself shows up. The old man introduces himself with a smile that looks a little too eager, almost like he's ready to pick Min's pockets, but he still congratulates him and personally escorts him upstairs to his office. Inside the office, his secretary immediately bows deeply to the two of them, clearly thinking the director has brought his own son along. However, the director quickly corrects her, saying that Min is actually a very special guest, and she should be extra nice to him today. The woman instantly catches on that this must be the living legend who scored 100 winning tickets and tries her best not to completely lose it. As she shakily tries to suck up to him, Min just waves her off and tells her to stop wasting time and bring him his dough. He casually hands over the stack of tickets, and her brain practically short-circuits when she notices the exact same number printed on every single one. After she finishes checking and confirms that all of them are authentic, Min gets straight to the point and asks her for the total amount. It turns out that after losing about a third of his winnings to taxes, he still pockets a massive 15 billion won, so he decides to buy himself a small studio apartment and starts doing some trading in his spare time, especially since he knows for a fact that Bitcoin is about to shoot straight to the moon. Later back at their apartment, Min surprises his little brother with a place that looks like something straight out of his dreams, but the little bro immediately asks why he doesn't just go ahead and buy it outright instead of renting, especially now that he's practically swimming in cash. Min proudly reveals that they are actually broke again because he dumped all their winnings straight into crypto, causing Juan's brain to pretty much vaporize into dust on the spot. Big Bro casually places a hand on his shoulder and reassures him that he knows exactly what he's doing, telling him to calm down since the old man from his dreams also gave him the lucky numbers for the next 4 rounds of the lotto. Hearing that, One starts shaking Min like a soda can and screams at him to never forget the numbers. Not that Min could even if he wanted to after experiencing the same boring nonsense a million times over. Putting that aside, Min tells him to hurry up and start packing, because they are moving into the new place immediately. Meanwhile on the other side, we catch a glimpse of a player smashing a concrete wall like he's the Hulk, while the man proudly thinks there is no one smarter than him for putting every single one of his points into strength. Though he is a little different from others, since he possesses the Rune of Power which doubles a player's strength and gives him the kind of confidence where he believes he could probably send both Mike Tyson and Jake Paul home crying. Clenching his monstrous fists tightly, he decides that it is finally time to put those big guns of his to the test once and for all. He shows up at our hero's old place and starts hammering on the door, yelling at the top of his lungs for Min to stop hiding like a scared little wuss. When he gets no response, he wonders if the guy died in a ditch somewhere, and just thinking about the smug, condescending look Min once gave him makes his blood boil even more. He keeps bashing the door like a lunatic, ready to break it down and pummel him, but finally stops when it slowly starts to click that maybe Min simply isn't home. The madman then shouts that if he hears even the slightest footstep from inside, he is going to bust the door down like a full-blown SWAT raid. Right at that moment, an old man appears and asks him what in the world he is doing standing outside someone else's home. But the crazy guy gives zero respect and rudely tells the old geezer to shove off since it's not like he owns the palace or anything. The old man, unimpressed, easily mogs him by saying he actually is the landlord, and then politely asks if he happens to be there to meet a friend. After spending a few seconds forcing his last 2 brain cells to cooperate, the madman pretends to be Min's old buddy, and asks the landlord if he can open the door because he's worried sick about his dear friend whom he hasn't seen in forever. However, the old man ends up leaving him standing there completely dumbfounded as he explains that the student who used to live there moved out a few days ago without telling anyone where he went, pissing Youngmin off beyond belief. Meanwhile, back at the new apartment, Won is completely awed by all the fancy services their luxury place offers, and ends up acting like a total clown who just stumbled out of some backwater village. The moment they step inside their massive new room, he immediately asks his brother how much this giant apartment, clearly too big for just the two of them, actually costs, and Min casually drops that the rent is a measly 22 million won per month. One's soul nearly leaves his body on the spot as he remembers how he lost his mind over a measly 5,000 won box of chicken nuggets. He quickly advises Min not to splurge like a madman and to find somewhere cheaper, but our big brother points out that they seriously need the top-tier security this place offers, especially because players end up falling into a deep sleep on the first of every month, which leaves them completely helpless against anything from natural disasters to hitmen sent by their enemies. Min knows very well from hard-earned experience that all the strength in the other world means nothing when you are comatose in real life. After laying it all out, he asks his brother how he likes the apartment, and One is honestly pretty happy with it, though his smile quickly fades as he ends up apologizing to Min for making him waste time and energy on his sorry self when he already has enough threats to juggle in the other world. Our big brother laughs it off, gives him a hearty slap on the back, and asks the cheeky little bugger if he really thinks he won't come back after the next round. After that, he tells his little bro to relax for once and enjoy the 5-star restaurant right there in their building while he goes off to check his messages. He scoffs at all the angry rants and rage messages sent by Youngmin, but he ignores the madman without a second thought because no matter how loud he barks, Min is practically untouchable now as Black Scythe. The next day, Min steps out of his room and finds his little brother all packed up and ready to head out somewhere. One cheerily tells him that he's going to pick up some rice cakes he ordered, which completely throws Min off, because his little brother never did anything like this in even one of the 99 lives he remembers. Curious, he asks what the occasion is, and One explains that he wants to be nice to the neighbors since they just moved in. Thinking it's a pretty good tradition, Min feels proud of the little guy and suggests they go together just to be safe, though Wan tries to convince him to sit back and relax since he deserves it. At the first neighbor's door, they ring the bell, and One excitedly tells the sweet old lady on the speaker that he's here to drop off some rice cakes. The old woman warmly appreciates the gesture and wishes the brothers a very nice day. After that, they move on to visit the other flats one by one until they finally arrive at the very last one. On the way, Min tells his brother that everyone living in the building has a private penthouse, so they are either ultra-wealthy business owners or celebrities. One rings the last doorbell, but it seems like the owner is out, so they turn around to leave when both brothers are completely stunned to see a gorgeous woman in a golden dress walking right toward them, none other than the famous actress Erin Seo. One finds himself completely enchanted by her radiant beauty, while Min stays completely unfazed, like the Sigma he is. As they attempt to hand her the cakes, her bodyguard suddenly steps in and starts interrogating the brothers to figure out if they happen to be stalkers. Min shuts down his obnoxious attitude with a cold glare and coolly explains that he is no simp from the streets, saying he just moved in recently and came over to drop off a housewarming gift. Hearing this, the bodyguard finally relaxes and promptly shoots their offer down since pretty ladies like Erin are not allowed to mess up their figure with sweets. After swinging the door open to their apartment, he politely asks the lady to head right in, although she glances back at the brothers as if apologizing for her bodyguard's terrible manners. Min remains unimpressed and tells One that he is not a fan of their overall attitude and suggests he should just ignore them from this point on. But Wan ends up becoming the simp of the year and starts fangirling so hard that Min gets completely confused about what has him so worked up. The tall toothpick grabs his big brother and starts shaking him like crazy, absolutely flabbergasted that he does not even know what a legend the celebrity Erin Seo really is. Meanwhile, Seo keeps reading headline after headline that says over half of the celebrities targeted in the other world have either been offed or unalived themselves, which makes her worry deeply about what in the world might end up happening to her. Right then, she receives a message from a friend who tells her that one of their seniors passed away just a while ago and asks if she is going to come to the funeral the next day. With that, she tunes out of her phone for a second and starts thinking that without her rune, she would have no doubt been just another casualty in the news. The lady then feels bad for ever being arrogant enough to think she was special enough to even get mentioned on a headline since she is just an up-and-coming one-hit wonder whose success and even her studio apartment are all sponsored by her company. Seeing her all stressed out, her bodyguard Seong-chul gently asks her what is weighing on her mind, and when she says it is nothing big, the man tells her to freely talk to him about anything at all no matter what it is. Arin finally admits that she is worried sick about how she is supposed to survive the next round in a world where celebrities are dropping like Tesla stock, so he calmly tells her to relax her melons because he will stay by her side every single step of the way. Seong-chul gently points out that she has been overthinking way too much lately and tells her to trust him a little more, so she ends up giving him a precious smile as she remembers how suspicious she had been of him when the company first assigned him as her caretaker. But he had won her trust almost instantly, since he pretty much saved her from getting eliminated right in the very first round. Seongchul reassures her that he will always be there for her, which lights her up on the inside. So she jokes that the rice cakes their neighbors brought were looking mighty scrumptious, but he tells her she is already getting flabby and really cannot afford to put on more weight. Even so, she says it was not very nice to turn them down so rudely, since it is rare these days to see people still following old traditions. But Seongchul shrugs and tells her that pleasantries are pointless because everyone nowadays is just nice to get a favor back like parasites. That does not really convince Erin though, since she keeps remembering how cute and innocent they had looked. She even comments that one of them definitely looked older than 15 and wonders aloud if they might be a player too, thinking it is honestly amazing how kids these days can massacre 100 goblins and then just move on with their lives like nothing ever happened. Seongchul laughs at her and says that anybody should be able to take out 100 goblins, but Erin insists that no average person could ever be that talented at fighting unless they were a bodyguard like him, and even then, he had still been no match at all for the eerily scary player called Black Scythe. Seeing him go on a murder spree makes her feel genuinely bad for the goblins, and she thinks it is not even far-fetched to believe he might actually be a real-life hitman. With players like him basically guaranteed to survive the next round, Erin cannot help but worry if a weak little girl like her will even manage to make it out of the second one alive. The next day, while Won cleans up the apartment like the good boy he is, Min finally gets back home and tells him that he did not pull as much money from the fourth round of the lottery compared to the last time. When Won asks how they reacted about him winning so many times in a row, Min says he gave them the classic excuse that some old man tells him the winning numbers in his dreams. He then asks if Min is still dumping all his savings into Bitcoin, and Min proudly brags that it has more than doubled by now. The little brother warns him not to get greedy and says it is about time they cash out, but our big brother tells him not to worry his little head because he has got everything under control, and they head over to the dining hall to feast on the 5-star grub like a Mexican man feasts on tacos. A few more days fly by, and it is 5 minutes until the first day of the next month. One holds onto his big brother's hand real tight and tells him that no matter what happens, he has to come back to him. Min reminds him of how badly he had crushed his bully before and pats his little brother on the head, saying there is no need to be so worried. He tells him to just sleep since they will both wake up again once the sun is shining. With that, he bids his brother farewell, and Black Scythe gets summoned to the other world along with all the other players. Everyone quickly grows confused about where they are since it looks completely different from the first round, and one of them shouts out the moment he spots the top ranker walking straight through the crowd with that overwhelming aura. Black Scythe notices right away that everyone is keeping a bit of distance from him, and just as he starts wondering when the angel will show up, a new one appears who barely looks any different and casually asks if everyone has already arrived. Picking up on the murmurs, she cheerfully explains that the angel from the first round is currently on vacation after her little accident. Flashing a grin nastier than the devil himself, she tells them not to worry because they are all now in her very good hands. With that, the angel spreads her radiant wings and announces the quest for the second round. Quest windows float down in front of every player, each one showing the mission to select a zone representative within the next 3 hours. Everyone stares at the quest window, caught off guard and unsure how to react since many of them expected to be thrown into a fight against monsters. One of the players remarks that the total number of survivors will stay exactly the same after the quest, which spreads a wave of excitement through the group. The majestic angel notices their confused reactions and decides to explain the nature of the current round. She confirms what they're already starting to suspect, that there won't be any battles this time, and instead tells them they'll need to choose a leader from among themselves. The angel tempts them with the promise that the zone representative will gain the authority to command others to obey their every word, whether that means ending their own lives or crawling around like worms. She seems genuinely thrilled by the sheer weight of such power, while the others exchange confused looks, not sure how to feel about her excitement. Bathed in sunlight that wraps around her like an aura, she announces that after 3 hours pass, everyone will be allowed to cast their vote, and all they need to do is select a leader. A blue-haired player speaks up and asks if there's any hidden condition they should know about, but the angel easily puts his worries to rest by confirming that nothing else is involved. She assures them that once they cast their vote, they'll all be sent home, openly calling it a simple and relaxing rest round. The players break into cheers, relieved that this time no one has to die, with some laughing about how easy the round seems. But as the others celebrate, Min stands silently and stares ahead with an unreadable expression. Giving them an eerie smile, the angel then tells them to make their decision within the time limit, then vanishes in a sudden burst of radiant light while a glowing timer takes her place. Everyone continues celebrating, thrilled that all they have to do is pick an option and even have a shot at becoming the leader themselves. Meanwhile, Yongmin clenches his teeth in frustration, already fired up and ready to start swinging. One of his lackeys tries to calm him down, but the thug keeps ranting that he dumped all his points into strength and now won't even get a chance to put that power to use, which only makes him angrier. Min catches their conversation from nearby and quickly figures out that young Min must have picked up the strength rune. He casually remarks to himself that all of this is playing out just like canon, and nothing so far has actually changed. On top of that, he hints that while everyone is going to argue over who deserves their vote, there's something much more important that nobody is paying attention to yet. Our hero thinks to himself that if there are main missions, then there must be side missions as well as he walks into the forest. The second round's hidden side quest is revealed to be a class selection mission. Our boy brandishes his knife as he sets his goal to reach level 10 as fast as possible. He spots the hobgoblin in the distance and makes short work of it. His skill increases both his experience points and the rewards he receives, which reassures him that choosing to hunt was the right call. He notes that if there's one goblin nearby, there are bound to be more hiding just out of sight, and right then he spots several pairs of sinister eyes glowing in the bushes. Min lets out a small grin as he gets ready to take on the approaching horde. He cuts through them with ease, and the system promptly notifies him that he has leveled up. Opening his abilities window, Min sees that he has reached level 9. Though the idea of boosting strength is tempting, he chooses to allocate all his points to agility instead. He tells himself that raw power is useless if the enemy manages to land a fatal blow first. Min figures that every skill has its own value, and since the Grim Reaper class he's aiming for uses both physical and magical attacks, it makes the most sense to balance out all his stats evenly. Suddenly he stiffens as he senses another presence nearby. Realizing too late that he had been so caught up in the fight he didn't notice them earlier, he raises his sword, pointing it directly ahead, and warns whoever is hiding to come out now or be ready to suffer the consequences, making it clear they'll pay with their lives if they choose wrong. From behind a tree, a stunning girl steps out of the rustling bushes, and Min blinks in surprise when he sees that his stalker turns out to be none other than the famous Co. Aren. She apologizes for following him, and before he can react, another person emerges behind her. This second figure also apologizes and quickly tries to explain that they never meant any harm, and that there's no reason for him to stay angry. Min recognizes the NPC instantly as An Seong-chul, who is one of Plus Ma's most loyal underlings. Ma is a major player known by the name Heavenly Demon, and Min plans to recruit him later down the line, though he's also after a priest connected to Ma for something important in the 20th round. Running into him this early throws Min off, and he can't help but wonder what he's doing with a celebrity like Aren. After thinking it through, he figures Seong-chul must be the same bodyguard who was assigned to her, probably under Ma's orders. Min demands to know how long they've been following him, clearly frustrated that the future seems to be shifting in unexpected ways. Aren admits they've been tailing him since the beginning, and apologizes again if they stepped out of line. When he presses further, she suddenly blurts out that she has a proposal. Since he breezed through the first round, she wants to form a gang with him. Our boy laughs at her request and points out that a deal only works when she actually has something worth offering in return. Min replies with an icy tone that he has no use for either of them and feels perfectly fine handling things on his own, so they should rethink this and return to the clearing. Our protagonist turns and walks further into the forest, repeating with a cold edge that he doesn't need them. Seong-chul mutters about Min's annoyingly smug attitude while Aren drops to her knees, overwhelmed just by being in his presence. She declares without hesitation that his frontline status is clearly not for show and radiates raw dominance, but Seong-chul stays completely unimpressed by any of it. Aren feels crushed that her charm had no effect, yet Seong-chul takes the chance to scold her, saying he already warned her that people like him never fit well in a group. He continues tearing into her for wasting valuable time chasing after someone so obviously unwilling to join. Aren never expected to run into monsters in such a peaceful-looking stage, and now decides to hunt them down with her bodyguard by her side. Deep in the forest, a hobgoblin scans the area in panic, completely unaware of Min as he drops in from above with a silent strike straight out of Assassin's Creed. Our boy still fumes over the idea of teaming up, convinced it would only drag him down, all while casually sending the goblin into an eternal nap. The system pops up with an update on his kill count, but the brief moment of peace ends quickly, as snarling, hyena-like creatures begin crawling out from the bushes. Min blinks in disbelief at how many of them there are and figures luck might finally be on his side. The gnolls charge in, ready to rip him apart, but he doesn't flinch for even a second as he tears through them effortlessly like they're made of paper. Monster corpses fall like confetti around him while the system chimes, announcing that he's just hit the 10th level. Drenched in enemy blood, Min fixes his gaze on the glowing message, grinning as it confirms he has finally unlocked the profession he always wanted. System notifications keep popping up one after another as they update him on his new level and freshly unlocked skills, while Min keeps his focus steady on the quest window. He already remembers the next subquest from his past lives, so when the system instructs him to retrieve the class change item, he's unfazed. Where most players would feel lost and unsure about what comes next, Min stands confident, fully aware of the hidden conditions needed to claim those rare items. Warriors need to raise their strength stat to 10 and wipe out 30 monsters in under 60 minutes, while berserkers must stay in combat for a full hour, all while their wounds remain open. On the other hand, assassins have to land precise backstabs on monsters to earn the item, so the path each player takes directly shapes the class they unlock. In earlier lives, Min used to farm monsters without a plan, which always locked him into the hunter class. But ever since he discovered the broken abilities of the Grim Reaper, he never once looked back. Min uses the Angel's Blood as his class change item, and the system immediately flashes a warning, reminding him to choose wisely since this decision comes with no takebacks. Without a hint of doubt, our boy makes his choice right away, triggering a sudden explosion of bright light as the system confirms his successful class change. As a reward, our hero receives the Grim Reaper rune, which grants a stack of insane perks that instantly bind to his body. The system throws in a bonus Wicked Scythe along with a 50% discount voucher for any one item in the shop. But that's not all. He also gets bumped up to the Apprentice rank, which is the second last out of 6, and unlocks a rank-exclusive skill called Seal of Death, plus the power to wield the Grim Reaper's scythe. Min remembers that if someone fails to secure a class, they risk being stuck as a forever newbie, so in his case, charging ahead without delay definitely paid off. For being the first player to unlock a class, Min earns a hefty bag of gold along with a rare general skill called Tracking, which lets him follow anyone he wants as long as he knows who they are. Our boy decides to give the skill a test run by using it on the overly edgy bodyguard Yongmin Huang, the one he came across earlier. The system lets out a beep as it locks on and lights up a glowing trail for Min to follow, while also displaying the exact distance between them. He finds it weird that the lady and her manager are less than 200 meters away, and figures they must have tailed him deeper into the forest. Min feels annoyed since this has never happened before, and makes up his mind to go pay them a quick visit. Back in the forest, the odd duo is seen running from something, but Aaron suddenly drops to the ground, completely drained and unable to go any farther. She starts complaining loudly to Seong-chol, who tries his best to get her back on her feet before the goons behind them catch up. He offers some words of encouragement while helping her up, but she keeps whining that her arrow wound still hurts like hell. The bodyguard mentions that it's possible their real bodies won't be harmed as long as they manage to survive in the game. Aaron pulls herself together and agrees to keep running, but right then a nasty voice cuts through the air, calling out to them. They both freeze and turn around in panic to see the thugs chasing them, led by none other than Yongmin himself. Seong-chol silently curses the dramatic actress for wasting so much time and gets ready to fight, knowing there's no other choice now. Yongmin throws out a taunt, mocking the bodyguard and calling him a doofus boomer for even thinking he can take them all on. Seong-chol tries pulling a talk no jutsu, claiming they're completely innocent, but Yongmin casually confirms that they actually haven't done anything wrong, which throws them both off completely. The thugs then reveal the real reason is that they want to get their filthy hands on the beautiful lady. Somehow, the musclehead actually uses a few brain cells and figures out they're not after him but Aaron. The goons begin drooling openly while ogling her body, clearly not caring whether she's the actress or just someone who looks like her, and Aaron can only stare back in pure horror. Yongmin smugly offers to let the bodyguard walk away unharmed if he just turns and leaves right now. He pauses for a second, thinking that if he had known what they were really after, he could have ditched her at the very beginning since he's not exactly rushing to die anytime soon. But one thought keeps pestering him that he can't face his boss after abandoning her, and that fear alone is enough to push him to risk it all. Yongmin keeps up his taunts, ready to fight, but the bodyguard makes one last attempt to reason, claiming what they're doing is illegal. The thugs burst into laughter, and the musclehead asks which laws apply here and who Seong-chol is going to report to. Yongmin mocks him further, questioning how he'll prove anything or track him down later. This frustrates Seong-chol, but deep down, he knows there's some truth to what Yongmin says. Since threats haven't worked, he decides to face them head-on, but just before he can throw a punch, a figure in the distance catches his eye, breaking his focus. Min steps into view leaning against a tree, farming his aura. His sudden appearance catches everyone off guard. Black Scythe walks toward them slowly, demanding to know what's going on. Yongmin tries to speak up, but Min shuts him down, asking the duo about their situation. Seong-chol quickly explains that the thugs are after Aaron and begs for Min's help, promising to repay him later. Min glances at Yongmin, who starts to sweat under the pressure, and asks if what they're saying is true. Yongmin tries to brush him off, telling Min to mind his own business, but our boy isn't having it. He begins to glow with an ominous aura, declaring that the duo are his friends. The thugs stare at the black fire in fear, but Yongmin dares to question him. Min brandishes his scythe, coldly stating that he will not abandon them in their time of need. Yongmin feels completely terrified, wondering how our protagonist plans to handle the situation with them. The duo breathes a sigh of relief and expresses their gratitude toward Black Scythe, but our boy is far from satisfied. He wants something for himself as well, and does not intend to leave empty-handed from this encounter. He contemplates that by saving Ma's subordinate, he could earn some valuable favors, and that would mark the start of a strong and prosperous relationship between them. The cherry on top is that he never liked the thugs in the first place, so taking them down is just an added bonus, killing two birds with one stone. The goons panic as Min steadily advances toward them, and they threaten him to stay back. Min halts for a brief moment, smirking at them as he asks if they're all bark and no bite. Youngmin quickly realizes that he has no chance against Min, recalling how he massacred those goblins and claimed first place. He knows only an absolute fool would dare to fight him after seeing what he's capable of. Min taunts them once more and demands that they be honest with him. Youngmin wonders if Min will let him go, but Min replies that he will only consider it if they crawl like dogs and beg for mercy. The musclehead struggles to process what's happening, and it dawns on him that Min is simply mocking them and wants him to kneel while his friends and Aaron watch. Youngmin feels the urge to back down, even though his reputation is on the line. Suddenly, a less than brilliant idea crosses his mind, and he convinces himself that his training has made him strong enough to crush our boy like a can. A surge of misplaced confidence fills him, and he insults Min openly, warning him to prepare for the beating of his life. Youngmin, now fuming, moves toward Min, telling him to take his sorry self somewhere else because he's about to get cooked. The musclehead steps closer, thinking he can close the gap enough to land a hit on Min's head, believing that a well-placed strike will be enough to deal with Black Scythe. Young Min can almost taste the sweet victory but is caught off guard when Min suddenly puts his scythe away and asks him what he plans to do now. Min teases him, mentioning that the fight would end quickly if he used a weapon, so he decided to make things fair. The musclehead grins in confusion, but his expression shifts in an instant when Min vanishes from his line of sight. Our protagonist dashes forward at full speed toward Youngmin, who smirks, thinking that a bare-handed fight will be in his favor. The musclehead throws a wild haymaker, but to his surprise, Min manages to dodge it effortlessly. Before Youngmin can think of anything else, he suddenly lurches forward in pain as Min connects his knee to his stomach, sending him flying backward. The brain-dead guy groans in agony, struggling to get up, but still manages to spit out a curse toward Min. Unimpressed, Black Scythe approaches the thug and punishes him for his swearing with a brutal, merciless kick to the face. The one-sided beatdown doesn't stop there as Min lifts the goon by his collar, delivering repeated smacks that echo in the air. Youngmin is left confused, unable to process how Min can hit him so hard, as if he were a jackhammer. It suddenly hits him that Min is not only as strong as him, but he might even be stronger. Even though Min doesn't have the strength rune, Youngmin wonders how our boy got so strong as he collapses to the ground, beaten to a pulp. Min stands there staring at his handiwork, but his moment is quickly interrupted by the goons, who are preparing to launch a sneak attack. One of the thugs fires a powerful arrow, causing Aaron to scream at the top of her lungs, urging Min to dodge it. Despite his overwhelming power, our protagonist effortlessly evades the arrow, leaving the thug in a panic as he quickly loads another one. Min weaves left and right with precision, perfectly dodging each arrow. He closes the gap between them in no time. Reaching the archer, he faces him directly and commends him on his skill, but warns him to pray to whatever deity he worships because his luck ran out the moment he crossed paths with Min. Without hesitation, our boy slashes with his scythe, dismembering the archer with a clean cut that sends a scream of pain into the air. The other thugs panic, but they still make the mistake of challenging him, even after witnessing what happened to their comrade. One of them dares to rush at Min with a knife, swearing like a maniac that he will end his life. However, Min remains calm and collected, unbothered by the thug's words. With a casual motion, he activates his skill Seal of Death as he swings his giant scythe. A deadly look flashes in his eyes as the blade cuts through the air. The thug barely gets a moment to react before the scythe slices clean through his legs like butter, dropping him to the ground like a domino while his friend stands there frozen in horror. Panic takes over the poor guy as he stares at the severed limbs, but before he can even process it, Min lunges at him with his scythe raised high. Since he already has his weapon drawn, our boy calmly asks if he's ready to deal with the consequences of what he started. A swift slash follows, tearing the thug's arm clean off and sending him into a screaming mess of suffering. Min takes a quick look at the result and nods to himself, clearly pleased that his strike was strong enough to slice clean through the armor without a hitch. The thugs lie scattered across the ground while our boy stands over them, thinking this sorry excuse for a fight was nothing short of a walk in the park. Even though his enemies are already down, the storm isn't over yet because Min steps forward, fully intending to scare them so badly they won't even think about looking his way again. After being thoroughly wrecked, the thugs start begging Min to stop, terrified they might actually lose their lives. But Min tells them to toughen up while he wipes off his scythe, making one of them flinch just from his presence alone. With that, our hero decides he's done torturing these clowns and turns his attention toward Yongmin, who tries to sneak off unnoticed. Min quickly snaps his head in his direction and says loud and clear that hiding won't save him because no matter where he runs, he can't outrun his fate. Black Scythe brings his blade down again and slices through the thug's arm, forcing a scream of agony out of him. With a look colder than ice, Min calls him a wuss for not being able to handle pain that means nothing compared to the suffering these douchebags caused in the past. He doesn't give the guy a moment to breathe or even grasp what just happened as he cuts off the remaining limb without a second thought. The duo stands there frozen, completely unable to look away from the gruesome sight. In his mind, Seongchul struggles to accept how brutal Min is for tormenting enemies who have already given up. While others might see his actions as unhinged, but his calm and focused demeanor surprises the bodyguard and makes him think that Min stands on equal ground with his own boss. Seongchul snaps back to reality as Min asks if the two of them are all right. The bodyguard thanks him once again on their behalf, and Min reassures them not to worry about the thugs anymore. He points out that they don't have the mental or physical ability to move, so the only thing left for them to do is vote when the time comes. Both of them bow their heads in gratitude, but Aaron hesitantly asks, what if the thugs bleed out all alone? Min tells her to leave it to fate while thinking she's too soft-hearted for her own good. He's curious about why she's concerned for their attackers, and wonders if it's connected to her desire to maintain her nice girl image. Seongchul interrupts his thoughts, raising his hand to ask something. He questions Min's decision to let the thugs live, so he repeats the thug's words that taking others' lives should have no real consequence in the world, which sends a chill down Youngmin's spine. He smiles at the question, pleasantly surprised by Seongchul's big brain, and answers that eliminating them serves no purpose to him. The bodyguard tries to argue that they might come after him in the future, but Min disagrees looking at their terrified expressions and says they won't be causing any more trouble. He explains that finishing them off would actually be a disadvantage, since reducing the number of contestants means fewer spots for players down the line. Realization hits Seongchul, who can't believe that Min is not just brawn, but also sharp-minded. He silently stares at him, impressed by both his strength and intellect. The bodyguard unwillingly agrees with Min to leave the pile of trash alone. Satisfied that his work is done, Min then turns to leave, but the duo stops him to ask for his account details so they can repay him for all the help. Our hero casually tells them not to worry about it as he walks away with a confident stride, leaving the two of them stunned that he didn't demand anything in return. As Seongchul thinks he should report the incident to his boss as soon as possible, his thoughts are interrupted by Youngmin's painful groans, as if he got kicked in the nads with a bat. The bodyguard is tempted to end him right there, but he decides to follow through on Black Scythe's advice. He spits on the thug and then escorts Aaron out of the area. Meanwhile, back at the clearing, the crowd is in an uproar as everyone fights to become the zone representative. The shouts quickly escalate into insults, with threats of fights breaking out that cause the other onlookers to step in and try to calm things down. A few players attempt to seize the moment, claiming they would be better leaders who can actually stay calm under pressure, and one of them even brags that his daddy is a big shot in politics, but the others are skeptical since he has no proof to back up his bold claim. Amidst the chaos, a charismatic voice calls out to them to stop their fighting and draws their attention to the timer, urging them not to waste time bickering like children. Curious, the other players ask this mysterious man with mint ice cream hair if he has a way to fix the situation quickly. His confident reply leaves everyone on edge while he laughs at how gullible they are in his mind. It is clear that his powers are working just like last time, thanks to the rune of persuasion. Choco Man flashes back to when he first got his power and immediately assumes he got scammed. He doesn't see any real use for it at the time, and figures he'll end up as monster food since the skill has no effect on them. Just as that thought settles in, a sharp idea hits him when he sees the other players hold the goblins down on the ground. He points at a random NPC and tells everyone with a confident voice to go rescue the damsel in distress. The group rushes off without a second thought and leaves their kills behind in their rush to be the hero. As the crowd clears out, Choco Man finishes the monsters and secures his 100 kills. A strange smile stretches across his face while he drools at the chance to take over as zone leader. Back in the present, Choco Man tells everyone to first find 5 or 6 candidates before deciding who to vote for. The brainwashed players nod along and accept what sounds like fair terms, so Mint Boy starts picking out names and tells the others to nominate anyone they believe is trustworthy. A chubby noble player tries to put himself forward, but Choco Man shuts him down and trashes his logic, pointing out that if self-nominations were allowed, then everyone would do it. He brushes off the arrogant player without a second thought. Everyone agrees to the terms without question while Choco Man laughs to himself, knowing just how easy it is to fool them. Confusion spreads through the crowd as no one knows who deserves their vote. But Mint Choco Man has already counted on this, and knows they'll go for whoever stands out the most. One of the players falls for the trap and nominates the blue-haired player, praising how naturally he commands a crowd with his leadership. Choco Man puts on an innocent act while the NPC stands by his decision to approve the nomination, unaware he has walked right into Choco Man's plan. He thanks the player with a smug grin, pretending to be grateful for the easy setup, then asks the crowd if anyone has more candidates to offer. One player suggests Black Scythe, which makes perfect sense since he topped the previous round. 2 more voices speak up, naming the second and third place winners from that same round. With 4 nominees now chosen, Choco Man asks one last time if anyone has more names to add, but the crowd stays quiet. He claps his hands to wrap up the selection and invites the nominees to step forward and give their speeches. Feeling overly pleased with himself, he takes the lead and steps up first, certain he has already made a fool out of the entire group. Mint Boy begins his speech but barely manages a word before someone shouts at him to shut his mouth. He pauses and turns his head, confused as he tries to spot the source of the voice. Jo Jung-sik, better known as Life is a Documentary, steps into view and strolls toward him with a look that says he's not here to play nice. Clearly angry, Joe questions what kind of scheme Choco Boy thinks he's running. Mint Boy steps in and tries to defuse the tension, but Joe brushes him off and demands to know who put Choco Man in charge, asking why he gets to decide anything. Mint Chocolate feels a wave of panic as it seems Joe has seen straight through him, though he quickly tries to convince himself it might just be a lucky guess. Joe keeps pressing and calls him out for his obvious lies, but Choco Man fires back, taking shots at Joe's background and lack of basic manners. Still hoping his powers will finally take effect, Mint Boy attempts to calm the situation, but instead ends up pushing the wrong buttons. Mr. Documentary snaps and threatens to take him out, clearly past the point of holding back. He stands frozen in shock as he realizes his skill has no effect on the brute, but Joe no longer pays him any mind and shifts his focus to the crowd. With a glare, the gangster threatens the players, shouting that they'd better vote for him unless they want to regret it. Mint Boy fires back, calling him an idiot and saying no sane person would follow someone like him. He mocks Joe, telling him to run off like a good little boy. For a moment, Joe goes silent before suddenly stepping in and dragging a dagger clean across Choco Man's throat. Mint Boy tries to say something, but blood pours too fast for words to form as he clutches his neck in desperation. Joe mocks him, saying that resisting was a stupid move, while the helpless player slowly slips into unconsciousness and drops to the floor. Mr. Documentary turns to face the others and announces that this is what happens to anyone who refuses to listen. Panic spreads across the crowd as everyone stares at Choco Man's lifeless body and starts screaming at Joe, calling him a murderer. This doesn't bother him in the slightest as he lifts his blade and dares anyone bold enough to try and take him on. One NPC clearly misses the warning and keeps running his mouth, giving Mr. Documentary all the excuse he needs. With a wild grin spreading across his face, he charges forward and cuts down a few players who still have the nerve to speak out, painting the area in blood. His face twists into something completely unhinged, fully embracing the thrill of tearing through whoever he wants with no one around to stop him. To him, this chaos feels like paradise, a place where he can do whatever he pleases. With blood dripping from his blade, he raises it once more and challenges anyone to defy him, but the crowd stands frozen, too terrified to make a move. The gangster starts thinking to himself that no one in their right mind would dare challenge him now, and nothing is going to stop him from claiming the spot as representative. In his mind, the moment he takes charge, there's only one thing left to do, to fold Black Scythe into 2 like the iPhone 6. He figures once Min is out of the way, no one else will have the power to block his rise to the top. Meanwhile, Min is out grinding for points and wiping out monsters one after another while squeezing every bit of advantage out of his rune and buffs. A system notification pops up, congratulating him for reaching level 16, but the perfectionist isn't impressed. Progress has started to slow down, and even though he's been tearing through monsters at a rate of 100 an hour, he's only managed to climb 6 levels. At the very least, hunting the smaller critters has become much easier. Now he has both the Grim Reaper and the Slaughter rune. Min glances at the time and notices that 3 hours have already gone by, so he figures it's about time to head back. Before he can take a step though, a golden light begins to shine above him and saves him the trouble, teleporting all the players back to the starting point. Seongchol and Arin are left completely shaken by the destruction and chaos left behind by Jungsik Joe. Min tries to make sense of the situation, thinking that Joe, being the leader of the Jungsik gang, is obviously a seasoned fighter who's always managed to hold second place on the local rankings, although his personality is absolute trash. He figures that someone this unstable needs to be dealt with at the right time, all while that maniac casually walks up to him. Our guy asks what he wants, and Joe answers with a suggestion that Black Scythe should work under him unless he wants to die. Our guy clearly takes that as an insult and fires back by telling Joe to kneel and beg for his life if survival is what he's after. Joe clearly doesn't get the hint and keeps running his mouth about becoming the representative, but our boy quickly shuts him up and pulls out his scythe, asking if he'd listen better after being sent to the afterlife. Joe stares in shock, completely dumbfounded at the sight of the weapon, and instantly realizes he picked the wrong guy to mess with. The protagonist makes his stance clear and demands an answer, but the thug stays stubborn, declaring that the leader of the Jungsik gang kneels before no one and throws down a challenge. Our boy acknowledges the guts, but knows it's time to stop playing around since he doesn't want too many eyes on him right now, especially if he wants to secure votes. He decides it's better to let Joe become the representative so he can pull the strings from behind in the next round. Right then, the angel makes her entrance and everyone's attention naturally shifts to her. Min takes the chance to whisper to the thug that he just got lucky this time and should watch his back if he doesn't want to die a stupid death. Jonsik breathes a little easier now that the tension breaks and slowly realizes how close he came to dying, swearing to himself that he'll take revenge once he becomes the representative. The angel looks over the crowd and asks if the humans have picked a representative yet. She seems a little surprised by how chaotic things got, but casually says it makes no difference whether they're dead or alive, calling them nothing more than insects. She then begins the voting process as a translucent screen pops up in front of everyone, explaining that to vote, all they have to do is stare at the person they've picked and think about voting for them, warning that anyone who doesn't vote within 5 minutes will be killed on the spot. The players begin locking their gaze on someone, and Joe instantly assumes that he's the center of attention, but the moment he notices that people aren't actually looking at him, he starts throwing threats around, warning everyone that they'll die if they don't vote for him. The countdown finally hits 0 and every player manages to cast their vote, officially wrapping up the round. As soon as the angel brings up the tally board, she reveals that Joe, who goes by the ridiculous nickname Life is a Documentary, has barely scraped a win in the election, with Black Scythe landing just behind in second place. The thug stands frozen in disbelief as he glares at the crowd, already guessing which traitors dared to vote for Black Scythe instead of him. The angel doesn't waste time and concludes the process by naming Joe the official representative of the local map, handing over the command right ability, which allows him to control 10 players. Joe flashes a wicked grin, already picturing himself getting payback using this brand new power, though his dreams crash the moment he reads the fine print and learns that the skill only lasts for 10 turns, lets him issue just one command at a time, and becomes completely useless against anyone who has unlocked a profession. Right after, the angel decides to drop another bomb by revealing that the map had a hidden quest that allowed players to unlock a profession before the voting round even began. Everyone looks confused, and the angel clears it up by saying that the side quest would have appeared once any player reached level 10. The crowd starts whining that they never had a chance to level up because there were barely any monsters around, but the angel just looks disappointed and tells them the forest was crawling with monsters the whole time, though she softens the blow by adding that only 8 people in the entire world had actually managed to finish the side quest. She goes on to mention that someone from their local map has also managed to gain a profession, and then pulls up the side quest results to reveal who it is. Once again, Black Scythe has come out on top, ranking first both in the local map and worldwide, earning the profession of Reaper. Everyone turns to stare at our guy in complete disbelief while he casually strikes a pose, taking the chance to farm a bit of aura from their reactions. People start thinking about what the Reaper profession could actually mean, and a few assume he probably got that scythe because of it, while Joe just stands there dumbfounded since he had planned to make Black Scythe end his own life using the command right, only to realize now that it won't even work on him. The angel then explains that the ranking is based on how fast players manage to complete the side quest, and seems genuinely impressed that not only did our boy unlock a profession, but he also managed to rank first on the entire world map. She begins to wonder if his name lining up so perfectly with his unique profession is nothing more than a coincidence, or if he already knew it was going to matter. Our protagonist replies that it's just a coincidence and flashes a smile, fully aware that the angels don't actually know the conditions required for that profession. The angel finds it amusing and wonders aloud if this is what humans refer to as fate, then points out how crazy it is that he's now immune to the command right, something that clearly surprises the rest of the players. After catching their interest, she explains that anyone who has unlocked a profession can't be commanded by the representative, and just when it seems like she's done, she totally blows up the thug's entire plan like she's been waiting to take a shot at him, pointing out that he can only use the command 10 times in total, which brings a wave of relief across the players, while Joe clenches his teeth in pure frustration. The angel finally turns to our guy and hands over the rewards for completing the side quest and ranking first in the world, giving him a low-tier armor ticket along with a special reward chest. He redeems the armor ticket and gets the option to pick between 3 different kinds of armor. He picks the Skilled Hunter's leather armor since it offers the perfect balance between defense and agility. As for the special rewards chest, he gets to choose between an XP buff, 3,000 gold, and information about the next round. And knowing that there will be loads of monsters to slay in the upcoming stage, he confidently goes for the experience buff. With the rewards now distributed, the angel sends everyone back into the real world and casually announces that the next round is going to be a lot more fun. Yongmin wakes up in bed completely shaken, only to realize that his arms and legs are all still there, and he lets out a sigh of relief knowing that the injuries sustained in the game won't carry over to the real world as long as he survives them. He grits his teeth and swears to never go up against Black Scythe again, not even wanting to be in the same space as the terrifying protagonist. Back at the hotel, Seong-chul praises Arin for doing well, though she admits she had been more of a burden, and sincerely thanks him for protecting her. He stays composed and tells her he was simply doing his job. Arin then brings up her wish to thank Black Scythe for saving them, but says she has no idea how to go about it. Seong-chul argues that it would be nearly impossible to track down Black Scythe since he hasn't revealed his identity, and given that he didn't provide his bank account number for compensation, it's clear that he doesn't want to be found. Maybe he knows his identity could be traced through something like that. He goes on, suggesting that giving Black Scythe an item in the next round might be a good way to show gratitude, which Arin agrees with. Seong-chul wishes her good night, and the next thing he knows, he's in the elevator, calling Kyungrok Ma. He asks why Ma is still awake, to which Ma responds that he just needed a drink. Seong-chul congratulates him on getting the Dark Knight profession. Ma then asks about their progress, and Seong-chul explains that he and Arin only made it to level 8 because they got injured mid-level. Ma shows interest as Seong-chul mentions he's planning to report the matter and asks if Ma has time. Upon hearing that it's about Black Scythe, Ma tells him to head to the hotel to discuss it. Min watches from a distance as Seong-chul gets into his car and drives off, quickly deducing that he's heading to Ma. A while ago, he had been using his tracker ability to locate Seong-chul, and the system had shown that he was nearby. But then, when the distance begins to increase rapidly, Min realizes that Seong-chul is on the move. Wondering if he's meeting Ma, Min decides to head out and see for himself. Back at the hotel, Ma marvels at how perfect the Dark Knight profession is for pet projects, but he knows the report should be his first priority. Sitting down, he starts to think about Black Scythe, wondering what the report related to him could possibly be. Assuming the worst, Ma jumps to the conclusion that the protagonist must have assaulted his manager, Seong-chul, and vows revenge. For him, assaulting his manager is like assaulting him, and he affirms that he will break anyone who dares to get in his way. Just then, manager Seong-chul knocks on the door, and Ma lets him in. They greet each other, with Seong-chul saying he's doing well, all thanks to Ma. Ma replies that he's not even on the same map. Seong-chul flatters him further by saying that having him around is motivation enough, which Ma immediately calls out before telling him to sit. Seong-chul continues, congratulating him on his survival, which Ma dismisses, and then desperately congratulates him again on getting a profession, calling it just luck. Seong-chul argues that luck depends on the person, and points out how difficult it is to rank second in the world. He tells Ma that it's an honor to serve him, but Ma directly cuts to the point, calling out Seong-chul for his flattery, and saying that the manager must want something from him. Ma allows him to speak, and Seong-chul hesitates. He asks Ma how he got his class item, to which Ma replies that he got it by hunting monsters. In reality, he had received it from the random rune piece granted to all players at the start of round 1 by the first angel. It was then that he discovered he could enter the Dark Knight profession once he reached level 10. Ma knows he got extremely lucky at the start, but despite that, he understands he can't reveal such sensitive information to his manager, since humans can change sides so easily. He quickly changes the subject, asking Seong-chul who injured him, and whether it was Black Scythe who did it. The manager quickly clears things up and tells Ma that he actually owes Black Scythe. Ma's curiosity peaks as Seong-chul explains the entire situation. He recounts how a group of troublemakers had gone after Arin, nearly costing both of their lives, and how Black Scythe stepped in to save them. He points out that even if Arin could have survived physically, the psychological toll would have been so great that her career would have been over. Realizing that he nearly lost his most loyal man and his business, Ma falls silent for a few minutes. Finally, he asks about the fate of the people who hurt them, wondering if they were killed, but Seong-chul explains that Black Scythe didn't kill them. Despite Ma's protests, the manager clarifies that Black Scythe argued that killing them would be pointless and would only harm everyone's chances of surviving the next round. Seong-chul starts to worry whether those thugs might come back to cause trouble in the future, but he admits that Black Scythe did protect both him and Arin, and in that sense, even CEO Ma is indebted to him. He decides they should compensate the hero, but Seong-chul tells him that Black Scythe had rejected compensation right then and there and simply walked off. Ma instantly realizes that Black Scythe is trying to keep his identity hidden by refusing any compensation, showing just how cautious he is. He tells Seong-chul to send his regards in the next round, and to keep an eye on Black Scythe, helping him out whenever he can, because Ma hates owing anyone. Just as he's about to leave, Ma pauses, turns around, and asks for the names of the people who had attacked them. Outside the hotel, our protagonist takes a moment to assess the situation, feeling satisfied knowing that the manager led him to Kyungrok Ma like a little birdie. He heads out to avoid drawing any attention, though he finds it odd that Ma is hosting people's lives in the same apartment he calls home. As he walks toward his car, he thinks to himself that he has the upper hand, all thanks to his brother distributing rice cakes and unexpectedly running into Arin and the manager. He figures that he can win Ma's trust if he plays his cards right by leveraging the fact that he's his manager's neighbor. However, he remains undecided on whether he should bring Ma to round 20 or not. He then reflects on Ma's rune of the Dark Knight, which, in his eyes, gave him an unfair advantage early in the game, almost like a glitch. He knows that no runes typically come with a profession, but this one does, though it also binds the player to that specific role. For Ma, this means he has to charge a special energy called Dark Mana to use an ability known as Dark Aura. He realizes that the way to acquire this Dark Aura isn't conventional and oddly aligns with Ma's psychopathic tendencies. This makes him question whether keeping Ma as a teammate is the best option. Still, he figures Ma could prove useful, so he decides to keep him in mind as a viable candidate. He knows there are other good candidates out there, one of them being a girl, and decides it's time to get to work the next day. The following day, the scene shifts to a local retail store, where the shop owner sighs, clearly worried about his sales dropping. Just then, his daughter Juri appears and asks why her dad seems down. He explains that Nato is pulling sales from their shop because the government is uncertain about the players and how they'll use their powers. He's concerned about how he'll manage financially, but Juri reassures him that she'll help once she graduates and even considers working a part-time job. Her dad urges her to focus on her studies, insisting she shouldn't worry about their finances. He points out that she has good grades and can get into a good university to become a doctor, but Juri tells him that she gave up on her dream a long time ago, given their current situation. Her father, with tears in his eyes, understands that money is the real issue, and he's deeply worried that Juri will have to survive the upcoming rounds as well. Overcome with emotion, he breaks down, struggling to find an explanation for himself, and starts weeping. But Juri holds his hands gently and tells him not to feel guilty because everything that's happened was unavoidable. She then reveals that she gained a profession during the second round. Before her dad can fully comprehend what she's saying, she uses an ability that casts a green aura around him, leaving him confused. She explains that she gained the profession of buffer, and with it, she can boost anyone's stats by blessing them. For regular people, it feels like an energy boost. Her dad starts to feel better, and Juri assures him that she'll use this ability on him often. He feels a surge of energy and tells her he'll try his best. Just then, Min enters the shop, leaving the owner in shock. Juri asks if her dad knows the guy, and he whispers that Min is the person who won first place in the Nato lottery and wrote the same number for every ticket he bought. Min asks if the owner remembers him and introduces himself as the guy who bought Nato tickets worth 100,000 won last month. The owner is intrigued by this introduction and asks why Min is there. Min explains that he wants to apologize, mentioning that he saw in the news that Nato withdrew their tickets from the store because of his win. He elaborates that he never intended to cause any inconvenience. The owner reassures him that it's not the customer's fault, and adds that Nato pulling their tickets won't make him bankrupt. Despite this, Min pulls out an envelope containing 10 million won and hands it to the shop owner as compensation for any trouble he might have caused. The shop owner is stunned and insists Min doesn't need to pay him, but Min firmly tells him to take the money because he wants him to, before leaving the store. The owner is overwhelmed by the situation and refuses to accept such a large sum. Juri volunteers to run after him and give the envelope back, and her dad agrees. She rushes after him and eventually catches up, calling out his name. However, Min doesn't recognize her. She tells him they're in the same class, but Min claims he isn't good at remembering faces and doesn't know her. In reality, he knows exactly who Juri is. She's the store owner's daughter and has the buffer profession. He recalls the first time he met her and how he discovered they were classmates, which surprised him. He had intentionally made their first meeting during this regression seem like a coincidence so that Juri would join his team without hesitation. Juri asks if they can talk somewhere and Min agrees. The scene shifts to a local park where they're sitting on a bench. Juri hands him back the envelope. Min recognizes the envelope as the one he gave to the shop owner, and Juri explains that they can't accept such a large amount. Min smiles, knowing they wouldn't have taken it because Juri despises owing anyone, even when she's in a difficult situation. Juri urges him to take it, but Min refuses, saying the money was meant as an apology, and his moral compass won't allow him to take it back. Juri repeats that the amount is so large it's uncomfortable to accept, which Min knows all too well. He counters by saying the amount isn't big for him, so there's no need for them to worry. While Juri wonders why Min is being so stubborn, he stands up and begins to walk away. She stops him and negotiates, asking if it would be okay to return 9 million and keep 1 million instead. Min challenges her, asking how she can decide that without the shop owner's approval. Juri reveals that the owner is her father. Min pretends to be surprised and calls it a coincidence. Juri also finds it strange that the Nato winner turned out to be her classmate, and he doesn't recognize her, while she recognized him the moment he walked into the shop. Min again pretends he's not good at remembering faces, and says it's the first time she's talking to him face to face. Juri understands this means he must have heard her name for the first time that day as well. She stands up, walks toward him, and introduces herself again, asking him to remember her face. Min assures her that he will, The girl is then overtaken by the sadness of having to introduce herself to her classmates even though they're about to graduate. Min consoles her, telling her that he'll stay in touch after graduation. After saying this, he asks for her phone number. Juri hesitates at first but eventually types it into his phone. Min suggests they should be friends and then begins to walk away. Just then, Juri realizes she didn't return the envelope and calls out to him. Min simply waves and leaves. She stands there for a moment, then becomes overwhelmed by the fact that he asked for her number. Even though he asked as a friend, Juri can't help but feel a flutter because, in her heart, she has a crush on him. She remembers the time she saw him getting bullied and, feeling a sense of responsibility, called the police. She followed him home, only to see him work at his part-time job like nothing had happened. It was then that she realized how strong of a person he truly was. Since then, her interest in him had grown, but she was too hesitant to talk to him and couldn't even bring herself to approach him. Now she feels she shouldn't hesitate anymore. Fate has brought them together, especially after he gave them 10 million won. Determined, she decides to be brave and plans to invite him to lunch. The scene shifts to our hero sitting in bed at home when he gets a text from Juri asking if he's available for lunch because she has something to talk about. Min tries to pay for the meal, but Juri insists it's on her. He smiles, knowing his plan is working perfectly. Juri doesn't want to feel indebted and is more likely to help him when he needs it. He gets up to get ready, thinking to himself that he'll keep Juri alive until the 20th round this time. As he's about to leave, Won asks where he's headed. Min replies that he's going to meet a friend. Won then asks if the friend is a girl, and Min agrees, telling his brother that he'll be eating out, so Won should have something without him. This leaves Won in a confused, amusing state, thinking his brother is in a relationship. The scene shifts to a restaurant where Min and Juri are having steaks for lunch. Juri still can't believe she's having one-on-one lunch with him and hesitates to speak for a while. Finally, she gathers the courage to ask how he managed to win Natto 4 times in a row. Min casually replies that the numbers were revealed to him in a dream. She then asks how much he earned from the cards, and Min confidently tells her that he doesn't have to worry about money for the rest of his life. Juri remembers something and asks Min how his first round went. Min tells her that he had a hard time catching all the goblins. She gets curious about his player map location, and he mentions that he doesn't remember the exact number, but that the last digit is 5. She laments that her map number ends in 7, so they won't be able to meet in the other world. But Min knows that they will meet when the maps merge once fewer players are left. Juri then asks about his level, to which Min lies, saying he's at level 10. She's ecstatic, revealing that she's level 10 too. When she asks about his profession, he replies that he doesn't have one yet. Juri claims she's been lucky, having gotten the profession of buffer. Min asks her if it works like a game character, although he already knows what it does. Juri explains that her ability is called Bless, and it can raise anyone's stats. She then asks if he wants her to use it on him. Min agrees, and Juri boosts his stats by 50% for 3 hours, leaving him amazed. Min marvels at the results and realizes that once she reaches max level, her ability will upgrade to double the current buff. The reason he wanted her to buff his stats is that he had received a random gold pouch in the previous round, which gives the user gold based on their luck stat. The higher his luck, the more gold he would receive. Min thanks Juri for the buff, and she tells him she can do it for him anytime he wants. Min then asks what she wanted to discuss. Juri explains that her father wanted to send his thanks for the money he had given them and promises to return it when she's able to do so. Min reassures her that she doesn't need to return anything, so she tries to compensate him with an item she got in the previous round. She hands him a purple crystal. After leaving the restaurant, they both wish each other good luck for the next round. Later, Min goes to a local park and opens his inventory. To his surprise, the crystal Juri had given him is a mana crystal, which turns out to be an A-tier item. This was unexpected for him. He judges that the item's description doesn't do it justice, and players will only truly understand its importance when they reach level 20. The crystal allows players to combine it with their weapons, granting them different enhancements. There are 7 types of crystals in the game: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, navy, and purple. Each crystal has a different effect. Red increases damage, orange increases power, yellow boosts luck, green raises speed, blue enhances intelligence, navy reduces incoming damage, and purple, the rarest, increases all stats on a weapon. He feels lucky, and then remembers that his luck stat is boosted by the buff, so he realizes he needs to act fast if he wants to open the random gold pouch. He pulls out a bag of mealworms, planning to crush them to activate his rune of slaughter, which boosts his stats by 1% with every kill. He stomps on the worms repeatedly, watching his stats increase by 100%, which raises his luck stat from 15 to 45. Afterward, he opens his inventory, pulls out the random gold pouch, and uses it, expecting to get anywhere from 3,000 to 6,000 gold. However, he's caught off guard by what he actually receives. The system chimes as Min pulls open the gold pouch reward and freezes for a second, completely floored when he sees a massive 10,000 gold prize sitting inside. He feels genuinely stunned since not once in any of his past lives has he ever raked in that much. Thanks to this, his total now climbs up to around 16,000 gold, which sounds like just enough to snatch up an epic item. One of the pieces he's been eyeing won't pop up for another 2 weeks though, so he figures he might as well sit on the gold for now and wait. Later back at his apartment, Min strolls inside and spots his brother glued to his phone, doom scrolling through TikTok like a professional, when Won immediately clocks him and jumps straight into grilling him about the so-called date. Min is just as surprised and wastes no time shutting that down, insisting there's absolutely nothing romantic going on with the girl. Hoping to steer the conversation somewhere else, he asks if Won's eaten yet, and his brother beams while proudly announcing he demolished some juicy cup ramen. Min tries pushing Won to branch out and finally try something different for once, but his brother stays fiercely loyal to his favorite food, unlike his traitorous ex, and says it's something he's actually been craving for a while now. That ends up stirring up memories of the broke days they both had to tough out before luck finally decided to throw them a bone. As Min sits there thinking about it, he realizes it's been a good while since he last checked on his Bitcoins. Remembering the market might crash any minute, he figures he should just cash them out and use the money to finally grab a driving permit. Later, Min sits down for his online driving test, letting out a long, bored sigh as the whole routine feels painfully familiar after taking it countless times across his past lives. He breezes through the questions without breaking a sweat and wraps everything up in record time before standing up like he's ready to dip. The supervisor watches him go, probably assuming he's just another newbie giving up halfway, but his face freezes completely when the system suddenly announces Min's nearly perfect score. Thanks to everything he's already got burned into his brain, Min ends up landing his license in under 4 days without breaking a sweat. This ends up throwing our boy into a tiny crisis since, after thinking back on all his regressions, he figures he should honestly be some bald old geezer by now. The second he gets his shiny new license, Min doesn't waste even a second before locking his sights on his dream car, a limited edition Lambo so wild it could make even Tate die of jealousy. He asks the salesman how long it'll take to get one, and the man tells him it'll be about a month. Not missing a single beat, Min slaps down the order, and the salesman, looking like he just won the lottery, immediately starts showering him with congratulations. 2 weeks roll by and the big moment finally arrives for Min to dump all his Bitcoin and dodge the crash like a boss. One catches sight of his brother's weird little grin and asks if he somehow just hit the jackpot. Staying cool as ever, Min casually says he sold off all his crypto for a mind-blowing 300 billion, nearly making Juan spit his coffee everywhere in pure shock. He just stares, totally baffled at how their tiny savings skyrocketed to the moon. But for Min, it's honestly just another regular Tuesday. One still remembers warning his brother not to throw all his money into one basket, and honestly can't believe how things actually turned out. Min says he didn't expect it either, and just ended up hitting a personal record by sheer luck. His innocent little brother asks if he's planning to withdraw everything, finally relaxing a bit when Min casually says yes. That tiny bit of peace doesn't last long though, and Juan nearly drops his mug when our hero casually mentions he's thinking about dabbling in stocks next. One immediately starts getting worked up again, clearly doubting whether his brother even knows the first thing about stocks, but Min just tells him to chill and trust the old man in his dream card he's pulling with full confidence again. The gullible younger brother actually falls for it and asks if there's a specific stock Min has in mind, slowly calming himself down while deciding to place his faith in him this one time. While our protagonist totally gets why Juan's freaking out, he also knows those past lives weren't just for show and feels fully confident about the company he's getting ready to bet on. That company happens to be Chunma Consulting Stocks, which already handles a ridiculous total of 900 billion won. Even though it might look like an average company at the moment, Min knows it's going to blow up in a big way once the 4th round starts kicking in, so he doesn't hesitate at all when it comes to throwing everything he's got into it. By pulling this move, he's aiming to grab a big enough chunk of shares to crash those shareholder meetings in the future, and way more importantly, stack up a mountain of money and power while he's at it. Our boy casually yeets his 280 billion straight into those stocks, while his poor brother stands there praying to every god he knows that they don't end up homeless again. With all that sorted out, Min can finally shift his focus back to the item he needs from the quest store. Later that night, waiting in bed for midnight to hit, he decides to hop onto the quest store and browse for some items and skills. Even though most of the stuff available looks painfully ordinary, there are still ways to unlock the real treasures, like keeping an eye on the daily item that pops up in the store. To the average player, the plan might sound dumb, but our boy has lived over a decade and already memorized exactly what the store sells each day, so he slams the confirm button like it owes him money. Out pops today's item, a skullbone necklace that boosts attack speed yet sells for a price way cheaper than its real worth. Min isn't finished just yet though, since he pulls out that dusty discount coupon he got earlier and buys the thing at half price without blinking. Our hero checks his remaining balance and instantly straightens up, not expecting to find nearly 14,000 gold still sitting pretty in his account. He flips into full detective mode, thinking hard about whether to buy armor now or save another 6,000 gold to unlock a completely broken skill later. In the end, he decides the skill is the smarter move. Luck backs him up too, since the next round is nothing but monster farming, so collecting the rest should be easy. Time flies by fast, and when March 1st arrives, every player gets dumped back into the alternate world, still completely clueless about what the divine beings plan to throw at them next. One by one, all the players pop into the dimension and immediately start analyzing the new place they have landed in. The area looks like a village, or rather the ruins of one, since there isn't a single living soul around other than themselves. As they walk around, they notice the village is surrounded by walls like a fort with gates stretching out in all directions. A giant crystal in the center lights up the whole place, leaving the players even more confused about what their mission is supposed to be this round. Leaning against a wall, Min casually observes everything from a distance, not the least bit surprised that the players are already agitated in this weird new environment. On the other H, and Joe actually seems calm at first, but that peace doesn't last once the players start whispering about him. They swap shady rumors about him being a brutal gang boss, and gossip about how he tried to force them to vote for him, even though most of them wanted Black Scythe as their leader, which clearly gets the gangsters' blood boiling. One of the more sensible players tries to calm everyone down by reminding them Joe could just use his power to shut them up, but none of them look scared since they know he can only use it 10 times. Joe finally snaps and starts throwing around insults like confetti, but all it does is add even more fuel to the fire as they pile on and start trash-talking his lousy attitude. Joe shouts at the crowd, trying to sniff out the nosy player who started the smack talk, but nobody steps forward, which just makes him even angrier. A sudden thud snaps him out of his rage as one of the players bows his head and greets the gangster like he's meeting a celebrity. Joe stares at him like he's grown a second head and demands to know who the hell he is. Youngmin happily calls Joe by his full government name and claims he's here to make proper introductions. The thug immediately grills him about whether he's with a gang, but Youngmin denies it and says he's hoping to be part of Joe's crew one day. Spinning the rusty cog in his skull, Joe's brain turns to mush as he struggles to believe the idiotic player standing in front of him actually wants to join a gang. Youngmin blurts out that Joe is his crush and says he would love to join his gang. The gangster tries to understand the situation better, but Youngmin suddenly drops to his knees and declares Joe to be his senpai for life. Joe cracks a twisted smile, not expecting anyone to top his level of crazy, but he finds himself liking how bold Youngmin is. Joe orders the wannabe thug to get up and spit out exactly what he wants, since no sane person would ever suck up to him after what happened last round. Youngmin pumps his chest proudly and declares that the past holds no importance for him and that he truly honors Joe for the king he is. He says he doesn't care what other people yap about and that becoming senpai's lackey is his dream in life. Joe easily takes the bait and agrees to make him an aura-farming gangster that would put Pablo Escobar to shame. Relieved, Youngmin nearly breaks his back with another bow and thanks Joe for his overwhelming generosity. The rest of the players are left shocked seeing Youngmin cozying up to such a brutal person and thinking of him as completely insane, while Min's side eyes the situation, satisfied that history is repeating itself again. In a sudden burst of light, the angel appears floating above the players and calls out to address them. The angel acts surprised as she casually mentions the decreased number of players compared to the end of the last round, which leaves the players confused as they try to make sense of her words. However, the system notification captures their attention instead, as they realize many players are missing. The angel then muses that since it is unlikely for them to attack each other this early on, it must mean they fought in real life instead. One of the players shouts out for everyone to look at the number of winners for this round, causing chaos to erupt as the system states that only a quarter of the players will progress, and one even dares to call this an error. The angel bursts into laughter at the hilarious response and reassures everyone that there is no such mistake made by her. She reminds them of the rules that the number of players will be halved each round as the players look dumbfounded. Since no one was hurt in the previous round, the angel considers it only fair that 3/4 of the players will be turned to dust. The crowd tries to protest, but the angel casually cuts them off and tells them to just do their best. The angel then explains that in the third round, monsters will spawn at all 4 gates and will target the large shiny stone in the middle of the village in 5 waves of attack. The angel emphasizes that cooperation is a must as they need to protect the artifact for 3 hours, otherwise the consequences will be severe. However, it does not matter if they fail to save the stone, as their ranking is based on the total number of monsters they slay. She keeps on chatting that even though there will be huge hordes of monsters, they will be nerfed down so the players have a fighting chance, but their drops will be nerfed as well. Joe is practically itching with excitement since he gets to destroy monsters to his heart's content, and to sweeten it further, he also has the command role. Almost like hearing his thoughts, the angel claps her hand and addresses the zone representative that Joe can use his authority in this round. At the same time, she satisfies all the curious glances thrown her way as she drops the bomb on what actually happens when the zone representative gets wiped out. An eerie smile slowly stretches across her face as she explains that if the leader ends up dying from a monster attack, the authority itself gets erased from existence, but if a player is the one who kills him, then that player takes his place as the new representative and also gains full command powers. Everyone immediately starts eyeballing Joe like he is the last cookie left in a jar, while the angel casually announces that the monsters will arrive in 10 minutes. Flashing a nasty grin, she throws in a suggestion for the players to be good buddies with each other before she vanishes into thin air. Understandably, Joe cannot help but curse at the sky with his foul mouth, but he quickly shuts up the moment he hears the unmistakable sound of blades being drawn around him. The gangster immediately summons his own dagger and dares the chumps to come at him if they think they can. The players start taunting him and get ready to pounce, completely blinded by the greedy dream of snatching his power. However, Min seems to have other ideas as he casually steps out from the crowd with not a single player daring to move a muscle. Joe demands to know what Black Scythe thinks he is doing, but our boy calmly reassures him that he is just there to have a little chat. Mr. Documentary tries his best to act like he is not rattled by our hero and demands to know what he is planning, but Min smoothly cuts him off as he casually brings up a trade offer. Spotting that Joe has gotten himself stuck between a rock and a hard place, Min swings his scythe lazily over his shoulder and throws out an offer to protect the gangster. Joe can only stare at him in confusion while Min calmly repeats his offer to protect him from the other players, and the crowd looks on in shock and disbelief at the idea they might have to throw hands with Black Scythe. The other players immediately start whispering among themselves about their survival chances, while Joe struggles to believe that our boy's name carries that much weight and actually considers taking the deal. Using his non-existent brain for once, he realizes there has to be a catch and decides to confront Min about it. Our protagonist casually lays it out that in exchange, Joe will have to obey his every single command without a shred of complaint. Joe stands there baffled at how even though he is the zone representative, Min is basically asking him to hand over the reins and play the role of a good little puppy. The gangster questions the reason behind such a ridiculous demand, but our boy stays completely silent. Joe tries to dig deeper, but Min refuses to budge even an inch and simply tells him to submit to him already. The gangster's anger starts to boil as he seriously considers rejecting the offer, but the fear of getting folded like laundry by our boy's deadly scythe creeps into his mind. Min snaps him out of it and reminds him to make a decision quickly since the other players are getting tired of waiting. A single bead of sweat rolls down Joe's face as he finally spits out his answer and rejects the generous offer like a complete idiot. But our hero already figured that Joe's gigantic ego would never in a million years let him accept such a deal. All the others waste no time in mocking his terrible decision-making skills and how he is way too proud to fall in second behind someone else. The challengers raise their weapons, eager to teach the gangster a painful lesson, while Min feels pleased that everything stays exactly the same and decides to stir the pot just a little more. Locking eyes with him, Min coolly announces that since Joe clearly does not want his help, the others are free to do whatever they like with him. Our hero turns around and walks away as he coldly declares that the gangster's survival will have absolutely no meaning, while the other players eagerly start closing in with their weapons drawn, hungry to tear Joe apart. Mr. Documentary grips his dagger tightly and starts to seriously wonder if he made the right call. Before things have the chance to get truly ugly, Joe is unexpectedly saved by the system, which alerts them that the stampede is about to kick off, sending everyone scrambling to battle positions around the crystal. Joe realizes he cannot afford to fight while a bunch of players are thirsting for his blood, and anyway, this is not supposed to be a team mission in the first place. The gangster catches sight of Min walking toward a secluded area and, feeling curious, decides to follow him. He quietly stalks our boy and wonders whether he plans to take on the incoming monsters all by himself, but the brief silence does not last long as loud, bloodthirsty growls suddenly fill the air and send a wave of dread through the players. The system casually drops the bomb that they will be facing off against 10,000 goblins, chilling everyone right down to their bones. The gangster immediately bolts for high ground but cannot help feeling confused at how Black Scythe remains so ridiculously calm. Taking a closer look at the situation, Joe notices that even though the gates only have a small opening, a scary number of goblins can still squeeze through together, which would make even an experienced player sweat bullets. Watching from a balcony, Joe smugly convinces himself that Min must be full of hot air and will probably end up running away like a coward. Bloodthirsty goblins soon start pouring through the gates, but our boy stands ready as he slices through them like butter and tears down goblin after goblin without missing a beat. Not giving them a break, Min rushes in, zapping past the goblins as he turns them to mincemeat. Joe watches the scene unfold in disbelief, struggling to wrap his head around how overpowered our boy is. The goblins try to surround him to gain an advantage but fail miserably as they cannot dodge his deadly area-wide attacks, while Joe wonders if this strength can be unlocked after leveling up. Getting frustrated, the gangster decides to stop hiding like a wuss and start killing monsters to level up. Since all the players are occupied with the monsters, Joe decides to take advantage of the chaos and farm some free points. The participants are busy protecting the giant artifact as they take down goblins one after another, while Joe sneaks in and joins the fight. The thug spots some goblins, locks in immediately, and starts destroying the weak monsters. Joe smiles with a nasty expression, able to anticipate the incoming monster attacks with his rune, but his moment of confidence is short-lived as an arrow shoots past his face and nicks his ear. The gangster immediately loses it as he tries to find the source, but he cannot seem to spot any archer goblins. The thug realizes he is being targeted by a player, and his anger grows sky-high as he relishes the thought of squeezing the life out of that coward. But before Joe can take another step, he feels something stab into the side of his body as one of the players slides a weapon into his gut. The NPC starts to celebrate, but the musclehead begins to pull the spear out like a Chad, much to the player's surprise, and starts to shoot out insults. The player panics, but it is too late as Joe returns the favor with his own blade. As he starts going ham with his tiny sword, another arrow flies past his face. Spotting the cowardly archer, Joe wastes no time and takes aim with the spear he pulled out. The player tries to shoot again, but a quick spear to the head stops him in his tracks. Joe holds his injured side, pissed off at his carelessness and cursed title. Mr. Documentary is desperate to get rid of his title and regrets rejecting the deal Min offered before, but decides a real man like him values his pride more and serves nobody like a little dog. So he scans his surroundings, desperate for a way to escape the relentless players and hunt safely. An opportunity presents itself in the form of the third strongest player as he spots Blackbeard Dragon destroying the goblins. A nasty smile spreads across Joe's face as he approaches Black Dragon, activates his authority powers on him, and orders him to be Mr. President's personal bodyguard. Meanwhile, Min is gobbling up experience points as he continues to eradicate the goblins without even breaking a sweat. Our protagonist opens his inventory and is pleasantly surprised to find he has already collected his desired amount. The grind doesn't stop there, and he decides to gather another 2,000 gold just for fun. Min has a big brain moment as he realizes he can buy 2 skills and obtain the Rune of Thoughts earlier than expected. The goblins try to sneak up on Black Scythe while he is distracted, but they cannot catch our boy lacking as he makes short work of them with a quick swipe of his scythe. The other goblins hesitate to step further after watching their friends get massacred, but Min is not done yet as he taunts the monsters for being weak and rushes towards them instead. After that, a beam of light suddenly illuminates the night sky, distracting the players from their ongoing fights. One by one, the goblins start to glow and slowly vanish into thin air. The remaining players begin celebrating their win in the first wave, although they are completely wasted to continue fighting. Min realizes that nearly 1,000 players died and rethinks how dangerous weakened goblins actually are. Our boy searches among the survivors, spotting Joe, and is surprised that he managed to survive, but he might not be so lucky in the next round. The gangster is pissed off that instead of fighting the monsters, the players decided to target him instead, as one of them tries to sneak up on him. The NPC lunges forward to attack but is struck down by the brainwashed Black Dragon and young Min. Joe is relieved he managed to survive because of these 2 pawns protecting his sorry self. Young Min expresses his worries over his senior's wound, but Joe is more intrigued by the fact that he did not even have to use his mind control powers over this fool. He groans in pain as he clutches his wound tightly in a desperate attempt to stop the bleeding and wonders if he will even survive the upcoming round. He grits his teeth and tries to motivate himself to survive out of spite so he can stick it to all those people who doubted him. A sudden siren alerts all the players and informs them that the next round is about to start, and will include hobgoblins as well. The second wave of monsters rushes in without a moment's notice while Min stands there farming aura, getting ready to rack up some free EXP. Our boy unpauses the goblin genocide and resumes swinging his deadly scythe, taking out a bunch of goblins like it's child's play. Soon after, the system notification informs our boy that he has reached level 20. His rank upgrades to regular, filling him with satisfaction now that he has unlocked crafting that allows him to combine skills and fuse all his trash to make some high-quality gear. Furthermore, the system rewards him with a new skill and upgrades his previous one, Seal of Death, which satisfies Min as his skill set pairs well with his runes. The brain-dead goblins try to attack our boy again but instantly get caught in total darkness as Min activates his newly acquired skill, Night of Death. Black Scythe flashes past the blind goblins with ease, sending them to permanent sleep one by one. The darkness melts everything in its path and leaves behind a mountain of monster bodies while the system notification pops up to announce that the second wave is over. Our protagonist drops his scythe with a thud and decides it is time to use the quest shop to grab a new skill. He scrolls through the store for a bit and eventually picks Sixth Sense, which lets him sense anything within 100 feet of him. Min activates the skill and only picks up the dead goblins around him, which reminds him that he still needs to gather another 20,000 gold. The third wave kicks off with Min slaying goblins like usual, while Black Dragon continues running around under Joe's mind control. After the third wave wraps up, the players find themselves facing gnolls in the fourth attack. Joe makes full use of his mind control powers and shamelessly uses his fellow humans as meat shields to save his own skin. After a long and brutal fight, the system notification dings again to signal the end of the 4th round. Joe barely stays standing with sweat pouring down his face as he wonders just how deep in a hole he has managed to dig himself. The gangster has already burned through all 10 charges of his power and convinces himself that he is safe for now as long as his brainwashed players stay alive. The system announces that the final wave is about to begin, and the players will have to take on almost 11,000 big boys, which makes them freeze up in pure shock. Fast forwarding into the madness, the players and monsters are busy stabbing each other while Joe desperately tries to take advantage of the walking bags of experience and finally snatch the #1 spot. His little delusional fantasy ends when he spins his head around and sees 2 of his henchmen get skewered. A few players who are still hungry for the representative spot charge at Joe, hell-bent on putting him out of commission. He panics and shoves 2 of the brainwashed players in front of him while shouting at them to do their job right and cursing the cowards for coming after him when the round is almost over. A few well-placed arrows take the zombies down, and the players move in with weapons raised, so he panics harder and decides to bail out of there to survive and fight another day. The players chase after him, refusing to let the thug slip away while Joe runs as fast as his legs will carry him. At one of the gates, Mr. Documentary spots our hero who catches his breath from the chaos. The gangster runs to him in a desperate move and begs to serve under him if it means getting protection. Min stays silent, and when Joe repeats himself, Min shoots him a death glare and refuses without a second thought. Joe's face turns pale as Min reminds him that rejecting his offer once means there is no next time, then walks away without hesitation. Joe tries to follow, not understanding the situation, but Min coldly says he has no use for someone who has already used all his commands. Joe curses himself for not accepting the offer when he had the chance, and knows there is no way out now. The players quickly notice he has no protection anymore, and Joe flinches in fear. Mr. Documentary watches with dread as the players roast him by saying his life will be a documentary from now on. Thinking all hope is lost, Joe braces himself as the players close in to end his misery, but a voice suddenly calls out to him. Youngman shows up offering support for his seniors. Joe feels surprised to see him there and lowers his guard for a moment, only for his junior to fold him with a brutal right uppercut. The blow sends Joe crashing to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Clutching his broken jaw in agony, he watches Youngmin grin like a devil and warn him to say his prayers. The gangster tries to spit out an insult, but Youngmin silences him with another punch. The junior pins him down and keeps pounding the life out of him with hit after hit. Mr. Documentary stares at his underling in horror, unable to speak through his shattered face as his miserable life flashes before his eyes. Youngmin rises with a menacing aura and stomps on Joe, ending his subscription to life for good. He bursts into laughter as the system declares him the new zone leader and immediately starts dreaming about all the fun he plans to have with his celebrity crush. Looking down at the failure of a senpai, the thug thanks Joe for handing him new powers and blames him for this disaster, saying none of it would have happened if Joe had not been such a coward. After that, the new leader faces the crowd and acts like everything went exactly how he planned, which leaves the players completely mind-boggled. Everyone feels disgusted and shocked at the same time that a guy would stoop so low, sucking up to the gangster only to betray him at the very end. The players quickly grow angry that a backstabber like him will be their new leader and decide to get rid of him right away. Youngmin expects this though and bolts straight toward our protagonist. As Min turns to look at him, Youngmin excitedly shouts that he holds the command now. Min looks completely uninterested, so the thug repeats the same offer he once made to Joe and insists he will do whatever Min wants. Youngmin has a big brain moment thinking that Min rejected Joe because he had already burned through his powers, but he believes that is not the case for him, so there should be no reason to turn him away. Our boy bluntly tells the thug that his face is ugly, and says he might spare his annoying butt if he gets down on his knees. The gangster stares in confusion, wondering why he is still being treated like trash, but Min calmly reminds the snake that he is the one who needs him. Our boy orders him to kneel again, which seriously ticks him off. But one glance at the angry mob ready to tear him apart makes him swallow his pride and drop down in an instant. The thug be Daddy Black Scythe to show mercy and save a weakling like him while Min watches, barely interested, since he remembers all the times he humiliated Youngmin like this before. Still, he admits that even a steaming pile of trash like him might have some use. Black Scythe agrees to take him under his wing while Youngmin spams the bow emote and thanks his master for showing mercy. Min tells the thug to knock it off and walks toward the crowd, standing right in front of his new lackey. The players immediately start sweating bullets, scared of going toe-to-toe with our hero. One of them suggests rushing him together but quickly takes it back when his friend reminds him about the Goblin Massacre. The players huddle up and start brainstorming ideas while Min throws one out himself, saying they can either be good little boys and scatter or stay and eat his blade. He advises them to take the first option since he might forget the difference between humans and monsters if they don't. The threat makes all the players flinch hard, and they retreat one by one, not willing to throw their lives away for nothing. The thug watches in awe at how powerful our hero's presence is, and feels relieved he switched teams, even if their start was rocky. Our boy looks around and figures out the 5th round is about to end peacefully since all the monsters are almost wiped out. Wanting to spice things up, Min flashes a cheeky grin and calls out to his new underling. Yongmin stands at attention, ready for orders, and Min tells him to follow exactly what he says without a single word of complaint. Our boy casually announces that he uses all 10 of his commands and orders everyone to smash the large shiny stone. The brain-dead guy stupidly asks what the artifact even is before it hits him, that the angel warned them things would get really bad if anything happened to it. But the gangster worries more about why he has to use all 10 of his commands and demands an explanation. He begs Min to spare at least one, but our boy stands firm on his decision. Yongmin agrees to follow his master's will while Min adds that he will choose the names himself. Black Scythe calls out the list of players, and Yongmin does a double take as he spots a pattern. Most of the names belong to his own buddies, making him wonder if this is some kind of sick joke. His so-called friends ask if he really plans to go through with it, but the thug just throws out a fake apology and claims it is nothing personal. Yongmin activates his mind control powers and orders the players to attack the artifact. This is when chaos breaks loose as the system warns all remaining players that their lifeline is now under threat. The zombies start hammering their weapons into the artifact while the survivors shout and plead for them to stop. They sprint toward the crystal, desperate to snap the victims out of it. When words fail, they turn to violence, but it is already too late as the giant crystal shatters into pieces. The crowd immediately spirals into panic when the system announces that their punishment for failing to protect the artifact has begun. A divine punisher will descend and rain hell down on them while they scramble around like mice for half an hour. Min stands still with an evil smile since the system has unlocked the hidden quest and put up a 3,000 gold reward for completing it. A hidden quest and a side quest suddenly appear, prompting the players to survive the deliverer of punishment for 30 minutes. Afterward, they will be rewarded with 3,000 gold, a better payout than the 2,000 gold they would have earned for protecting the artifact. Everyone celebrates, but Min, knowing better, realizes that destroying the artifact comes with its own cost. The stats of the players who attacked the artifact decrease by 50%, making them understandably furious with the map representative. At that moment, the artifact penalizes Yongmin by permanently reducing his stats by 50%, which Min considers a death sentence. Our protagonist decides to open the store and buy some basic items with the remaining gold he has to boost his stats for the upcoming challenge of defeating the deliverer. He uses craft combinations, first combining a necklace with the purple crystal to increase all his stats by 1 point. Next, he combines his armor with the navy crystal to reduce incoming damage by 1 point, and then pairs his scythe with an orange crystal to enhance its power by 2 stat points, knowing he'll need every bit of help he can get. Suddenly, a whirring sound fills the air as everyone braces themselves, preparing to face the deliverer of divine punishment. It's a tough task, as Min already knows from his previous game where only 500 players survived. Surviving the deliverer is so difficult that it typically requires 5 level 40 players to take him down. But Min is determined to handle the challenge alone, aiming to claim the rewards for himself. As the sky splits open and golden light pours out, Min remains confident. He knows he can succeed because he holds the title of the first angel killer, which doubles his stats against any opponent of the Holy Order, including the Divine Punisher who now stands before them. The Deliverer descends to the ground, and people initially underestimate him due to his size, thinking avoiding him will be a simple task. As the bells on his staff softly chime, the Deliverer takes a few steps forward, raises his staff to the sky, and slams it down on the ground, instantly creating an expanding force field around him called the Restriction Field. The dome-like field spreads outward, trapping many players inside, and as soon as they're caught, their stats decrease by 50%. The hero estimates that at least 300 players are now trapped, doomed by their fate, as the Deliverer begins his attack. With a majestic aura of blue light, millions of arrows of light shoot out from the Deliverer's staff in all directions, annihilating everything and everyone in their path. The players try to flee, but they're unable to avoid the arrows while stuck in the restriction field, just as Min had predicted. He sees his opening, dashes behind the Deliverer, and waits for the field to dissipate. Once it does, he charges forward without worrying about being heard, knowing the Deliverer doesn't have ears. He closes the gap, gets within 16 feet of the level boss, and places a seal of death on him. But it's too late. The Deliverer turns around, but Min's scythe pierces his eye and he quickly retreats to safety. The seal of death informs him that the Deliverer is now down to 60% health after just one strike. As predicted, the Deliverer activates his restriction field again to trap Black Scythe, but Min is nowhere near. The field lowers, and Min doesn't waste a second. He charges at the Deliverer again, aiming for his other eye. The Deliverer growls in agony and enables his field once more, trapping Min inside. But it doesn't faze him. He knows the boss isn't blind and has the accuracy of a stormtrooper. The Deliverer tries to kill the hero by launching arrows in all directions, but it quickly becomes a futile effort once Min activates his Night of Death ability, which absorbs all the arrows. Since light can't escape darkness, The arrows are consumed without a trace. Black Scythe then takes a massive leap forward, swinging his scythe with deadly precision to finish the job. With a swift slash of his scythe, Min takes off one of the Deliverer's wings. The Deliverer tries to retaliate, but the protagonist dodges the attack and chops off the other wing, reducing the Deliverer's health to just 10%. However, instead of finishing the job right away, Min backs off when the Deliverer activates his ability, the Last Glorious Storm, which grants temporary invincibility. If Min had gone for the head, the Deliverer would have survived and fled, making it a gamble to finish the fight. During his invincibility, the Deliverer launches a desperate barrage of attacks, hoping to wipe out Black Scythe. Min, however, watches the spectacle with amusement from a distance. Once the invincibility fades, Min wastes no time. With a single clean swing, he sends the Deliverer's head flying. His level spikes, and he earns a substantial amount of gold from the achievement, becoming the first player to kill the Deliverer of Divine Punishment. In addition, he unlocks the title, The One Who Goes Against Divine Punishment, which reduces incoming damage by 80% when facing enemies from the Holy Order. He also gains a condensed ether and the Rune of the Glorious Storm. The ether can be used to craft divine-level items, while the rune enhances divine-level skill effects and boosts intelligence depending on the player's rank. For completing the side quest, every player is rewarded with 3,000 gold, leaving them relieved and happy. As they whisper among themselves, unease lingers over Black Scythe's overwhelming strength. Even the angel seems impressed and is eager to interview him. She asks him why he chose to kill the Deliverer of Divine Punishment when all he had to do was survive to be rewarded. He answers that he doesn't like seeing people die, surprising everyone as they realize the hero actually has a moral compass. The angel, puzzled, wonders how humans can so easily switch between killing and protecting one another, while the hero smirks, knowing the narcissistic angels wouldn't understand compassion. The angel then reminds the players that their lives still depend on their ranks and displays the results. Once again, our hero, Black Scythe, takes first place on both maps, having killed 3,600 monsters alone and reached level 30, all thanks to an experience buff. He receives a unique reward box and a mid-tier rare ring ticket for taking first place. For the ring ticket, he chooses the Ring of Resistance, knowing that, despite its seemingly weak description, it helps resist status effects that could kill a player. For the unique reward, he opts for gold, because he knows the next round won't be about killing monsters. The angel announces that the top 1,225 players will survive the round, sending the lower-ranking players into a panic as they scramble to negotiate their way out, but to no avail. Anyone ranked below the limit disappears forever, and the remaining players are returned to the real world. The scene shifts to Erin, who wakes up in her room, relieved not only that she survived the round, but also that she gained the profession of summoner, allowing her to summon fairies that cast shields for protection. It was the fairies' protection and Seongcheol's distraction of the monsters that helped her not only survive, but also rank third on the local map. She receives a purple crystal for her third-place finish and wonders if Black Scythe would appreciate it as a gift. Meanwhile, at Youngmin's place, he throws a tantrum, breaking the table lamp and cursing the protagonist for permanently decreasing his stats. He regrets giving orders to his friends to break the artifact when suddenly his phone rings, and upon seeing the caller, he realizes he's done for. He picks up the phone, and Seonghwan's voice instantly screams at him from the other side for using his command right and controlling his own friends. Youngmin tries to justify his actions, telling him that Black Scythe would have killed him if he didn't comply, but Seonghwan simply retorts that he should have died instead of dragging his friends into death with him. Youngmin attempts to negotiate, mentioning how his stats were permanently halved, but Seonghwan shouts back that it doesn't justify controlling his friends and that the problem wouldn't have happened if he hadn't gotten greedy and become the representative in the first place. Seonghwan calls him a traitor. Before Youngmin can get another word in, Seonghwan tells him not to ever talk to him again and never try to approach him in the other world, or he might kill him. Almost bursting with anger, Youngmin still calls himself the victim and tries to phone his other friends to help him kill Seonghwan, but no one answers. In a fit of rage, he throws his phone on the bed, muttering that he doesn't need his friends because life is a one-man struggle. He clenches his teeth, seething with anger at Seonghwan's death threat, and vows to kill him and everyone else if he ever gets the chance. The scene shifts to the hotel where manager Seongcheol reports to Ma about the last round. Both of them remark that the round was a little difficult, but Seongcheol points out that the monsters being weakened did make things a bit easier. Ma asks about his level and profession, and Seongcheol replies that he's a level 11 knight, while Erin is at the same level and a summoner by profession. Ma seems surprised by this, and Seongcheol explains that Erin summoned a fairy, which cast shields on them for protection, and allowed them to hunt monsters safely. Out of nowhere, Ma advises Seongcheol to get close to Erin and even date her if he wishes, a suggestion that makes him uncomfortable. Ma explains that it will be easier to find out Erin's weaknesses by becoming close to her, and he finds Seongcheol's dumbfounded expression amusing. He adds that Seongcheol can reject the proposal if he wants to, Seong-chul responds by saying the actress wouldn't be interested in him, since she never speaks to him casually. Ma then cuts to the point and asks what else Seong-chul had to report. The manager apologizes for not being able to extend his thanks to Black Scythe or offer any help in any way. He explains how the hero defeated the deliverer of divine punishment almost instantly, as if he knew exactly what its weaknesses were, and that Black Scythe doesn't seem to need any help at all. Ma realizes that he's severely underestimated Black Scythe and feels ashamed of having thought himself superior just because of the rune of the Dark Knight. He now has a strong desire to meet the hero in person and excuses the manager for failing to carry out his task. After that, he asks if the manager has tracked down the thugs that assaulted them, to which the manager confirms. He tells Ma that the first person's name is Yongmin Huang, and while there are many people with that name across the country, they're left with 5 suspects if they assume the perpetrator lives in Seoul. The manager further explains that the exact location will be triangulated in about a month, which gives them time until the end of the 4th round. Moving on, Ma asks how much gold Seong-chul has saved, and the manager replies with 10,000. Ma tells him that it's only half the amount they need to buy the skill tracker in the game store. At that moment, the manager remembers something important and informs Ma that they have a stakeholder who bought a major share in their company, Chunma Consulting Group. Upon hearing that the person had bought 31% of the shares, Ma becomes speechless, realizing that this amounts to 280 million won. Ma wonders who could own so much money and starts considering the possibilities. He thinks it could either be a secret rich businessman or one of his brothers scheming against him, because logically, anyone who buys 1/3 of the shares must have done so to influence the company's decisions. Now worried, Ma asks his manager for the contact information of this investor. Meanwhile, back at the hero's apartment, Min lies in bed, waiting for a call from the company, when suddenly, one slams the door open and asks what his brother's level is. Apparently, kids have been bragging about their siblings having high levels at school and teasing him because a kid's brother has a level of 11 and a profession. Min assures him that his level is higher, but doesn't reveal his real level to conceal his identity. He tells Won that his level is 12 but decides to gatekeep his profession, calling it a secret, and shoos him away. Just then, the hero gets a call from Kyungrok Ma, the CEO of the company himself. Min decides to play it cool and reveal nothing of his true nature. He asks why he's been called, and Ma tells him that he wants to meet the biggest investor in his company in person over a meal. He asks if Friday works, but since the hero has a quest on that day, they settle on Saturday. As the hero had suspected, Ma's massive investment in the company was meant to impress his father and had gotten his attention. The hero starts making plans to acquire the Rune of Thoughts before his meeting with Ma. The hero remembers that there are various ways to acquire a rune, either by visiting specific locations in different rounds, completing quests, or defeating boss monsters. Occasionally, even normal monsters can drop them. However, it's extremely rare to find a rune in the real world, as it requires very specific conditions. He recalls this as he enters an abandoned warehouse and waits for someone named Sukyun Jang. Jang's nickname happens to be the same as his real name, something the hero remembers clearly. He was the criminal who kidnapped his brother in a previous regression, seeking critical information about future events. Jang knew the hero was a time traveler because he had obtained the Rune of Thoughts and could read both Min's and his brother's minds. Since that incident, Min has made it a point to take revenge on Jang in every subsequent regression. Although the hero claims not to hold a grudge against him anymore, he still heads to the warehouse, intending to acquire the Rune of Thoughts before Jang does. To conceal his identity, he puts on a mask. Suddenly the door slams open, and Jang walks in, carrying a lady over his shoulder. Without hesitation, he throws her onto the ground, mercilessly ripping the tape from her mouth. He warns her not to scream, but as soon as her mouth is free, she immediately yells for help. The thug is visibly irritated and tells her not to waste her time with typical pleas like asking for mercy, claiming she has a kid, or negotiating money for freedom. However, the woman surprises him by asking for forgiveness, which leaves him momentarily confused. Jang frowns and asks why she's apologizing, and she nervously explains that the previous night she had stared at him, which made him angry. The thug, being the jerk that he is, scoffs and demands to know why she did something she now regrets. He tells her it ruined his mood. The thug then recalls the events from 2 days ago. He had been wandering the streets looking for a victim when he spotted a woman he found attractive. Quietly, he followed her from a distance, waiting for the right moment. When she entered an alleyway and was alone, he seized the opportunity, jumping in front of her and activating an ability that made his body glow like a solar flare, reminiscent of something from Dragon Ball. The woman, temporarily blinded by the intense light, couldn't see anything, leaving her vulnerable. The thug savored the power he had over her, thrilled by the fact that he could do whatever he wanted and get away with it. He couldn't help but reflect on how worthless his life used to be, with nothing interesting to fill his days. But after acquiring the Rune of Radiance, he could temporarily blind others, giving him control to exploit them as he pleased. In another incident, the thug walks into a coffee shop, his eyes immediately locking onto the pretty barista behind the counter. He orders an iced Americano, and she tells him it will be 5,001. After paying, he casually asks where the usual part-time worker is, explaining that he's a regular customer. She responds that all the part-timers have quit because of the dangerous nature of the world now, with the constant risk of dying during any game round. Curious, he asks if she's the boss, and she confirms. Then, without missing a beat, he asks her age, commenting that she looks young. She tells him she's 32, which he dismisses as a good thing because she's not a player. However, in reality, he's aware that she's vulnerable due to the lack of abilities. Then, without any hesitation, he asks for her number, bluntly admitting that he likes her. This catches her off guard, and she stands there awkwardly, unsure how to respond. The thug, misreading the situation entirely, interprets her silence as an insult. He accuses her of thinking he's ugly, and uses this as an excuse to demand a refund. He snatches his money back and storms out of the shop, grinding his teeth in frustration. As he leaves, he mutters to himself about how it's always the pretty people who judge others, unaware of how perverted his approach had been. Determined to get his revenge, he decides to ambush her later, planning to catch her off guard in an alleyway. In the warehouse, the woman pleads for forgiveness, vowing never to judge anyone again, but the thug remains unsatisfied with her answer. Zhang shoves her back onto the floor and grabs her wrists, telling her she doesn't sound sincere, so she'll have to face the consequences. She fights to break free, but he tells her to stay still while he continues his attempt to humiliate her. Suddenly, the hero shouts from behind, ordering the thug to stop, which sends a wave of fear through Zhang. Thinking it's a detective, Zhang demands to know who's there, only to be shocked by the sight of a figure standing tall with a massive scythe in hand, his face hidden behind a white mask. The hero calls him an idiot and tells the woman to run while she still can. Zhang attempts to threaten her, but the protagonist is faster, lunging forward and slamming the handle of his scythe into the thug's groin, instantly paralyzing him with excruciating pain. Min tells the woman to leave, and once she's gone, he turns to the thug and coldly states that the real game has just begun. The thug starts cursing at Min and tries putting on a tough act, but the hero just finds the whole thing amusing. He comes at the masked hero with repeated dagger thrusts, trying to land a hit, but Min easily dodges every single attempt without breaking a sweat. Clearly unimpressed, Min mocks him for still clinging to a goblin's dagger and without hesitation, slices his hand clean off. The thug flinches and shakes in pain, but Min leans in and casually asks if it hurts, letting him know this is only the beginning. When the hero swiftly takes care of his other arm, Zhang finally understands that death is coming for him. Desperate to survive, he tries to use his radiance ability to blind the masked hero and make a run for it, but to his shock, it doesn't do a thing. Turns out Min had already activated his Night of Death ability in advance, snuffing out every trace of light in the area before the thug even realized what was coming. Without wasting a second, he swoops in through the darkness and takes out both of the thug's ankles with one clean slash, forcing another loud cry of pain as the thug curses and collapses, then demands to know why the masked hero is putting him through all this. Min doesn't bother with a long answer, and instead drives his blade into the side of the thug's thigh, casually throwing back a rhetorical question about why people use pesticides in the first place. Without giving him time to think, Min sinks the blade into his other thigh and calmly explains that pests like him tend to cause problems when they're left alone, then follows it up by hacking at him from both sides in a brutal series of slashes, clearly aiming to break whatever spirit the thug has left. Barely able to speak, the thug starts questioning why he's being treated so cruelly, and wonders aloud if the masked protagonist is holding some kind of grudge against him. The pain keeps building until it's too much for him to take, and in a desperate move, he tries to end it all by biting off his own tongue. Min catches on quickly and shuts that down right away, letting him know there's no chance he's dying easily, then continues stabbing him with even more force, making it clear the punishment is far from over. Zhang begs the hero to just end his life, but Min only scoffs at the request and asks if he even understands why he's being tortured like this. And when Zhang admits he doesn't, Min tells him they've crossed paths before and even calls him out by name. That's when Zhang starts assuming the protagonist must be related to the woman, but Min immediately shuts that down without hesitation. Min then begins to explain that Yang had once kidnapped his younger brother in return for some vital piece of information, though Zhang tries to deny any involvement. Before he can even finish, the masked protagonist cuts him off and clarifies that the event hadn't happened yet, that it takes place in the future, and Zhang would have successfully gotten the Rune of Thoughts if Min hadn't stepped in when he did. Still lost in confusion, the thug struggles to process what's happening, but Min doesn't stop and tells him that the rune can only be activated by hearing the voice of honesty from another person. So if Zhang had gone through with violating the woman, her cries and genuine pleas for mercy would have fulfilled the condition, allowing him to gain the Rune of Thoughts and go on to commit even more vile acts using its power. Min adds that he confirmed everything across his many regressions and says the thug fully deserves to die after racking up 12 offenses, each worse than the last. Hearing this, The thug begs once more to be killed, but the hero refuses and instead jams the handle of his scythe straight into Jang's mouth to shut him up, then calmly explains that he had been stalling on purpose, waiting for him to die naturally while he rambled on. Now gagged and unable to speak, Jang desperately wishes in his mind for Min to kill him, just to put an end to the unbearable pain, and he starts to wonder why the hero is even gagging him when the Rune of Thoughts requires genuine honesty from someone to activate. If that's the case, then what's the point of keeping him silent? But Min casually responds to the thought, revealing that the rune already activated the moment Yang pleaded for death from the bottom of his heart. It's revealed that the Rune of Thoughts only works within a 30-meter range, allowing the user to hear the target's truest inner voice. Min tells Jang he mainly wanted to test if the rune actually worked, and now that it has, he's satisfied. But when Jang pleads for death yet again, the hero denies the request once more, saying it's only fair that someone who's hurt so many people should get a taste of what real suffering feels like. Eventually, the thug breathes his last, and our hero calmly activates an ability known as Trace Erase, wiping out every shred of forensic evidence from the scene, including the corpse itself. Min takes a moment to admire how thorough the cleanup really is and feels pretty satisfied knowing he's finally secured the Rune of Thoughts. So now he sets his sights on meeting Kyungrak Ma the following day. Back at the apartment, our boy gets all suited up while his brother teases him and asks who the lucky girl is. One keeps poking at him, but Min explains he has a serious business meeting to attend. That makes Wan's anxiety spike since he starts thinking about what if the business fails and they end up homeless again. Our hero gives his innocent brother a warm smile once he sees that it all comes from worry. Min flashes a confident grin and promises to spill all the juicy details if things go well. He asks if his brother doubts his skills, which gets Wan a little riled up, but Min cools him down and tells him to be a good boy and stay inside. One gets chills as he remembers the messed up players abusing power in real life, and that some thugs even broke out of prison. Our protagonist confirms his suspicion that the system does not care whether players are criminals or not. He figures it makes no sense for things to stay normal forever, and recalls how in past lives the players tried to enslave regular humans and take over the world. Black Scythe makes up his mind not to let history repeat itself, and decides to lock in. Before heading out, Min tells his sweet brother to stay safe, but One seems more interested in this shady business deal. Our hero tells him to wait for the right time and scolds him to eat a real meal instead of store-bought junk again. Later, our hero stands before a huge hotel, not surprised that the CEO picked this place. The building belongs to Kyungrak Ma, but that remains a well-kept secret only family members would know. Our boy walks up to the front desk, ready to use this hidden info to his advantage, and for that he needs to play dumb and act like a supreme love-struck fool. Right after that, he throws on the whole act of a low IQ rich kid living off daddy's credit card and awkwardly asks about his meeting. The receptionist confirms everything and leads him to the lounge while saying the CEO will join him soon. Min keeps up the clueless act and gazes at the ceiling with his mouth wide open like he's just seen magic. When a voice suddenly speaks up, he stands and gets hit with surprise seeing Seongchul show up instead of the actual boss. Both of them freeze for a second and Seongchul clearly recognizes the familiar face right away. Min coolly plays it off and claims he's just the neighbor from their apartment, which makes the bodyguard bow real quick and apologize for being rude earlier, though the man still struggles to believe someone this young holds that kind of money. Feeling like things might get too real now, Min slides right back into his dumb act and even calls the bodyguard the CEO to sell it harder. On the other hand, Seongchul clears up the confusion and explains he's just standing in as the manager for now. He points toward a nearby room and tells our guy to hang out there for a bit. The second he walks off, he starts texting the boss like it's urgent and warns that their new shareholder might be hiding something sketchy. The bodyguard starts to worry that Ryu Min has a huge secret or worse, that he's just a puppet for someone way more dangerous. Meanwhile, our boy flashes a smug little smirk since he already figures Ma would try to pull some cheap trick like this because there's no way a man as successful as him shows up late to such an important meeting. The door finally swings open and the real CEO steps in to greet him, with his loyal manager trailing close behind like a shadow. After they finish shaking hands and settle in their seats, Ma pulls a subtle power move by letting his manager stay in the room, clearly hoping it helps tilt the power game in his favor. He gives the staff a nod to start bringing out the food and mentions that he hopes Min likes what they've prepared. The whole table ends up filled with super fancy dishes, and our boy instantly starts munching down while still sticking to his airhead rich boy routine. Ma politely smiles at the compliments, but Loki admits to his manager that there's something off about this guy. Later, the boss becomes pretty convinced that Min got sent by someone trying to mess with their plans and starts listing possible suspects in his head. He then shoots a side glance at Min and casually throws out a question about his age. When our guy responds with a straight 20, Ma's eyes pop open in disbelief and he tries to laugh it off with a joke about them being the same age. That's when the guy decides to stop beating around the bush and straight up asks how Min even got so filthy rich. Our protagonist keeps it chill and says he was just your average student not too long ago. Ma doesn't really pick up the hint, so Min casually brings up a recent headline and checks if he remembers that lottery winner before dropping the bomb by reintroducing himself. Ma nearly flips but holds it together as he starts putting the pieces together and asks how Min turned that 60 billion prize into more. Right then, Min calmly flexes that he dumped it all into Bitcoins, and Ma admits there's no way he'd ever take a risk that wild. Songchul throws out a random guess that Min must have some cracked luck stat, but our boy says that's not it either. After that, the bodyguard recalls hearing something on the news about Min dreaming up the winning numbers, but our boy shoots that down too and finally drops the real tea. Even though it makes him nervous to admit it, he reveals he owns a special rune that lets him peek at future events, which basically makes him a walking prophet. Hearing such a bold claim leaves the two men frozen in disbelief as they seriously start wondering if Min is missing a few screws upstairs. The CEO asks if that's really true, and our boy says that he's got no reason to lie, though Ma remains skeptical and politely asks him to prove it by revealing what's going to happen next. Our boy could easily spill the answer but plays it safe and holds back, then tells them his prophecy power acts on its own and doesn't work when he wants. That actually clicks with Ma, since the ability sounds way too overpowered to be that flexible. But then something suddenly clicks in his head and he questions why Min bought so many shares. That's when Min casually says it's because his business is about to go to the moon real soon. The mention of his company hitting it big gets Ma fired up and breaks his calm for a second, as he thinks this might finally be his chance to make his daddy proud. He quickly regains control and scolds himself for slipping like that. But Min doesn't let up and playfully adds that if they really want to succeed, they'll have to tear the whole company down and rebuild it from scratch. Seongchul flares up at that insane suggestion and slams his hand on the table, but Ma manages to keep him in check. Our protagonist stays firm on his stance and fires back that revealing his rune powers to them is a huge risk that could totally backfire, but he did it because he holds the most shares and actually wants to see the company reach greater heights. He turns the tables by asking why anyone sane would dump $280 billion into a random business and reminds them that without him, they're going down. Neither of the two men buys into his wild claim, but Min boldly asks Seongchul if he really thinks it's a coincidence they're apartment neighbors. Ma's curiosity kicks in and he asks what they're talking about, so the bodyguard explains that the brothers moved into the same building 2 months back, and Min adds that he did it right after getting the foresight rune. That piece of info ticks the CEO off and he demands to know why it's only coming up now, but Seongchul quickly says that this is news to him too. After thinking it through, Ma realizes that the investments and apartment move only make sense if Min really knows what's coming, though it's hard to believe he also knows about his connection to the actress. But even with all that, it's still not enough to sway a sharp mind like Ma's, so Min starts rambling about his family background and how this hotel is part of his plan to finally earn his daddy's approval. That's when the bodyguard jumps to his feet in frustration and yells, demanding to know who sent him, but the boss stays cool and tells him to zip it. That instantly shuts Seongchul up, and he takes a breath before telling Min that even if all his info checks out, it still doesn't prove anything since those facts are common knowledge in their family. With that, he also starts to suspect that Min might just be a puppet, but plays along and says that even if he did agree to flip his whole industry, pulling it off would be next to impossible. Sure, like any regular person, he would love to see his company thrive, but our boy's offer just feels way too good to be real. So he politely thanks our protagonist for his generous investment, but suggests they take this topic up again during the upcoming shareholder meeting. Ma stands up and tries to wrap things up, but our boy tells him to slow down and really think about whether what he's about to do is the right move. Taking a gamble, he chooses to spill a bit of info on the next round. Ma immediately perks up and sinks back into his seat, fired up by what he just heard. Min flashes a grin and asks if that piece of knowledge is enough to convince the two of them that his magic powers are the real deal. After the meeting wraps up, Seongchul apologizes for losing his cool earlier, but Ma waves it off like it's nothing serious. The bodyguard asks for permission to speak openly and admits that something about Min still feels off since there's no solid reason for him to be helping them out. Ma figures he might be doing it just because he wants even more money. Seongchul shakes his head, still not buying that it's just about greed, and says placing trust in him is way too risky. Even so, Ma doesn't want to miss out if Min is actually being truthful and figures it might be smarter to have him as an ally, since keeping someone like that close might just be their ticket to surviving the quests. He tells his still worried right-hand man that they'll just have to wait and find out. Later, Min walks off while thinking there's no way they won't believe him once they witness the 4th round, even though he didn't share any of the exciting details and only mentioned that the round will pit players against each other. He's fully confident that when it's over, they'll treat him like some kind of saint and wouldn't even think about making an enemy out of a prophet. With that handled, he figures it's time to take full advantage of his new image and go meet a certain someone. Meanwhile, A girl rushes toward the crosswalk, growing impatient as she waits for the light to change, but her attention shifts to a flashy sports car parked right in front of the store. Juri stops herself mid-insult when the window rolls down and she realizes the driver is none other than Min. As the light turns green, she hurries over and asks if that car actually belongs to him. After their totally not coincidental encounter, our protagonist offers to take her for a spin, and she shamelessly agrees without hesitation. He lets her know that it's his first time behind the wheel and he's just testing it out. Curious, Juri asks about the price, and our boy casually drops that it costs around 900 million, like it was loose change. Her eyes go wide in disbelief since, with that kind of money, she could have opened more than a few shops. Our boy reminds her that he hit the lottery, so the price didn't make much of a dent, which hits Juri hard as the difference in their lives becomes painfully clear. She starts to feel flustered because the whole situation now feels way too much like a date, and when Min says he has something to confess, her heart practically jumps out of her chest. Thankfully, our protagonist quickly adds that it's not that kind of confession, or else Juri might have launched herself right out the window. Once she calms down, Juri asks what Min means, and our boy admits that he didn't actually see the lottery numbers in a dream and lied to her about it. He reveals that he got them through his foresight rune, which is also how he ended up with the fake title of the Prophet. Juri is thrilled for him and congratulates our boy on acquiring such an insane skill. She's touched that he trusts her enough to tell her the truth, but Min reminds her that she already told him about her own powers. Juri lights up and starts talking excitedly about her rune, explaining how her defense increases based on the number of nearby players. She feels lighter now that she's finally told someone, but wonders why Min brought this up all of a sudden. He tells her that it's been eating away at him for a while and he wasn't sure anyone would take him seriously. After he fills her in on what's coming in the 4th round, Juri gasps in shock, struggling to process the terrifying news. With a dead serious tone, our protagonist warns her not to trust anyone once the round begins. Juri is touched that her handsome classmate cares this much, and feels special being the first girl he's shared this secret with. As she sneaks a glance at him, her mind starts racing with thoughts, and she wonders if he might actually have feelings for her too. Back at his apartment, Min scrolls through his phone and is stunned to learn that Juri has a crush on him. He figures he can use this newfound knowledge to his benefit, since it'll now be easier to recruit her to his side. With everything finally in order, Min calls it a day, satisfied that all of this month's problems are off his chest. Before he knows it, March 31st arrives, and our boy quickly thinks ahead and makes sure to visit the store before the next transfer. He grabs a pair of dark shadow gloves that come with a useful invisibility perk, and also go well with his other skills. A knock on the door pulls his attention as his brother shows up to remind him it's almost time for the quest. One feels worried for his brother, but Min tells him to wait and see. He brings up Min's prophecy powers and insists that he come back alive. Min jokingly tells his brother to mind his words as he falls asleep. All players get transported into the alternate world, and Youngmin clutches his head in frustration. He opens up his quest window and sees the penalty still active. He curses himself for betraying Joe and wonders how he'll manage in the 4th round when greedy players might target him again. He scans the area with unease and starts questioning what kind of strange place this is, since it gives him the feeling of being a lab rat. In the crowd, he catches sight of Black Scythe and instantly curses him for his current situation, feeling sure the guy saw this coming. He finds it weird how easily he killed the divine being, and stays angry for being too weak to smash Min's face in. Still, what matters more right now is figuring out how he'll survive, so he calls out to our protagonist for help. The thug checks with our guy to see if their deal is still good, asking if he still gets protection, but Min casually brushes him off and says he doesn't need a henchman like that anymore. Black Scythe fires back that he doesn't have command rights anymore, and besides, everyone has a class now anyway. Youngmin begins sweating as our hero tells him he's just a ticking time bomb and not useful anymore. Youngmin keeps turning his head in fear while our hero tells him to relax. The thug looks confused, but our boy reminds him that the role isn't all that special anymore. These days, almost everyone has a profession, and there's no bonus for targeting the representative. It finally clicks for the gangster, and Min's words start to make sense, but his train of thought gets cut off as his face turns red upon spotting a certain duo walking toward them. Aaron walks up to Min and greets him, while the bodyguard checks if our hero remembers them, prompting Min to ask what they're doing here. Songchul thanks him again for saving them from the brute, but Youngmin takes offense and steps up, ready to throw hands. Min holds him back with a hand and tells the pair that helping once was enough. The bodyguard tries again, offering a reward and wanting to introduce his CEO, but Black Scythe waves it off without interest. Left with no better option, Aaron quickly presents a purple crystal and pleads with our hero to accept it. Min eyes the high-quality crystal with surprise, and the actress explains that giving this to him feels better than offering another round of apologies. He accepts her thoughtful gift and decides he'll craft something useful with it once he's back. Aaron glances at him nervously, unsure if he likes it or not, while Min effortlessly reads her thoughts, knowing full well she has no clue how valuable the crystal really is. Right after that, our hero picks up on Youngmin's thoughts too, realizing the guy also has a magic crystal, and gets stunned that he somehow found a reinforced black crystal so early. It's a super rare find, and the gangster just gave away that he owns one. Arin tries to follow up and offers to protect our boy, excitedly talking about her class and how she can summon fairies, but Min politely turns her down since he doesn't need any help. Although this makes Arin a little sad, both sides say their goodbyes, but our hero stops the gangster just as he tries to leave. He gaslights Youngmin into rethinking his decision, pointing out that even if his role is now useless, he can still end up being a target. He convinces the thug that although most people have a class, the power still works on a few select players. Youngmin doesn't sound convinced, but our hero simply throws out the question that there really isn't a single person who'd come after him right now. The scumbag takes the bait and gets nervous, but Min assures him that he'll help out, which makes him feel slightly better, though the favor won't come free. Our boy then tells him to hand over whatever stones he has, and the thug gladly complies. He tries pushing for more, but the gangster only has his dignity left, which Min kindly spares as he agrees to protect him moving forward. A golden light cuts across the sky as the angel returns, and casually remarks that the number of players has dropped once again. The crowd starts speculating whether fights are breaking out in real life too, though Min thinks it would actually be strange if they weren't. The angel then reveals the quest for the 4th round. The players will have to kill each other during the next 3 hours. The golden woman lets out a loud, ugly cackle and tells everyone to follow the simple instructions and start stabbing one another. Everyone looks horrified by her words, but she stands firm, explaining that the goal is to lower the player count themselves since there are no monsters this time. All the players are thrown off, and one of them finally dares to ask if they only need to unalive one person each. She casually tells them it'll be more fun if they figure it out on their own, but Min already knows the real reason. She's been told to keep quiet since the angels only act as guides, and the one truly making the calls is the host. Still, she gives them one small tip, saying that simply unaliving another player doesn't guarantee staying on top, and that the ranking system will stay hidden. The woman also mentions that the rules aren't tied to time limits, and with that, she wishes them good luck with their little round of stabby-stabby. As the timer appears above them, all the players begin to panic, wondering if it's time to start whacking one another. The gangster immediately starts drooling over who to eliminate first, which is exactly the kind of reaction Min expected from him. This whole situation turns out great for young Min since all the players seem too scared to start fighting, and he quickly decides it's the perfect time to get revenge on the people he once called friends. Black Scythe suddenly shadow steps behind him, scaring the absolute daylight out of him. He nervously asks if our hero needs something, and Min remembers the promise he made as he pulls out his scythe and unexpectedly swings it straight at him. Youngmin's head separates cleanly from his body as the system congratulates our hero for completing the side quest and rewards him with something special. One of the players lets out a scream while another immediately snitches on Black Scythe, even though they were all ready to unalive each other just moments ago. Not long after, the rest of the players pile on and start yelling at Min, calling him inhumane and labeling him a murderer. Min doesn't bother calling them out, since he really has unalived a good number of people, though never without a solid reason, and besides, this whole round is literally about killing. Even so, all the players act like they're morally above it, but deep down, most of them just want to strip Black Scythe of his power. Their fake outrage makes our hero crack a grin, which only makes them more furious as they start thinking he might actually be insane. Right then, the system breaks through their complaining and announces Min as the new zone representative, causing the players to fall quiet. Black Scythe wastes no time and mocks their sudden silence, asking if they've turned into chickens while calling out the scared ones who still don't have any classes. One of the players quickly spots something and points out that Min's name has turned a different color. All of them begin whispering about the new red color while our hero remembers from his past lives that unaliving a player causes the shift, and it continues to change depending on how many kills stack up. Because the color stands out so much, other players will try to take down the killer, but end up becoming killers themselves. The cycle keeps going until the whole battlefield turns into a bloodbath. Their hesitation now is exactly what will lead to even more deaths later on. Min teases them to quit wasting time, but the players clearly aren't having any of it. Our boy then calls them out for being hypocrites, since they were already planning to go after the leader in the last round, and he reminds them that they can either throw hands or get folded. He questions the crowd on what they'll do when the time comes to unalive someone just to survive, and tells them to make up their minds quickly and start moving. Our hero suggests they go ahead and hold another discussion like before as he walks away, thinking to himself that people will end up fighting anyway, though by then it'll already be too late. He worries that they'll keep whining and wasting time, which would mean fewer players will manage to finish the quest, leading to even more eliminations. One girl decides to bring the matter up for debate, but another player gets rude with her and that only ends with her getting pissed off. One NPC proposes they organize competitions between the players, but another quickly shoots it down, saying there isn't enough time to make that work. As the crowd gets more riled up, Aaron grows worried about what they should do next, and starts wondering whether they should go along with Black Scythe's plan. Sungchul agrees completely with our hero and advises the actress that her own life matters far more than a stranger's. With that in mind, he tells Erin to brace herself for the worst, which makes her suspicious that the bodyguard might have gone through something like this before. Songchul instantly changes the topic, and the actress asks him who they should target, though in the end, the two of them decide to wait it out until the very end. The tension in the crowd keeps building as nobody can agree on who to unalive, and some players begin to seriously consider rushing Black Scythe. The other players try to talk some sense into each other, not realizing that our hero can hear them anyway, and they quickly look away when our boy turns to glance in their direction. Arguments keep building as the frustration grows among the group. Some players insist they need to kill to survive, while others argue that only the murderers should be targeted. One bratty NPC mocks a player's idea, which sparks a heated confrontation. The two of them start shouting at each other until another NPC joins in just to taunt them, telling them to quit flirting and start fighting already. That backfires fast as the arguing pair turn their focus to the instigator, and suddenly, all three of them pull out their weapons. Min just shakes his head in disappointment, thinking everyone here is just full of bark with no real bite. Amid the chaos, one player finally notices something weird when Yongmin suddenly sits up, looking strangely unaffected by the whole missing head situation. The players all stop arguing and stare at the gangster like he's just come back from the dead, but Black Scythe already knows the system is designed to bring back the dead 10 minutes after they're taken out. Yongmin looks around in confusion, wondering why everyone's staring at him like he's some kind of science experiment, and how he even ended up in that spot. The revelation throws the crowd into even more chaos as they realize the system actually revives players after death. Now that the truth is out, the players start grabbing their weapons and slowly warming up to the idea of unaliving each other. One player with a bit of sense tries to calm them down and explains that nobody knows exactly how this revival system works yet, but it's already too late. As another player silently walks up behind her and strikes her down without hesitation, the attacker shouts for her to die as he drives his Wolverine claws into her from behind, then demands that she revive. The crowd watches in stunned silence, horrified by what they've just witnessed. Anxiety begins to spread when the woman doesn't revive right away, but someone in the crowd recalls how Yongmin had revived after 10 minutes, so they decide to wait and see what happens next. After 10 minutes, the woman's injuries begin to heal, and she wakes up as if from a nap. But as soon as she realizes what's happened, she screams, demanding to know who attacked her. The killer attempts to strike again from behind, but before he can land the blow, someone twice his size swings a battle axe, taking him down with a powerful strike and rejoicing in the fact that revival is possible. The crowd falls into an uneasy silence, unsure of what to make of the situation. Black Scythe understands that while revival is possible, murder is still seen as unforgivable by most, but he also expects that some psychopaths will inevitably reveal their true nature under these circumstances. Chaos erupts when some players begin attacking others, and what started as small skirmishes quickly escalates into a full-fledged battlefield. 1,000 players start unleashing havoc on one another. Black Scythe decides to dive into the war zone, starting by sweeping through 3 unsuspecting players before they even realize what's happening. Some players, seeing him on the move, decide to take him on all at once, but they are quickly dispatched with a single strike. The protagonist glances over his shoulder and notices Blackbeard Dragon, the player who ranked 3rd in the previous rounds, enjoying the carnage. He comments that the rune of absorption is giving him an advantage in this round. Black Scythe looks at his name, now dark red, and estimates he's already killed at least 10 players. Deciding to enjoy himself a little more, he plans to put Blackbeard Dragon down a few times. Blackbeard Dragon summons his stats screen, eagerly watching his gauge increase for the rune of absorption. With each kill, the gauge fills, and he can feel the excitement building as he realizes that once it's full, he'll gain a stat point. He takes down another player, and the gauge bars rise sharply, making him wonder if the player he just killed was at the same level as him. His greed takes hold, and he daydreams about killing Black Scythe to fill his gauge instantly and secure that stat upgrade. But as quickly as the thought forms, he realizes he's no match for the hero, and decides it's better to stick to killing weaker opponents. With sadistic glee, Blackbeard Dragon continues to kill a few more players, savoring the fear in their eyes. He recalls how, in the previous round, he couldn't hunt because the gang leader had used his command right to make him his personal bodyguard. This round, however, feels like it's tailor-made for him, as he can level up by killing others while the majority of players are stuck in the same place, unable to level up as he can. He's thrilled to see his victims revive, only to be killed again, and wonders if he should expand his hunting grounds to cover more area. Just then, though, he finds himself face to face with Black Scythe, who immediately activates his Night of Death ability. The scene turns dark, catching everyone off guard, and Blackbeard Dragon notices that the hero's scythe has turned semi-transparent. Understanding that he needs to be careful, he braces himself, but before his body can even process the shift, everything flips upside down, and he's dead before he can even react. The scene shifts to Yang Min, who watches the slaughter around him, the killing and reviving, and realizes exactly what this round is about. With a determined look in his eyes, he plans to get revenge on the friends who had abandoned him. His eyes scan the battlefield, searching for Shenghuan, and after a brief moment he spots him, taking aim at other players. Without hesitation, Yongmin charges towards him and greets him with a punch to the face that sends Shenghuan flying across the battlefield. Yongmin approaches, his eyes cold, and grabs Shenghuan by the collar, daring him to kill him if he's so bold. Then, without waiting for a response, he starts pounding Shenghuan with a brutal barrage of punches, each one landing harder than the last, until he finally ends the fight, leaving Shenghuan lying motionless on the ground. After brutally murdering his friend with his bare hands, Yongmin stands over the lifeless body. He scans the battlefield, searching for his other two friends. They're out there somewhere, and he won't stop until they face the consequences of their abandonment. Arin is lost in deep thought, contemplating that if hell were real, it would look exactly like the battlefield around her, a place where all anyone desires is to kill and destroy. Xiongqiu notices her distress and calls out her name, asking if she's okay. She responds by sharing the mental turmoil she's feeling. Xiongqiu realizes that if Arin loses her grip on her sanity, it could harm her career, and he would fail in his responsibility to CEO Ma of keeping her safe. At that moment, a player sneaks up behind Arin, grabs her hair, and pulls out a dagger to end her. Xiongqiu reacts instantly, intercepting the dagger with his sword and sending it flying. He then shifts his grip and plunges the sword into the attacker's shoulder, forcing him to surrender. Xiongqiu tells Arin to finish the job, and though she trembles and sobs for a moment, she quickly pulls herself together and kills the player. Afterward, she's clearly disturbed, while Xiongqiu remains calm, just relieved that she followed through with his orders. Arin, visibly shaken, asks how much longer they have to endure the round, and Xiongqiu replies that they have 1 hour left. She expresses her confusion and distress over why people are so eager to kill each other, which causes Xiongqiu to pity her for her soft-hearted nature. He asks if she's killed at least 50 people, and when she affirms it, he's relieved, knowing she'll be registered on the scoring system. He tells her to leave the rest to him. Arin thanks him, but in his mind, Xiongqiu thanks her for giving him time to set a record. Time passes, and the screen shows that only 10 minutes remain until the round ends. Black Scythe is seen mowing down players left and right, determined to rank first on the world map again so he can reach the 20th round. His goal is to grow as strong as possible before facing the final boss, unsure of what kind of strength they possess. He chases a group of players, and just as one of them thinks it's over, the hero skips right over him. Black Scythe knows that killing a player more than once doesn't earn extra points, so he sees no reason to keep going after the same person. He notices Yongmin, who doesn't know about this hidden rule, relentlessly killing his 3 friends over and over, only reducing both their chances of survival and his own. With just 1 minute left, the hero searches desperately for players he hasn't killed yet, but is finding it difficult. He finally spots 2 unfamiliar players and attempts to take them both down at once, but the time runs out. A force field surrounds all the players, and the angel appears, announcing the end of the round, seeming rather amused. She comments on how the players must have enjoyed killing each other, making the white floor all dirty with blood. The angel tells them she'll revive the dead players now that the round is over, which the protagonist knows is a lie, as the system revives players automatically. The dead players rise and are encased in force fields, but Yongmin's friends don't look too pleased and begin yelling at him for the brutal beatdown he gave them. The angel overhears the commotion and warns them to stay quiet, or she'll make their heads explode. They quickly go silent as she proceeds to display the results. The angel begins by revealing the side quest, catching the players off guard. The quest was to kill the map representative within the countdown. She informs them that only 1 player managed to complete the quest, and that player was Black Scythe. The other players murmur among themselves, while Blackbeard Dragon grits his teeth, realizing he missed the opportunity. Yongmin, struggling to recall what had happened, checks his stats for the command ability but finds it's not there. He feels betrayed by the protagonist, who had promised to help him stay alive. Once the side quest is announced, the angel reveals another key detail. Killing the most diverse people earned more points, meaning that repeatedly killing the same individuals was a pointless effort. The rankings are then displayed, and Black Scythe emerges at the top of both the world map and local map once again, with 722 kills, much to the angel's delight. The players are stunned by the sheer number of people Black Scythe has killed, almost as if it were a massacre. The angel proceeds to grant him his rewards, a mid-tier rare armor ticket and a unique reward box. For the armor, he selects the blood-stained assassin's suit, and for the unique reward, he picks the 50% buff on stats for the next round. The angel then announces that anyone ranked below 521 will disappear, prompting the players to beg and plead for mercy, but it's all in vain. Yongmin manages to survive the round, and Arin seems deeply distressed by the disappearance of so many people. The hero closes his eyes in a moment of silence before being transported back into the real world. Meanwhile, at the hotel, manager Seongcheol hurries through the halls and bursts into Ma's room, where Ma, who had been sleeping, is startled by his sudden arrival. The manager apologizes for the intrusion, explaining that he was worried, but Ma reassures him and reminds him of his rank in the round. Both of them agree that the round was chaotic and exhausting. Ma recalls that he managed to kill just over 430 people and wonders what kind of beast Black Scythe must be to have killed over 700. The manager theorizes that the protagonist could be a Special Operations Service Commando or someone with similar skills, given the type of abilities he displayed. Ma is deep in thought about Black Scythe's remarkable achievements and decides that, regardless of his unknown identity, he wants him as a comrade. He plans to ask the Prophet Min about the hero. Songchul points out that the round unfolded exactly as Min had predicted, initially casting doubt on it, which was cleared once the round progressed. Ma agrees, recalling their meeting and what Min had told him. The manager asks Ma how to proceed with the Prophet, to which Ma responds that the company's future will depend on him, even if it means changing markets. He adds that there are stronger reasons to keep Min on their side and warns Seongcheol not to offend Min, advising him to agree with everything Min says in order to earn his trust and gain fortune. Seongcheol agrees to this. Ma then requests Seongcheol to call Min and invite him and his family to a party, along with actress Arin Seo. The scene shifts to a local cafe where the hero, Min, is waiting for Juri, having invited her to lunch. When she arrives, they greet each other and get into his car. Juri tells him that she survived the 4th round thanks to his predictions, and Min asks how she trusted him so blindly. She replies that she knew he had nothing to gain from lying, and thanks him for the information he provided about round 4. Min understands that Juri, with her rune of protection, would have been capable of surviving the round on her own, unlike Arin, who he compares to a delicate flower blooming in the safety of a greenhouse. Juri, on the other hand, had to grow in the harshness of the outside world. They arrive at a restaurant, where the table is filled with a variety of dishes. She thanks Min for the lunch, and they begin eating. However, she hesitates, her thoughts consumed by the guilt of the lives she had taken during the round. Min, sensing her distress through his rune of thoughts, tells her not to blame herself for killing other players. He reminds her that everyone, including himself, had to do whatever it took to survive. Juri breaks down in tears, but Min, with a firm voice, tells her to stop, emphasizing that she has a family who waits for her to return from every game world. Imagining the grief her father would feel if she died, Juri clenches her fists, her resolve hardening. She thanks Min for comforting her, and Min explains that he wanted her to feel better by sharing a delicious meal. They continue eating, and Min notices that Juri is becoming more relaxed and casual around him. After a while, Min waits for her to calm down before getting to the point. He tells her that he has some important information about the next round he needs to share with her. Min tells Juri that round 5 will be the toughest one yet, as the player maps will merge into larger ones. Juri, concerned, wonders if they'll get to meet in the other world. Min, however, lies and tells her that it won't happen anytime soon, knowing that she would waste precious time looking for him otherwise. He wants to help her while keeping his identity hidden, so he advises her that in order to increase her chances of survival, she'll need to ask Black Scythe for help. Juri is taken aback by Min's suggestion and confirms that they're talking about Black Scythe, the player who ranked first on the world map. Min reassures her that it won't just be about asking for help, but forming an alliance with the infamous hero. Juri wonders why someone so high-ranking would even consider helping her, but Min tells her that she can cast buffs on him in exchange for his assistance. Though Juri understands the value of Black Scythe's help, she remains hesitant. Min assures her that he's seen the future, and the protagonist will continue to assist her in the upcoming rounds. Relieved, Juri thanks Min by casting a buff on him in return, as she doesn't like feeling indebted. Afterward, Min returns home. With the buff increasing his stats by 50%, Min heads out to kill mealworms, raising his rune of slaughter stats by another 100%. His luck increases to 84 stat points. He then pulls a base-tier magic crystal ticket from his inventory and contemplates how any normal human would pray to God for good results, but not him. He believes God must have created this horrific survival game just to mess with humans, and vows to wish something terrible upon God once he finishes the final round, revealing that he plans to wish for God's death. Min uses the base-tier magic crystal ticket and receives 5 base-tier magic crystals, 2 red, 1 yellow, 1 green, and 1 purple, which is the maximum number of crystals a player can receive. He's amused by the irony of having just spoken badly about God, yet his luck remains so favorable. He combines the 2 base-tier red crystals into a low-tier red crystal, a higher-level crystal. Next, he combines the purple crystal with the one Aaron gave him, creating a low-tier magic crystal. Afterward, he combines the red crystal with his hood, enhancing his damage output, and the purple crystal with his gloves of dark shadow, raising all his stats by 2 points. He then adds the yellow crystal to his ring of resistance to increase his luck, the green crystal to his agile boots to boost his speed, and finally, the navy crystal to his assassin's suit, decreasing incoming damage by 1%. Satisfied with his preparations, the protagonist feels ready to face Ma once more. The next day, Won asks his brother about the CEO of the Osung conglomerate being his son, which Min confirms, mentioning that they've been invited to a party hosted by him. Won panics, questioning if he's even allowed at such an event, but Min reassures him that they are indeed invited, adjusting his tie. Suddenly the doorbell rings, startling Won. When they open the door, they find their neighbor, Seong Cheol, standing there to escort them. Won, shocked, hides behind his elder brother. Min introduces Won to Seong Cheol, who acknowledges their previous encounter and hands Won his business card. He apologizes for his rude behavior during their first meeting and explains that the party is being held as a formal apology. Seong Cheol informs them that a limousine is waiting for them outside their apartment. Upon arriving at Ma's hotel, they are greeted by the CEO himself. Ma expresses his relief that both of them are still alive and asks if the gentleman accompanying Min is his brother. Min introduces Won formally, and Ma extends his hand for a handshake. Won, still confused, ends up shaking with the wrong hand. Ma then asks if Won is a player, to which Won declines, and Min clarifies that his brother will be turning 14 soon. Ma comments that Won is fortunate to have been spared from the game. Ma leads them into a lavishly arranged room for the party. The dining table is fit for royalty, with gourmet food on display, and both the chef and hostess are standing by to greet them. Won is in awe of the setup, so Ma tries to act humble, saying that while the food might not be a lot, it should be enough for everyone. Won, however, wonders why Ma feels the need to lie about such an extravagant spread. Just as they're about to start the meal, the door opens, and to Min's surprise, Aaron enters the room. Ma rises from his seat to welcome Aaron, who apologizes for her tardiness, explaining that she had attended a fellow actor's funeral. Ma excuses her and introduces her to Min as one of their company's shareholders. Aaron also introduces herself but pauses when she recognizes the brothers as the neighbors who had brought her rice cakes. She smiles and greets them, all the while thinking that Min being a shareholder at such a young age might be some kind of prank from Ma. Won's heart practically leaps out of his chest as he asks his brother in disbelief if they're really standing in front of the actor Aaron Seo. Min realizes that Won is blissfully unaware of Aaron's connection to Ma, but wonders if it's normal for his brother to react this way. Deciding to play along, Min acts interested as well. Ma, noticing their reaction, thinks that he has the prophet under his control because of his youth and expects him to be impressed by Aaron's presence. After the greetings, Ma invites everyone to sit and enjoy the meal. At the table, Won eagerly passes the food to his brother. Ma asks Min if the food is to his liking, mentioning that he had requested the chefs to pay special attention to the preparation. Both Min and Won give their compliments, and Ma expresses his relief, noting that he had the chefs prepare the food several times to get it just right. Ma then asks why Min only brought his brother along and not the rest of his family. Min replies that his brother is his only family since their parents had passed away. Ma offers his condolences, but internally, he realizes that this question has unintentionally dampened the mood. Feeling the tension, he decides to remain silent for the moment, allowing his guests time to recover from the awkwardness. The silence in the room feels almost suffocating as dessert is served. Ma, sensing the heavy tension, struggles to find a way to ease the mood. Desperately, he looks toward Aaron, hoping she'll take the cue and spark some conversation, but she doesn't. Feeling the weight of the moment, Ma abruptly stands from his seat, asking Aaron to speak with him privately. He leads her to a hallway and asks if she enjoyed the meal. She responds with delight, but Ma's expression darkens as he stares at her, an unsettling look of disappointment in his eyes. He admits that he had invited her solely to keep the atmosphere cheerful, and she apologizes, explaining that she had thought she was simply invited to a party. Ma, not satisfied, presses her about what made her think she would be invited to such a grand occasion. He asks if Seong Cheol had told her anything about the guest, to which she replies that he mentioned Min is the largest shareholder. Ma then reveals the shocking truth that Min is the majority shareholder, and more importantly, a prophet capable of seeing the future. With a cold, calculated tone, Ma emphasizes the importance of setting the right mood for Min, so he'll provide them with information about the next round. He demands that Aaron use her beauty to charm Min and win his favor. Aaron objects, reluctant to be used for such a purpose, but Ma counters by reminding her of how he made her a successful actress, and expects her to pay him back. He insists that she form a relationship with Min by any means necessary, and promises to keep a close watch on her progress. Back in the room, the atmosphere remains tense. Everyone is silent, unsure how to break the awkwardness. Ma opens the door, apologizing for the interruption and explaining that he had business matters to discuss with Aaron. He then suggests that they change locations now that they're done eating. As the group moves out of the room, Aaron attempts to approach Min but hesitates. Just then, Won, still starstruck, blurts out that he's a huge fan of hers, complimenting her beauty. He asks if he can take pictures with her, to which she agrees with a warm smile, momentarily easing the tension in the air. Seeing this, Ma quickly sends a message to Aaron, urging her to get closer to Min's younger brother. This makes her uncomfortable, as she feels like she's being asked to approach a pure-hearted fan with hidden motives. Ma believes that winning the younger brother's affection will automatically grab the older brother's attention, which will give him a chance to gather information about the next round. He leads them to a private room, offering them drinks and music. But Min declines and instead tells Aaron to go outside and take pictures with his brother. Once they're alone, Min looks at Ma and asks him if he really thinks the hero is an idiot. Ma tries to play it off, but Min reminds him that as a prophet, he already knows about his conversation with Aaron. After leaving Ma completely stunned, the protagonist firmly tells him that there's no need to hide anything from a prophet. Our hero turns to Ma and calls him out for trying to sneak something past them, which instantly throws the CEO into a panic. Min calmly repeats the same order he had given to Aaron earlier, but Ma rushes to twist it into sounding like a generous gesture. Things go south when Ma drags one into his little plan, clearly stepping over the line, and once he realizes it, he immediately apologizes and braces himself for whatever punishment might come next. Since the apology feels genuine, Min decides not to press the issue, and the CEO gratefully thanks him for being forgiving. Right then, Seongchul bursts in and Ma quickly scrambles to hide everything that just happened. He turns to his manager and tells him to lead the group into the next room so he can have a private chat about something urgent. As the bodyguard quietly leaves, Ma starts mentally beating himself up for upsetting his prophet again. Our hero snaps him out of it and casually drops some info about the next round. Ma is floored that Min already knows the real reason behind the celebration, but with all the shady stuff happening, putting trust in the man doesn't come naturally. He apologizes again, but Min tells him there can't be any more secrets between them and makes it clear Ma needs to keep a tight handle on the other shareholders. Our hero's mood lights up when he sees how well-behaved the CEO suddenly became, and Min promises to take the company to new heights, even sharing details for round 5. He then lets him know this next round is going to be the toughest so far, though he figures Ma should handle it without too much trouble. He reveals that each player will have to take down 300 orcs in the upcoming round, but it won't be simple since the zones will start merging, which immediately puts the CEO on edge. Min continues that the zones are combining because there aren't enough players left, but Ma is already focused on meeting Black Scythe and asks if that's even possible. Min shuts the idea down right away since they won't be on the same map and refuses to share his real identity, though he assures Ma they'll be crossing paths very soon. He then brings up one last thing and asks how the search for Youngmin is going, nearly giving the CEO a full-on stroke during the conversation. He talks about the power of the Foresight rune and tries to squeeze out more details, but our hero shuts him down and tells him to stay out of it. Ma tries pushing the issue further, but Min warns him not to go chasing after the gangster just yet, since he still plans to squeeze a few more uses out of him. Our hero manages to gaslight the CEO just enough, and they both agree to rejoin the party, though Ma is now even more tense than before. Once the party ends, an injured man is seen limping through a dark alley until he reaches a dead end, the sound of footsteps getting louder behind him. The NPC spins around in fear as the unknown attacker raises his sword and slashes him across the body, sending him crashing to the ground. The man screams as the mysterious figure, revealed to be the CEO, calmly threatens to slice off his tongue. He begs Ma for an explanation and asks why he's doing this, but the boss fires back by accusing him of unforgivable crimes against a child. The NPC tries to defend himself, but Ma stays silent and lets his blade do the talking. The not-so-poor man tries to scream again, but Ma threatens him to stay quiet or he'll make it hurt. The CEO calls him a good boy for listening and then calmly asks whether he still deserves to live. Right after, he activates his skill, and a wave of darkness rushes out which surrounds the man and swallows his body without leaving a single trace. Ma figures he would have finished the job quicker if he didn't still need to gather more dark mana, but using his powers means stealing life force from people while they're still breathing. Once he takes what he needs, he finishes the job with his sword and reflects on how he still questions his actions sometimes, even though humans give him far more mana than monsters. To ease that guilt, he sticks to targeting criminals only, which helps him feel like he's doing one thing right and proves that the class of Dark Knight fits him perfectly, especially since he treats it like a personal and oddly relaxing hobby. He orders his sword to keep feeding, but it refuses, and that's when it hits him it can only devour the living, not the dead. A sudden sound pulls Ma's attention, but it is just a cat casually roaming around. He hadn't expected anyone to show up anyway, since the alley usually stays abandoned during the day. Though he is quite sure our hero already knows what happened here. The fact that Min came to him despite knowing all that makes Ma crack a nasty grin, and he casually tells his little puppy to hurry over and clean up the mess right away. Later, our hero relaxes in his apartment with nothing going on as he quietly reviews his current situation. He decides it's finally time to stop waiting around and start taking action. Min subscribes to a channel he instantly recognizes, already thinking ahead as he sets his sights on one of the 5 legendary runes that can be found in the real world, the rune of cloning. The scene shifts to reports after reports about more players dying, but a greasy fat school kid is unimpressed as he labels them a bunch of noobs. He feels no remorse for the countless crimes committed by the players and thinks humans would have acted the same way. The ugly Oompa Loompa gets angry about all the restrictions imposed on him and uses them as an excuse to vent his frustration as he slams his axe into the ground. He realizes that none of this holds any importance anymore since he is a player after all and possesses the ability to destroy anyone he chooses. The classroom is filled with his victims, yet he feels no remorse for them whatsoever and decides to blame it on what happened in the 4th round. However, he did not earn much EXP from these ordinary humans and recalls just how much better the 4th round was for stacking up points. The student who is revealed to be Black Dragon decides to hunt players instead and immediately recalls the shady forum that connects them. He gets the devious idea of joining the group to use the players to farm his skills. The forum requests his personal information, and while he hesitates to provide it, he ultimately gives in to his greed. Black Dragon fills out the form and drools at the thought that the others will never catch on to his plan. Sometime later, the schoolboy stands outside a building in a remote area, wondering if he's even in the right spot. He checks the address on his phone, but panic hits him over how far out this place is. He decides he'll totally flex on the interviewer if they get off on the wrong foot, but he's shook by how modern the restaurant looks on the inside. A middle-aged man gets up from his seat, greets the chubby kid, and asks for his name. He introduces himself as a player and reveals that he's recently turned 29 years old, which blows Black Dragon's mind given the geezer's looks. The interviewer then introduces the fruity-looking player, Pink Hoodie, dressed in pink as the other applicant, and urges them to spill the tea about themselves. The chubby schoolboy sizes up the Rainbow Kid as they exchange greetings and wonders why this place feels so empty. The interviewer mentions this is exactly why he chose this spot, adding that the owner is whipping up some food for them in the kitchen. Black Dragon scans the shop and notices the absence of cameras. He thinks about whether to start his murder spree with these two, but decides against it, believing he can snag more players later, and instead asks why they haven't kicked things off yet. The interviewer explains that another candidate is running late, but just then, the speak of the devil comes true as the last applicant walks into the cafe and introduces himself as Black Scythe, nearly making the interviewer froth on sight. A few days ago, the forum president held a meeting with his members to talk about their new recruits. Nearly 2,000 players joined, even though the player count had taken a hit, as one member admires the article that brought them so much attention. One of the executives, Yami, claims it was her idea, and the president happily sings her praises, then asks how many skilled newbies are on board. He further asks to narrow the list down to useful players, which leads to Black Dragon's name popping up. Despite being ordinary, he always finishes in the top 3. The others find him a little sketchy, but ultimately decide to recruit him anyway. The forum members discuss some more promising players, and the president gets pumped seeing the number of recruits, only to realize that interviewing all of them will be a lot of hard work. The forum leader spots one of his members named 30 dozing off and gives him a proper earful. The overworked worker tries to excuse himself, but the president is having none of it, assigning him 50 interviews as punishment, which he reluctantly accepts. After that, the president asks his trusted executive, Lost Yark, if Black Scythe has contacted them yet. However, our hero hasn't done so, which leaves him feeling disappointed. With that, the executive turns back to Yami and asks her to get more articles, to which she readily agrees, but requests some cash in return. The president gives her the green light without a moment's hesitation, but just then, out of nowhere, an alert of a new recruit pops up. The president nonchalantly asks who it is, but as soon as Black Scythe's name is mentioned, everyone sits up in surprise. Back in the present, 30 immediately starts to suck up to the supposed #1 player and says he nearly turned gay by just seeing him. The imposter takes a seat while Black Dragon stares at him like he punched his grandma. The pink player greets the applicant as they all introduce themselves. The imposter's confidence amuses Pink Hoodie, who is actually the real Black Scythe in disguise. Black Dragon sweats buckets as he finally meets the top player and itches to ask why he bullied him so much during the previous quests. Mr. 30 asks the schoolboy why he is so quiet, which breaks him out of his thoughts, and he shyly introduces himself too. The player doesn't even give him a little bit of attention, which really ticks off Black Dragon, while the real Slim Shady wonders if he truly acts as arrogant as his imposter makes him out to be. You see, the imposter is actually a pro scammer who loves to con others, and if he manages to get his hands on the rune clone, he would cause some serious trouble. Min is relieved that he managed to catch up to him in time so he can snag the rune instead. Mr. 30 then starts the interview and asks them to confirm their personal information. Pink Hoodie begins with his details and lays it on thick as he claims to be a top-level assassin, even though it's all a lie. His username is the only real part since he copied it from an NPC. However, this fake identity is crucial for obtaining the rune as he must murder someone with it. After that, Black Dragon introduces himself as Sim Hyung Taek and is the youngest player among them, which pleasantly surprises the interviewer. But Min wonders if he would still be impressed if he knew what horrible things the schoolboy did to his classmates. Mr. 30 then asks if the achievements he listed are actually true, which slightly annoys Black Dragon. Next, the imposter, Kim In-hong, introduces himself as a 28-year-old fund manager and swipes all of our hero's achievements. The interviewer doesn't dare question his credibility, while Black Dragon knows his true scheme is to force other players to give him money. With that, their identities are confirmed, and Mr. 30 moves on with the actual interview, asking them their reasons for joining. Pink Hoodie pretends to be scared that others will target him, and expresses a desire to feel safe. Black Dragon hides his true motives and simply agrees with what Min says, stating that he can't even go to school anymore without panicking. Meanwhile, the imposter tries to act like a Sigma, insisting that he is doing this because he wants to darn it, which the interviewer accepts without a doubt. Finally, the interviewer tells them there is one last thing they need to do to gain acceptance into the group. That is to commit some good old Assassin's Creed in real life. Min acts horrified at the suggestion, which leads Mr. 30 to begin a monologue about how the government has recently started targeting players because they fear them. He insists that players like them need to unite and fight back against the filthy commie government, since they're not little peasants who need to follow their laws, and they should show their resistance by not adhering to the regulations. Min delivers an Oscar-worthy performance while the interviewer insists that they absolutely must commit murder to prove they cannot be controlled. Our hero in disguise pretends to buy into the psycho's yapping as he continues explaining, and gives them a choice that they can leave now but they shouldn't expect to join again later. But Min knows this is just fake propaganda meant to keep the recruits from attempting to leave the organization. Everyone falls silent, which the interviewer takes as a sign of agreement and instructs them to get started. Black Dragon questions where they will find anyone to kill, but the psycho interviewer has apparently already prepared a target for them. As the party rises to leave, the owner suddenly appears from the kitchen and offers them to stay since they've rented the whole place. Mr. 30 quickly excuses them, claiming they are in a hurry, and asks her for a tiny favor instead. He asks the nice lady to bring his car around, and she happily agrees to do so. The boss takes an umbrella into the rain and drives his car to the front of the cafe, when suddenly, a pair of greasy hands wrap around her neck. She tries to fight back, but the unknown attacker quickly chokes her into unconsciousness. The players stare at the interviewer in horror, who tells them to quickly get inside and stop complaining, while Pink Hoodie realizes they are about to unalive the nice cafe owner. Old Man 30 drives them to an abandoned warehouse to complete the final steps of their interview. He leads them inside and drops the owner on the ground and asks who wants to go first. He looks at the fake black scythe, seeming like the natural choice, but our hero suddenly stops him and innocently asks if he can take a turn instead. Mr. 30 is amazed at the little pipsqueak for having this much courage and turns to Black Scythe, asking if he can pass this opportunity on to the little guy. Black Scythe agrees and steps back before calling out to the pink player and telling him he better be grateful for his generosity. Min thanks the imposter and assures him that he will make good use of the cloning rune. The guy stares at Min in confusion but has no time to react as Min suddenly grabs his face with both hands and twists his neck, which sends him into permanent sleep mode. The imposter's body hits the ground with a heavy thud as Mr. 30 stares in disbelief and completely loses it, gripping his head tightly while screaming at our hero. Min shoots him a death glare that immediately shuts him up, making him wonder how the little twink possibly managed to max out his aura all the way to Sigma levels. The system chimes in to congratulate him on unlocking the hidden rune from this location, which will now be automatically sealed onto his body, and that little detail makes him feel glad his ridiculous disguise didn't end up being a waste. The wrinkly 30-year-old demands an explanation, while our boy calmly puts on a mask and says he only got rid of a hot steaming pile of imposter trash. The interviewer still doesn't get it, and keeps shouting at him to explain why he went and destroyed Black Scythe. Min crouches down to remove the lady's blindfold and repeats what he said before, throwing in a casual roast to make sure the guy feels it. The interviewer asks him to repeat what he just said while pulling out his weapon, but his confidence vanishes the moment Min draws his scythe and fills the room with a crushing aura. Our hero casually throws another insult his way while Mr. 30 tries to make sense of the moment, noticing that the weapon seems oddly familiar. It finally clicks for Captain Obvious that only one type of player wields a blade like that, and he suddenly recalls Pink Hoodie's warning from earlier. With that, our hero turns to the confused interviewer and asks if his last two brain cells have finally caught on to what's really happening, and then offers a half-hearted apology for lying to him before. Mr. 30 immediately drops his weapon in fear, falls to his knees, and starts begging Daddy Min for mercy. Min rejects the apology and swings his scythe, cutting off his subscription to having a head. The severed football rolls to Black Dragon's feet, who lets out a scream as he realizes our hero is way out of his league. Our hero turns and points his scythe at the last man still standing, then asks Hyung-taek if he has any final wishes. The schoolboy refuses to beg for his life like a coward, and instead brings up something that's been bothering him for a while. Black Scythe instantly guesses it's about the last round, specifically why he completely wiped the floor with him, and explains that he did it because he sees Black Dragon as his rival. Min admits that the player is indeed strong, and he wants to get rid of him while he is still weak. After that, Black Scythe asks if he has anything else to say, but Black Dragon is too scared to speak. Hyung-taek barely manages to ask one more question. Why does he have to die too? To which Min says it's pretty obvious he stinks worse than poo and wastes oxygen with every breath. The schoolboy reasons with our hero that he is innocent, so Min decides to let Tubby go. Black Dragon lights up with joy, but Min tells the oversized Snorlax to hand over everything he owns if he wants to keep breathing. After a quick inventory swipe, our hero takes a moment to admire the impressive pile of loot in front of him, while the chubby schoolboy insists he doesn't have anything else left. Min doesn't seem to doubt him but only takes the 2 crystals and leaves the rest untouched since the rest of it is pretty much useless to him. Fat Boy then asks if he's free to go, and Min stays true to his word. As the player begins to spam Bo like crazy, it starts to get on Min's nerves, and he tells him to knock it off and behave better in the future. Black Scythe walks away from the pile of bodies and decides to take the woman with him, and when the schoolboy offers to lend a hand, Min tells him to beat it. As our hero walks off, Hyungtaek takes a deep breath to calm himself, feeling a bit lucky that he only lost some gear instead of his life. Still, the schoolboy feels ticked off that he got robbed for no reason when he hadn't done anything wrong. He glares at our hero with frustration as a sneaky idea starts creeping into his head, one that involves taking revenge. Now that Min looks vulnerable, he figures this could be the perfect chance to strike and boost his stats through the roof. Going against all common sense, he decides he's going to throw hands with the main character, because if he doesn't try now, he knows he'll regret it later. The chubby schoolboy slowly creeps up behind him with a weapon in hand and silently prays that our hero doesn't turn around and notice. The moment he gets close enough, he slams his axe into Min's back and sends him crashing face first into the ground. Black Dragon bursts into laughter like a total maniac, celebrating what he believes is an easy win, and starts mocking the supposedly lifeless body while stomping on it over and over again. He thanks the dead body for the free points, but he quickly starts panicking when no points actually show up. The chubby player starts sweating bullets, realizing he hasn't leveled up and has no clue what's going wrong. Out of nowhere, Black Scythe materializes right behind him and asks the school kid what exactly he thinks is happening here. His sheer voice nearly causes Bacon Boy to have an accident in his pants. After that, Black Dragon turns his head with his face locked in fear while our hero tips his hoodie and mocks him by asking if he's seen a ghost. The poor schoolboy's body begins to shake uncontrollably as he starts wondering whether Min actually has a revival skill. He steps back and glances behind him only to see that the body he struck earlier has vanished into thin air. So Black Scythe casually explains that what he really did was just erase a clone he created using the rune of cloning. Our hero enjoys the fact that even if it's a sitting duck, the decoy still proves useful, and he decides it made for a fun little prank. Then the schoolboy gets furious that he was fooled so easily, but Min reminds him that he's not the only one who got played here. Black Dragon tries to argue his case, but Min doesn't care as he calls out his own weapon and swings faster than Hyungtaek's mind can even catch up and becomes yet another victim of sudden head loss syndrome. With that, our hero uses Levi's special cleaning skill to wipe away all traces of evidence before heading over to the woman who's still peacefully napping on the floor. He tells the cafe owner to stop pretending and get up since he can already read her thoughts anyway. The poor woman apologizes, gets up, and asks if she can finally take the bag off her head, but Min tells her to hold on just a little longer. Our protagonist stays calm as he tells her to answer his questions and follow every one of his instructions. Then he asks whether she remembers any of her customers' faces. She replies that the only one she really saw was the interviewer since they talked face to face, but the others she can't recall at all. Min taps into his mind-reading power and confirms that she's telling the truth, so he tells her to relax and not worry. Black Scythe adds that she should head straight home and never speak a word of this to anyone unless she wants to bring even more trouble on herself. After that, Min tells her to count to 60 before she leaves. That next minute drags on like an hour, but at last she's free, and as she looks around the empty building, she starts to wonder if it's all just a strange dream. Later, the apartment comes into view as Min returns home and finds his brother already waiting near the entrance. One spots that our protagonist is wearing one of his hoodies and instantly demands to know what's going on. Min shrugs off the question and acts tired, but his little brother keeps pressing him for answers. Once food comes up, Min tells him to go wild and order whatever he wants, though in truth he's more fixated on the hoodie since even though it's clean, he's just not ready to give it back. After that, our hero dumps the murder evidence while Juan instantly makes a move to recover his beloved possession. Min promises to get him something way better than that old worn-out piece of cloth, but his little brother still feels betrayed and throws on the saddest puppy face he can manage. The little brother says it's fine anyway since schools are shut for now, which makes Min realize it must be incredibly dull being stuck indoors all the time. So he offers to take Juan to an amusement park the next day, which instantly brightens his mood. Juan jumps with excitement, and Min agrees to take him along if he promises to go to bed early like a well-behaved kid. Moving on to the next day, Juan's face beams with happiness as he sees all the rides again after such a long time and gets hit with a wave of nostalgia, though Min regrets not bringing him here earlier. Our hero feels surprised that the place is still up and running and understands that hope is just as vital as survival. The little brother spots a family in bunny ears and suddenly gets a mischievous idea while Min is still lost in deep thought. One grabs his brother and drags him into the store where our fruity hero ends up wearing a pair of animal ears and asks what he looks like. The little brother instantly begins fangirling over Min and then excitedly runs off to explore the rest of the store while Min proudly flashes his Platinum Express premium card. Once their shopping spree wraps up, Min asks what he wants to do next. One takes full advantage and declares that they're going to try everything. A bunch of rides later, they stop at a petting zoo where Juan nearly gushes at how cute the baby pandas are, while Min is happy his brother is not depressed anymore. However, being the worrying little guy he is, he asks him if it is alright to be out here when the quest is tomorrow. Min reassures his brother and tells him not to worry, and that he will be knocked out for 10 hours this time. One tries to argue, but Min pats his head while silently promising to never leave him alone and asks him if he wants to go on the safari next. Sometime later, the duo gets back to their apartment, and out of nowhere, Min's phone starts ringing. He checks it and sees that it's Jury wishing him good luck, which makes him realize she must be feeling pretty anxious. That's when our hero makes yet another promise that he will protect her and sets his phone down as the clock hits 12. After that, everyone ends up in the other world where all the players have been teleported onto some dark plains. A few of the guys start wondering if some players are missing since the place feels a little too empty. Min overhears them and figures it's bound to feel that way because they started with over 10,000 players, though he knows that feeling will fade soon. Just then, the angel shows up and congratulates everyone for making it this far while the players shoot her annoyed looks. She notices all the gloomy faces and starts mocking them, asking where all that murdering passion from the last round disappeared to. The angel doesn't get any decent answer and decides to quit joking around, then points out that out of 520 players, 80 are gone due to real-life conflicts. That makes the angel admit she doesn't care what the humans are doing in real life, but to keep the show exciting, they clearly needed more people. She flashes a nasty grin and with eager eyes tells them she has a surprise lined up just for them. A player asks Olive the angel what the integration means, which annoys her. She explains that there are 875 maps in their nation alone, which catches everyone off guard. She continues, saying that other nations have even more maps, and people rationalize this considering their populations. The players then ask if there's one angel for each map, which she confirms. One player then assumes that the game wasn't created by the angels, leaving Olive stunned. She asks why he thinks that, and he responds that it would be impossible for thousands of angels to work together on a single game. Olive swoops down like a falcon, telling him that he's wrong and warning him not to ask unnecessary questions, or else he'll be killed. After intimidating the guy, Olive rises, and our hero realizes there must be a rule preventing the angels from speaking about the creator. He speculates that an angel who can be killed by players wouldn't have the power to create a game like this. Olive announces that she won't be answering any more questions, and the players should focus on surviving instead of wasting her time. She then declares that the integration is about to begin because the number of players is too small. Suddenly, the ground starts shaking, and a blinding yellow light floods square-shaped areas, causing the players to panic. Finally, new players from other maps begin to spawn in those areas, and the players stare in awe as 10 different angels appear in the same map. The angels explain that 10 smaller maps with fewer players have now merged into one larger map, which now has 4,844 players. The new map is named CSK007, and it contains players from all over Korea. The players feel relieved that they can now communicate with other Korean players, and one person suggests that they might get merged with players from other nations later on. The hero knows that whenever the player count falls below 500, maps will merge, and eventually they'll have to face players from other nations as well. He realizes that competing against foreign players is inevitable, but for now, he decides to focus on the present since the angels are about to announce a bonus game. The angels explain that every map had a representative, and now the new map needs one. Olive declares that the 10 previous representatives will have to fight until only one remains alive, who will become the new representative. Some players find this cruel, while others think it will be an entertaining spectacle. The representatives of each map are worried about losing their lives. Black Scythe knows that being a representative will bring greater rewards in the upcoming rounds. The angel reassures everyone that losing in the bonus round won't result in death, and that they'll be respawned afterward, which gives the players some comfort. Olive goes on to explain that the new representative will have the ruler ability instead of the command ability. This ability will allow them to rule over any player with a rank lower than theirs, regardless of their profession. However, the ability can only be used 10 times, and any player can kill them to become the new representative. Olive tempts them with the reward, and the representatives seem increasingly motivated by the idea of ruling others. Meanwhile, the angels realize that after the maps merge, they'll need to choose a representative among themselves as well. One angel asks if anyone would like to volunteer for the position, but each angel hesitates. Since no one steps forward, they decide to brainstorm other ways to select a representative. One angel suggests they roll a dice, but the others dismiss the idea, thinking it would be too boring. Another angel proposes they take turns, but the problem with that is the angels who go last might never get the chance to be a representative, especially since the maps will merge again. Then, the angel Priscilla suggests that they let the map representatives fight, and the angel whose player dies first will become the guide for the humans. The other angels agree to this, but Olive has a different idea. She proposes that the angel whose player wins the bonus round will become queen of all the angels. Olive explains that the queen will have the power to decide which angel will guide the humans, and the other angels will have to follow her orders. The other angels are intrigued by this proposal, while Priscilla points out that Olive has made a bold statement and seems quite confident in her player. She brags that her player has never lost his first rank in the local map since the first round. Olive smiles back, thinking that if Priscilla knew her player was Black Scythe, she wouldn't be so sure of herself. Priscilla and the other angels agree to the terms, and Olive descends to announce the start of the game. She calls all the map representatives under her. After the players gather, Olive summons an arena from beneath them and explains that the game will continue until only one player remains standing. The survivors will be revived, except for those who die outside the arena. The game begins, and everyone summons their weapons. One player notices that no one is making the first move and wonders why they're all being so cautious. He thinks that since all of them are map representatives, they must be extremely talented. At the same time, he overestimates himself because of his rune of dissolution, which skins his enemies alive if his sword manages to touch them. He's relying on his sword moving like an aimbot. The angels begin to grow frustrated as they wonder why the humans aren't fighting. The player, confused, finally decides to make the first move. Confident that he's the strongest in the arena, he believes that if he makes a strong impression, the other players will be too scared to challenge him. So, he draws his sword and searches for someone to make an example of. He takes an offensive stance, waiting for someone to step up, and unfortunately for him, the hero steps forward to face him. The player sees this as an easy target and notices that the hero's weapon is a massive scythe. It's a rare sight, since he's only ever seen people with scythe in their names, not wielding the weapon itself. He glances at the hero's nickname, and as soon as he reads Black Scythe, panic sets in. He immediately lowers his sword, wondering if this could be the legendary hero who ranked first in the world map in all the rounds. The angels, watching the player, are taken aback by his sudden loss of confidence. They turn to Priscilla and ask if this player is her map representative. Priscilla nervously bites her nail, puzzled by her human's frozen stance, but before she can respond, Olive bursts out laughing. Priscilla snaps at her, but Olive explains that it's simply amusing to see her representative quiver in fear before Olive's human. Priscilla glances at the hero and acknowledges that the scythe does make an impression, but it's not enough to freeze someone in place. She asks Olive if her human is scared, and Olive casually agrees. Priscilla dismisses it as nonsense and reminds everyone that her representative had held the first rank continuously in her local map. But Olive quickly shatters her confidence by revealing that the hero, Black Scythe, has held the first rank on the world map since the game began. Priscilla scoffs, calling it a lie, but Olive calmly tells her to look at the hero's nickname and figure it out for herself. The angels immediately recognize the name, and Priscilla, her confidence faltering, nervously bites her lip, realizing her representative might not even stand a chance against Black Scythe. In that moment, the angels are shocked as the other player is swiftly decapitated before he can even react. Olive declares Priscilla out of the game, and Priscilla stands silent, disbelief washing over her. The players now cower in fear, realizing the vast rank difference between them and Black Scythe. It quickly dawns on them that they can't win, even if they all attacked him at once. Black Scythe begins to move, and panic sets in among the players. They start flattering him, telling him they're honored to meet him, but when that doesn't work, they put away their weapons and announce they forfeit, turning to the angels. The angels are enraged by this display of cowardice and consider it disgraceful. One angel threatens to blow up the head of any player who surrenders without the privilege of being respawned. Fear ripples through the players as they hastily summon their weapons. One player, trying to muster some courage, declares that they could win if they work together. Black Scythe looks at them with disappointment, seeing how they are more afraid of the angels than of him. He watches as they prepare to gang up on him, a small smile creeping onto his face as he considers them as weak as insects. The other players, feeling insulted, yell back, declaring that they were the top rankers of their maps too. With their pride on the line, they charge towards him, throwing everything they've got into the attack. Black Scythe swings his scythe with impressive speed, making quick work of all the zone leaders as he rushes through them, leaving other players staring at the scene in shock. Our hero flashes past them, catching fades left and right, while the angels observe in both surprise and horror. The divine beings begin to mutter about how swiftly this fight concludes, while one golden lady crowns Olive the victor and names her the new queen among them. Just then, the red-haired angel Priscilla lashes out at Olive and refuses to back down as she accuses her of playing dirty. Olive doesn't deny the accusation, and the red-haired psycho tries to rile the others against Olive, claiming she already anticipated this outcome. Our hero's angel counters that this is exactly why she suggested they hold a competition, and points out that everyone joined with full knowledge. The other angels also support her statements, putting the red-haired angel in the spotlight as Olive mocks her for acting like a crybaby. She continues to taunt Priscilla, daring her to take a swing, which would lower herself to the status of a human, while threatening to tell the head angel. This makes the red-haired angel shudder as memories of the punishment she faced in the insect dungeon flash through her mind, causing her to calm down almost instantly. With that, Olive issues her punishment and commands Priscilla to guide the humans. Priscilla tries to ask how long this will last, but our zone's angel only nags her further. The red-haired angel flies towards the ground, regretting the bet she made earlier. Meanwhile, the system informs our hero that he is now the new zone representative, while the crowd gathered nearby mumbles about how much more powerful Black Scythe has become, deciding it's best not to provoke him. Priscilla then revives the dead players, who wake up confused and start wondering what the heck just happened to them as they recall their final moments. The red-haired angel fills them in on the current situation and informs them that they will be losing their representative powers now. She advises them not to feel too sad since they know how to get it back. As the bonus round concludes, the angel goes on to explain the main quest. Suddenly, quest windows pop up in front of each player, revealing that they need to kill 300 orcs each, and the passing rate has been severely decreased, which leads to complaints from the crowd. Infuriated, Priscilla lashes out at them for their constant whining and threatens to lower the passing rate even more, effectively silencing all the players. She adds that since the previous rounds have been too easy, the difficulty level has now been set to legendary. Some players question how tough this quest could possibly be, while the angel simply tells them to wait and see. Another NPC asks about the subquest and its reward, to which Priscilla replies that the hidden quest has been revealed this time, but the reward will remain a secret. Min looks at the winged creature in disgust for always withholding information and recalls that the reward for this round is the Rune of Balance, an incredibly important power-up, which only one person per zone can actually obtain. Of course, it's possible for other players to earn this rune too, but achieving that is nearly impossible. Even if a player manages to clear the subquest, meeting the conditions to earn it remains quite challenging. The angel then reveals to the crowd the hidden quest that they need to collect all balance stones. However, only one person can actually receive the reward. This means that if one person fails to find all 4 stones, then no one gets the reward. Priscilla cracks a wicked smile and reminds them that it's always possible to steal the stones from others. The players keep pestering her with questions, and she clarifies that they can only steal the balance stones and nothing else. She also lets them know that they have used up all their free revives for this round. With that, Priscilla encourages them to give it their all before vanishing into the sky as a timer appears above the players. Our hero is still irritated with the bothersome angels but decides to start farming the orcs and aims to set a new record, after which he plans to assist Jury with her kills. He then descends from the platform into the crowd and walks through them, almost sending the guys into a full-on panic. The players feel a sense of relief as he passes by peacefully and wonder whether they should follow him or not. Some players hesitate, but others argue that Min consistently stays 10 steps ahead, so there must be a method to his madness. Many of them feel anxious about getting caught, while one NPC suggests keeping a safe distance at all times. One of the previous zone representatives gets pumped up and tells them they can either step up or eat dust as he walks away from the clearing. Meanwhile, the rest of the group seriously questions if this is the best idea, but they push aside their fears and decide to go after Black Scythe anyway, beginning to trust that the pro actually knows what he is doing. After that, our hero makes it to what looks like a small orc village tucked deep in the woods, and the gang of losers chasing after him act like they're impressed by this scrappy little backwater place, while they watch Black Scythe take on the first orc and wipe it out like it's nothing more than small fry. The giant pig of a thing collapses like a sack of potatoes, and he heads straight into the center of the village, where it seriously looks like they're all getting ready to grill up some juicy barbecued meat. The moment they spot him, every orc around goes absolutely crazy and pulls out their weapons. The ground starts shaking hard as 3 massive monsters charge straight at our hero, but he stands his ground without a hint of fear and slices off the first one's head like he's already collected 3 heads on his scythe. Then, the other 2 try smashing him into a pancake for dessert, but Min swings his scythe again and clears out every house in the village until not a single orc remains. Seeing this, the others think that orcs are not that threatening even though the homeless guy suggests that Black Scythe isn't an average scrub like them, and says they should look for another village and follow in Black Scythe's footsteps. As expected, the useless scum are already scheming to use the close combat classes as cannon fodder while they hang back and steal the last hits for themselves. Either way, they stumble across another village that's way bigger this time and even has a proper lookout. The orc standing up on the tower doesn't waste a second before blowing his battle horn, which echoes loudly across the massive village. That sound throws the whole party into chaos, and the panic only escalates when a crapload of hulking monsters pour out of the houses like a raging swarm of bees. It takes almost no time at all for them to surround the dozen or so players, and that's when everyone finally realizes the village didn't look big just for decoration. The cowardly sorcerer nervously asks what they're supposed to do, and the swordsman tells him it's pretty damn obvious they've got to fight if they want to keep their skin. As the orcs rush into attack, the guys charge full throttle, assuming they're only dealing with oversized goblins, and when one dude manages to knock aside the orc's massive club, his confidence instantly skyrockets as he gets all hyped, thinking these things are actually pretty bad at fighting. He thrusts his sword right into the monster's chest with a smug grin, but that fades fast when he realizes the blade's stuck like his sister in the washing machine. The orc responds with a filthy smack across his face using its club, sending him into permanent sleep mode, and after that, the rest of the party gets picked off slowly one at a time. Only this time there's no respawn button to save them. Meanwhile, Min feels pretty satisfied knowing those annoying bugs who thought they were sneaky invisible ninjas have finally lost his trail. He figures they should be fine anyway since there were like 20 of them. But the thought hits him hard that even those numbers would get clapped if they ever messed with the big villages that hold over 200 orcs. On top of everything else, orcs are packed with thick, beefy muscle that grabs onto weapons and makes it nearly impossible to yank them back out, which is why players are better off aiming at the neck, since that's the thinnest part. That said, it doesn't matter for our guy, who can just stroll right up to an orc and knock it out with a clean one-shot using the back of his scythe. After that, Min opens the system window to check that he's gotten 300 of them in an hour, and is the first in all regions to do so. Having claimed the top spot, he figures it's time to go check in on Jury next, so he activates his tracking skill to find her location. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Bandana Guy turns to his leader and asks if he's doing all right. The slightly smarter party starts to understand that orcs aren't just pigs walking around on two legs. Their leader Cho Yong-ho then asks Bandana Guy for a status update, and he replies that they've taken down 50 so far. Yong-ho runs some quick math and realizes they're moving way too slow for 5 people to qualify, and one of his members reminds him this isn't just disqualification, so it's basically game over. The boss lets out a sigh and tells his team they've got no choice now but to throw hands with a larger orc village, which makes his men nervous since they barely survived fighting just 3 at once. Their tank suggests it would be safer to keep farming the smaller villages, but Yong-ho tells them they're crawling along at a snail's pace, and even if they'll be fighting with their lives on the line, it's a risk they've got to take. He pulls out a quote from Lionheart and tells his men there's no point in staying aboard a sinking boat. They then move quietly through the eerie, shadow-filled forest until one of the guys points out a village he swears he's seen before. He quickly warns their leader that he can spot a scout posted near the entrance, so Yong-ho suggests they loop around the area to avoid getting spotted. The gang slips past the orcs like they're playing Assassin's Creed on the lowest difficulty, and eventually come across a fence with a noticeable gap in it. One of the NPCs takes a quick look through the opening and reports back that he doesn't think there are any guards patrolling the area. With that cue, they begin squeezing through the gap one by one and quietly spread out to get a better look at the enemy's setup. A scout mentions that there should be about 5 orcs holed up in each hut, which ends up being way more than their leader was expecting, so the blonde guy suggests they try to ambush each hut separately instead of rushing in all at once. Yong-ho gives him the green light and the group gathers outside one of the orc huts, hyping themselves up like they're about to kick down a drug den door on a cop show. Shaking from head to toe in sheer intimidation, they slowly push through the hanging curtains and reach a massive wooden door. The moment their leader signals them, the gang bursts in, only to immediately regret all their life choices when they realize there's nearly double the number of orcs lounging around like bored cavemen. Seeing them arrive, one of the jacked orcs blurts out Unga Bunga and instantly puts all of them on high alert. Yong-ho's guy turns to the leader and asks for orders before they all get obliterated, and the leader replies that they should at least try taking one down first. He then leads them in a charge toward the one on the left, so their tank holds back its attack just long enough for the swordsman to slash its leg, letting Bandana Guy finish it off, showing off the kind of teamwork every League player dreams of. Watching one of their comrades slam into the floor like a sack of potatoes sends the rest of the orcs into a frenzy as they dive straight at the gang, roaring like they're saying everyone's about to be pancakes in a few seconds. One orc throws a bone-crushing punch at Bandana Guy's shoulder, which makes him drop to his knees in pain and leaves him totally exposed. But Yong-ho shows who's boss and refuses to let that slide, stabbing his sword right into the orc's thick, girthy black neck and dropping it to the floor in an instant. As the other orcs begin grunting with rage, the party pulls together back to back. Yong-ho eyes the 8 remaining walking hulks and starts to wonder if his crew can really take them when the tank suddenly gives up and yells at everyone to just run for it. With no hesitation, they all take off running while the orcs come charging right after them. After a few moments, they find themselves completely surrounded, which makes the injured Bandana Guy think their time is officially up. But Yong-ho gathers up some aura and tells his pathetic teammates to man up, while the ones who've clearly given up already start saying their goodbyes. Their leader points out that the orcs didn't finish them off fast and tells them to look at those smug faces full of cocky grins and pride dripping from their ugly mugs. Yongho says they're being laughed at for acting like a bunch of sissies and asks if they don't feel even the slightest bit of shame. He faces the monster that's twice his size and tells his men to take them head on and fall in a way that at least shows some honor. This lights a fire under his team again, while the orcs start cracking up like they're watching monkeys trapped in a cage. Still, Yongho tells his crew to strike the one he points at once he gives the signal, but right after they brace for it, all of the orcs suddenly scatter like ants in a storm. Their attention snaps toward a fire in the distance, and the guys wonder what could be out there that even sends orcs running like terrified prey. Seeing the opportunity, Yongho tells them to stay focused because they finally have a shot now that only 8 orcs are left. After several brutal minutes pass, the men manage to bring down every last one of the monsters, and they thank their leader for giving them hope right when they were about to give up. Playing it cool as always, Yongho says he couldn't have done any of it without his homies and checks on his injured guy who honestly looks like a total crack addict. Yongho takes command again and tells the squad to stash their busted-up buddy somewhere safe while he goes ahead to check the path. With that, he starts moving toward the place that was burning not long ago. As he rounds the corner, he starts to think it's weird how everything suddenly went quiet and how not a single monster has shown up. The man walks through the village and glances around when something appears that completely stuns him. Scattered around the ground are battered orc corpses that give off a strange aura. As he steps through the scene, he wonders who could have caused all this chaos when his eyes land on a man dressed in all black. It doesn't take long for him to realize it's Black Scythe, who looks a little surprised that anyone else is still in the village. But the real shock hits when he reads the player name and realizes the man is Cho Yongho, better known as the Mercenary King. It gets explained that Mercenary is a close combat class able to wield various weapons like warriors, but their real edge comes from forming contracts with allies or the Mercenary King himself. As the only guy with this class at the time, Yongho holds a unique power where both sides earn bonus rewards through contracts, making it a clean win-win deal. Min can hardly believe he's meeting this guy by pure chance and starts walking over like a shy girl. He catches himself and tries to plan how to talk to the top-ranked player while our boy throws him a harsh glare without meaning to, all while thinking the man truly looks like someone who deserves the class with that natural leader aura. Yongho asks if he's the one who wrecked all those orcs, and the man says yes. The leader starts sweating and bows quickly to show his thanks for saving the party from a certain wipe, though our boy admits he didn't even know they were there. Still, Yongho thanks him again for the help, and Min tells him he should get his men out before more orcs show up. The Mercenary King starts to sweat as he asks how the man knows about his allies. Min casually glances behind him at the goofy bunch who came running after their kind-hearted leader out of pure concern. Our hero quietly takes in the mercenaries Yongho probably formed contracts with and finds it impressive that the Mercenary King managed to gather loyal teammates so early in the game. As they all stare at the top-ranked player, Shield Guy, and the others start freaking out over what Black Scythe could be doing way out here, and he replies that he's been farming the balance stones. Knowing the mid-boss will show up once the village gets wiped, our hero tells them to clear out, and the group of fanboys happily obeys his word. Just as they turn to leave, Shield Guy says he heard something off. After a few seconds, the noise grows loud enough that everyone hears it, and our hero tells them to run now because the mid-boss is on its way. Yongho doesn't catch the warning over the thunderous sound, but all voices go quiet when a massive orc with a terrifying aura begins to march right toward them. The mercenaries freeze in fear when they see the mid-boss charge at them far too fast for something that size, while Min feels nothing but excitement as he thinks about claiming the first balance stone. With the creature closing in fast, Yongho's jaw practically hits the ground, and he shouts at his men to run, while his own legs refuse to listen. Inching closer with every second, the boss swings its weapon straight down at the spot he just left behind. Once the dust settles, it looks like he barely got out of the way at the last moment, even though he was scared out of his mind. So our hero swoops in to save the day and not so gently hurls him aside. He asks Yongho why he froze like that, then tells the rest of them to stand the hell back if they still want to see their loved ones. The giant warrior orc steps forward like it's staring at its next meal and starts laughing at the loser lying next to him. So Min rushes the ugly beast to shut it up and drives his scythe straight into the middle of its foot. That sends the beast screaming in pain and it tries to stomp him flat, but Min just leaps back and builds aura while flipping through a second attack mid-air. He calls out the administrator for designing a boss that deals massive damage but can't do anything if someone keeps dodging. As the warrior pig lets out one more angry growl, Black Scythe finally gets sick of the noise and dives at it with his scythe ready like he's out for blood. After he lands the destructive skill, he drops behind it and keeps chipping away at its thick neck with fast, sharp strikes. Our hero finds it wild that the oversized piggy's neck manages to tank 2 full-power hits from him, but that thought fades quick as he jumps in again and hooks his scythe around its neck. Black Scythe then kicks off the monster's body and uses the force to slice that bad boy clean off. As he stands atop the body of his fallen enemy, the system rewards him with gold and a fresh pile of experience points. Yongho's men are left stunned that he actually took down the massive beast all by himself. Meanwhile, Min stays focused on his reward panel packed with solid drops, including a legendary sword piece that deals more damage than his netherite scythe, an orc's heart he knows will help forge a unique item later, and the balance stone. All the guys come running over like kids to their dad and thank him for saving them from certain death once more, though Min keeps it cool and tells them this is exactly why he told them to leave, which makes the boys melt and practically worship him. With that, he accepts a few well wishes from Yongho's crew and heads out. The group goes off to hunt again, but just then, Bandana Guy falls to his knees and clutches his chest, saying he can see his grandma's spirit. Yongho gets pissed that he didn't say anything earlier, and frantically tells him to hang in there using the power of anime and friendship until the timer hits 0. Bandana Guy reminds him they'll all die if they stop killing orcs and begs them to leave him behind, but the leader refuses and promises to let him last hit orcs like their league minions. As doom creeps up on the heavily injured player, he says he can't hold out any longer and collapses, sending the whole squad into a panic. That's when Min turns around, surprised that the mercenary king is this torn up over one guy, and figures they're probably just tight friends or something. But since the scene hits a little too close to home and reminds him of him and Juan, he steps in and offers to take a look. The guys ask him if he can really do something, but Black Scythe takes a look at the mangled arm and says he can fix it as long as it's still attached. Somehow using healing magic even though his class is literally the opposite of it, he completely stuns Yongho and the rest of the gang. Seeing their dumb faces, he tells them it's just a skill anyone can buy from the shop, and another guy says he never expected that 20,000 gold skill he saw would turn out to be this powerful. However, Min isn't actually telling the full truth, since the skill isn't much better than basic first aid, but his version ends up overpowered because of his mad high IQ of 123 and the Radiance rune. He tells Bandana Boy not to use his arm the wrong way again and to rest it for a while. The guy jumps to his feet and profusely thanks him for saving his life, before the rest of Yongho's squad joins in to show their thanks too. To express his gratitude, the mercenary king hands over a shiny golden stone, and one of his other party members offers a red one, followed by everyone trying to one-up each other with their own thank you gifts. Our hero tries his best to turn them down politely, and says he doesn't need their trash, but they beg him to accept it as a token of gratitude, leaving him stuck in the middle of the village holding a bunch of sweaty second-hand gear. Still, he's far more interested in the real reward here, since he looks at Yongho and realizes he's gained favor with a pretty big fish by using a skill he already had. With that, he says goodbye and walks off like a boss while the peasants bow down to their king without question. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Juri stares at the timer and freaks out that it's been an hour, and she still doesn't have a single orc to her name. She ends up crying at herself for stalking Black Scythe Senpai and getting totally lost on the way. You see, she found him pretty easily during the bonus game with the representatives before the round began, but she was completely stunned watching him slice through the others like they were nothing more than vegetables. After he wrapped things up and she finally managed to catch him alone, her legs gave out under the sheer weight of his riz, and she shut her eyes, telling herself she'd try approaching him when he seemed a little less terrifying. But the moment she opened them, Senpai was already gone, and it hit her fast that she had completely lost track of him like the air-headed fool she always is. Juri recalls how Min warned her back on Earth that taking out 300 orcs isn't a small feat since those monsters move in packs, and that's why she should never try fighting them solo, but instead wait to find Black Scythe once all the servers had synced. He also made her promise to wait at least an hour before reaching out to her senpai during the round, and now thanks to that warning, she ends up stuck in the middle of the forest alone. Realizing that Black Scythe probably won't return to the starting area anytime soon, she knows sitting there won't get her anywhere. So our girl rises to her feet with her mind made up and sets off, determined to find him no matter what. She moves deeper into the Crimson Forest, staying on high alert as she follows the path she assumes he took, and eventually comes across a village in a clearing. She thinks if it's an orc village then Black Scythe should probably be nearby, but she quickly scraps that idea, realizing she'd be toast if the orcs inside decide to pull a Goblin Slayer moment on her. Without warning, an ugly bastard materializes right behind her, and the second she notices, both of them start screaming in pure confusion at each other. But our girl isn't a wuss and immediately casts Bless on herself, silently thanking Senpai that it's alone and she already knows its weakness. Even though she's aware the neck is the only part not too thick to cut through, Juri worries that she's a woman with terrible aim, so her attack might end up hitting another player if anyone's nearby. Knowing it's game over if her sword misses its mark and gets stuck in its muscles, she gathers all her strength for one solid strike. Unfortunately, her aim fails horribly when the orc dodges, but Juri still manages to get away since she didn't bury her sword too deep. She keeps dodging the enraged orc's caveman-level swings until she spots an opening and charges in for the finishing blow without a hint of hesitation. The deep cut across its neck makes the orc cry out in pain, which only fuels Juri's confidence even more, so she drives her sword forward at mad speed until the orc's neck looks like a slab of Swiss cheese. The big bad orc crashes face first at her feet while she stands there, still struggling to process that she actually pulled it off. Right after that, a familiar dark-robed character appears out of nowhere. As she watches him walk toward her, she seriously wonders if she's high on adrenaline, or if the man she's been chasing all this time actually showed up and is heading straight for her like Jotaro. That pipe dream pops the moment he walks right past her like she's nothing more than a fart in the wind. Mustering every ounce of courage she has, Juri calls out to him. Black Scythe Senpai gives her a glance that basically says she has 10 seconds to explain herself before he leaves. Stumbling over her words, she blurts out a request for him to fight her, which makes our guy wonder if she's already lost her mind after dealing with one orc. She quickly corrects herself and asks if he'll team up with her instead. He tells her to give him one good reason why he should even consider it. So she practically shoves her unique skill in his face and explains that her bless ability is the strongest stat buff in the entire game. Min gives her a pretend glance at his screen and confirms it like a bored pro, so she asks if that's enough to convince him to form a team in exchange for regular buffs while they hunt orcs together. Our boy flatly replies that he could just use his authority to dominate her and make her cast Bless whenever he feels like it. Juri's brain instantly short-circuits, and she starts sweating bullets until Min coolly adds that all he really wants is her promise not to betray him. She nods like a bobblehead and accepts the deal without hesitation. Black Scythe extends his hand to her as a sign of trust and introduces himself, and Juri introduces herself as well, calling herself the level 13 buffer known as Democracy. He tells her she really doesn't need his help, especially after seeing how she took down that orc, but she innocently mentions that it was pretty much her only kill in the first hour and a half of the round. Taking pity on the clumsy lady, he promises to help her hit her target as soon as he can. As they walk toward the next village, he tells her to stay within his sight, and says that it is for her own safety. Noticing his subtle kindness, she thanks Min for the solid advice when a gang of orcs shows up out of nowhere, instantly sending a chill down her spine. Black Scythe tells her to hold his beer and relax as he charges at the three ugly fatties, slicing off their legs like he's preparing for a barbecue. One by one, he ruthlessly turns each orc into an amputee, and then tells her to end their misery. After that, as she stands there just staring blankly at him, he tells her to chop chop, so Juri grips her sword with hesitation and aims it right at the gobbler. While the experience points start rolling in, she ends up thinking that killing orcs actually feels way easier than she expected, mostly because of Black Scythe's help. Min just silently stares at her and tells the woman to either hurry up or get left behind while he walks off, leaving her to scramble after him. Later on, after some time goes by, Juri happily shares that she's taken down 52 orcs in just 30 minutes, though Min still thinks that's way too slow for his standards, even though he figures it's smarter to stay careful since Juri could get herself hurt if they end up surrounded during a village raid. He figures their best chance lies in an orc shaman, so he tells her that instead of dragging things out for 3 hours at their current speed, they could actually finish it all in just one. Juri looks confused as she asks the guy how something like that could even be possible, so he explains that all they really need to do is find an orc shaman who pretty much spawns orcs endlessly for them to farm. This way, they won't waste any time running around after stragglers, and Min completely stuns her when he casually says he'll just juggle the shaman along with his creeps to help her out. Right after, she tries to press him on how he could possibly know all that, but he tells her he's gone up against one before and adds that she's always safe when Daddy Black Scythe is around. That leaves her completely in awe as she starts thinking he really does seem a lot kinder than what her first impression made her believe. As this happens, when they finally get there, she asks if there's actually a shaman hiding in such a small village, to which Min replies that's exactly the kind of setup that gets most innocent players killed, since the shaman practically draws them in like flies. His mind flashes back to all the times he's seen orc shamans so clever they end up farming humans instead, though he knows he can twist that arrogance to work in his favor. While they walk through the quiet backwater village, he explains that most of the houses sit completely empty, and there's just one sneaky shaman hiding out in the big building with a pretty simple trap setup. The moment an unsuspecting player steps into that trap zone, the shaman spawns a whole gang of 10 or 20 orcs to gangbang them, which naturally gets Juri wondering how on earth she's supposed to keep herself from getting torn apart. Then Min decides it's the perfect time to mess around a little, so he leans in really close to her until she turns red and whispers a blazing hot plan on how she's going to fool the shaman. Feeling totally confident because it's coming from her crush, she promises she won't let him down, and even shocks the guy by saying she's handling it all on her own. So he pouts and tells her he's totally fine just chilling outside until she finishes up, and with that, Democracy steps into the house and looks down the long, pitch-dark hallway that stretches without an end. She slowly walks deeper and deeper inside until she finds herself in a big open room with a red carpet, and it clicks in her memory that Black Scythe had already told her about this place. Back when he explained it, he told her the red carpet room is where the shaman summons orcs to fully surround any player, so she should step on it and instantly yeet herself out. That'll make the shaman send scouts to check it out, which they can then farm. Thinking it sounds easy as pie, she bravely steps inches from the carpet, but before Juri even lifts her foot, the shaman fires a light spell and stares sheer death at her. Still, she's a strong, independent woman who doesn't hesitate for a second before scooting the hell out of there and slamming the door shut right in that creep's face. With her heart practically jumping out of her chest, she tells Black Scythe she pulled it off just like he told her to, and Min simply says that now all they have to do is wait for the experience to come walking right to them. Right then, the door creaks open ever so slowly, and a small group of orcs steps out to scout around for the enemy, only to get jumped and sliced apart in a clean sweep. He turns to Juri and tells her it's safe now, so after she finishes off the first fresh batch out of the oven, she asks him if the shaman is really dumb enough to fall for the same trick again. Min tells her the thing's dumber than rocks and probably has less IQ than a Logan Paul fan, but all her doubts just melt away the second she catches sight of his golden smile. A short while later, Juri finally hits the 300 orc mark, and Black Scythe brags about how it only took an hour. She keeps thanking him over and over for his help, but Min is clearly more focused on her level, which she reveals is 19, so he casually tells her she'll hit a rank up after just one more. He's honestly pumped about the new skills she'll unlock from the rank up since they'll make her even more useful to him, especially because he needs that extra edge to snag the world record on the boss. That's why he says he'll help her get to level 20, while Juri stays completely stuck in the delusion that he's just a genuinely nice guy, and awkwardly stands there like a maiden in love who doesn't want to cheat on her crush. Meanwhile, a group of 5 loud losers shows up and starts making a scene about how Daddy Black Scythe totally wrecked the orcs. Right then, loser number 1 tries to say hi, but our hero tells him to quit wasting time and just spit it out already. The guy explains that he and his crew only came to farm some monsters, but deep down he's losing his mind over how just 2 people managed to wipe out every single orc lying dead on the ground. Meanwhile, the other 2 start wondering how some random lady ended up teaming with the number 1 player, and immediately begin cooking up all sorts of creepy theories about how she won him over. As the budget ninja guy starts checking her out like she's one hell of a baddie, our boy slams his scythe into the ground and tells them to vanish from his sight. Looking pissed beyond belief, he says dudes with no wife and no life shouldn't be anywhere near him, since all they do is drain his aura, which really ticks off the headband guy. Juri starts panicking hard about what could happen if low-level players like them try picking a fight with Black Scythe, but our boy doesn't give them the chance as he swiftly dents the headband-wearing idiot's massive forehead. His quick little justice speech comes to a halt the moment he sees blood drip down the guy's face, and the loser squad wastes no time yeeting themselves out of there, deciding they'll just secretly spy on the farming method from a safe distance instead. However, Min already knows exactly what they're up to and plans to make kebabs out of them the second they try to steal the boss. As he returns to the real mission of getting Juri to level 20, the loser gang thinks they've put enough distance between themselves and starts debating if spying on Black Scythe is worth it to steal his farming method. They crouch in the bushes like they're in Assassin's Creed and wait, watching as 2 orc scouts come charging out and begin attacking him. As always, our boy doesn't think they're even worth drawing his weapons and decides to flex by hurling one of them straight into the other with a barehanded smack. After that, he mashes them into potatoes so Juri can get the last hits. From the bushes, the loser brigade sits slack-jawed as it hits them just how far out of their league he is, though one of them can't help but wonder why he's not finishing them off himself, and the lady keeps going in instead. Their non-existent brain cells finally scrape together enough juice to realize he's clearly carrying her, and they all start losing it over what kind of deal she made to earn that kind of treatment. Seeing her stroll in and out like it's no big deal while still being way ahead of them drives them insane. But then one of them notices something doesn't add up. Every time she exits the hut, she's bringing back more orcs, which makes no sense because that many can't be in one tiny hut. One of them gets really pissed when he realizes they're hogging a spawner, but they all agree to just sit back and wait for them to leave since they're way too weak to pick a fight with the number 1 player. Meanwhile, Juri checks her status and happily announces that she's finally hit level 20, picked up a unique skill, and even got an upgrade on her bless. When Min asks her to use it on him, his stats suddenly skyrocket by 60% instead of the usual, and she follows up with the new skill called Swift, which boosts both his movement and attack speed by the same amount. Our hero raises his eyebrows at how strong the effects are and says they should wrap this up by taking out the orc shaman next, then tells her to stay out of his way if she really wants to be helpful. As he glances over at the Gooner gang giving him dirty looks from the bushes, Juri keeps standing there with her usual cheerful cute face like nothing's going on. He quietly thinks to himself that watching their faces when they see what he's about to pull will be epic. As Juri quietly sits outside waiting for the next step, the bush squad also notices that Black Scythe has actually entered the hut himself this time. Suddenly the door flies wide open and he charges out with a huge swarm of angry orcs right on his tail, all of them out for blood while Min looks ready to pull a quick one on them. Seeing our boy book it away from the orcs, Jury starts worrying that something might have seriously gone wrong with the plan. From the bushes nearby, one of the guys watches with wide eyes, shocked that even the legendary Black Scythe is running away scared, while his teammate thinks he is overreacting. Meanwhile, the orc shaman's staff pulses with ominous energy as it conjures 3 massive arms that pound the ground hard enough to summon orcs wherever they land. Meanwhile, Jury is at a total loss watching our boy get circled by orcs and briefly wonders if she should switch the plan and jump in to help him out. However, that thought disappears instantly after she sees him slicing and dicing orcs charging from all sides like a boss, showing absolutely no trace of panic on his cool, handsome face. Just then, the orc shaman summons another batch of 10 more orcs to add to the already massive horde. But even when Min finds himself standing right in the middle of monsters ready to lunge at him from every direction at once, he backflips out of there in style, leaving the party of stalkers completely speechless. At that moment, his teammate leans over and tells him to seriously stop fanboying over Black Scythe, because their target is starting to look super vulnerable. Suddenly, their creepy leader turns around with a freaky grin plastered on his evil face, and tells them it is time they should steal the kill while they still have the chance. However, his teammates get nervous and quickly express their worry they might meet the exact same fate as the orcs, but their leader smugly thinks even Black Scythe cannot touch them while the orcs keep him busy. Hearing that, one coward says they could always just pretend they were only trying to help out if he ends up getting mad. With that, they slowly sneak their way to the side of the orc hut, and Jury picks up on their weird movements, wondering what kind of shady plan they are cooking up. Suddenly, it hits her that they might be planning to steal the orc shaman while Min is still stuck handling the horde swarming all over him. The scene shifts to the past when Jury shyly thanked Min for helping her, though she still pointed out she is just dead weight holding him down, but he told her he already finished the main quest and has one of the 4 balance stones, so he has plenty of free time for side quests. Then he said he got one from the orc warrior and thinks he can collect more if he keeps slaying bosses, so she really does not need to feel bad for getting carried as long as he gets loot while helping her out. That is why she becomes absolutely furious when she sees a party of thieves trying to steal the boss that clearly belongs to Black Scythe. Jury instantly kicks into action to stop them before they manage to nab the shaman, but out of nowhere, the stealer party suddenly gets shrouded in total darkness, catching everyone off guard. As they stumble around confused, one of the guys quietly covers another's mouth to silence him, because they are standing right behind a scary monster that just noticed them sneaking around. The monster instantly spins around and starts making horrifying guttural noises that make it super clear they are about to get game overed. So, they run as fast as their rookie legs can physically carry them, but the boss blocks their escape path by trapping them inside a circle of orcs, just like it did with Min earlier. It is at this moment they finally realize they seriously messed up. An orc slices deep into the black-haired guy's shoulder and then lifts him up into the air by his hair before slamming him down like a sack of trash. When he looks up, he realizes he is about to get his head crushed like a watermelon under an orc's foot, except this time he is the watermelon. On the other hand, our boy finishes cleaning up the last of the orcs, then sees the very predictable result of his little test to check if the stalkers would try to steal the kill when he purposely lured the shaman out. Though, he feels zero guilt because these fools would have died anyway since they wasted too much time hiding and watching him instead of just completing the actual main quest. With that, he walks straight to the orc shaman, who growls and sends his entire army of orcs making menacing noises at Min to scare him off. But our boy makes quick work of them and notices that he feels a lot faster than usual thanks to a buff from Jury, as well as the rune of the Grim Reaper, which increases his attack speed by 50% at night, while also making him super hard to detect in the dark. All it takes is one clean slash from his scythe to chop the orc boss's head off. After dealing with the shaman, he racks up tons of experience and cash along with a pile of rare loot, but even though hitting level 33 feels good, what really gets Min hyped is a cracked old necklace called the Marble of Eternal Slumber. It gives him stat points for 100 stacks he earns when he slays 100 monsters, though the catch is, it loses durability with every stack, so it will break after giving a total of 10 stat points. Min figures it works a lot like the rune of absorption that Black Dragon used to have, but the annoying part is it shatters once he gets 10 points, all because of the durability condition. Still, he already has a fix in mind. He can grab the rune of durability during round 8 and hit up a blacksmith for repairs. If that works, then he lands himself a cracked infinite stats glitch. Just then, Jury calls out to him, wandering around trying to find him, since he basically turns into a ghost at night thanks to his rune's passive, which is as troubling as it is useful. Thought is, before canceling the spell that drowned those fools in darkness, he wipes out every trace they even existed, then calmly ends Night of Death. Just then, as the eerie gloom fades away like it was never there, Jury stops and blinks for a second, visibly confused, until she spots our hero and walks over fast, telling him how worried she was, but he just shrugs it off, saying he had some urgent business to handle. Hearing that, she asks if he somehow missed the party of robbing rascals who tried to steal the orc shaman while he was busy dealing with his summons. He innocently tells her he doesn't recall seeing anyone like that. The sweet girl looks completely thrown since she definitely remembers hearing their screams loud and clear, but our hero thinks there is zero reason for her to see what little of their bodies the boss left behind. After that, he tells her it is time to take down the next boss. Hours go by, and the two reach another village where Min causes another complete massacre. After wiping out the basic monsters and the archers guarding from the towers, he challenges the orc archer boss and gives it a death so brutal, it basically gets disassembled. He does not level up this time, but he bags 3 balance stones and a bunch of rare loot on the side. Opening his inventory, the first thing he checks is the agile archer boots that boost his speed, and they are miles better than the sad beginner pair he is still wearing. Next, he merges them with a green mana stone he has, which takes their agility stat even higher, and once he wraps up all the side bosses, our boy is finally ready to face the final boss. In this round, the final boss is a brutal beast called the High Orc, and the biggest issue during its fight is the strict time limit, so he has no choice but to speedrun. Thanks to the speed boosting items, he remembers his best time across all past lives was 43 seconds, but now that he has a solid support like Jury who can buff him on command, he is pretty sure he is about to set a record that will be remembered in the history books. However, before that, he needs to level up his stats and keep slaying monsters to max out the stat-boosting necklace. As time ticks away, only 30 minutes remain until the round ends, and our guy takes a short break after reducing the last orc village population to 0. He still does not hit level 40 like he wanted, but he moves on since he has no more time to grind, and he is honestly satisfied after getting 9 stat points from the necklace, which now has just 1 durability left out of 1,000. As he turns around, Jury suddenly asks him why he is not out hunting orcs, and he tells her that he already has what he needs to fight the final boss. With that, he says it is about time they split up, and that she actually did a great job following him all the way here. As she shakes his hand, she feels a little sad, and briefly thinks about selfishly asking if she can stay with him until the final boss, but she realizes she would probably just end up getting in his way. At the same time, our boy finds it kind of strange how quickly she got attached to him, but he knows deep down that the High Orc fight is too dangerous to bring her along to. As a small parting gift, she gives him one last buff, wrapping him in a swirl of glowing green energy, and he thanks her again for helping out with the hunt, since she was honestly kind of a lost cause on her own before. Then, she opens her inventory and says that even though it is not much, she got a glowing blue crystal during the orc hunt, and she is giving it to him in case he needs it later. Hearing that, he tells her it is fine and she can keep it, but she insists and says the experience she got already is more than enough, while thinking to herself that she can only give him one since she is keeping the other one for Min. Knowing that she still does not realize he is actually Min, he figures she must feel like she owes him something, so he accepts the gift from her while saying she helped him too, and they are even now. After that, he turns and walks off with a satisfied little smile on his face. On his way to the boss, he activates his tracking skill to locate the High Orc and notes that no one has managed to defeat it yet, since he can still sense its presence clearly, though no one in any of his past lives ever succeeded in slaying it either, because the High Orc is one of the 4 bosses of round 5, but it is so ridiculously strong that the other 3 honestly feel like side bosses in comparison. Normally, it would take 100 level 20 players working together in a tight raid to take down the beast, and a solo kill is practically unheard of. As an example, Min himself failed the first 4 tries he made to take it down solo, but with multiple tries, he became powerful enough to speedrun the whole fight in just 43 seconds. Jumping from tree to tree like some kind of forest ninja, he darts toward the boss as fast as he possibly can, fully ready to set another unbeatable time record. At nearly 100 meters left until reaching the boss, he finally catches a glimpse of its massive body looming from behind the trees ahead. But his eyes go wide in surprise when he hears the scream of a blonde player getting crushed in the boss's fists. The High Orc has a nasty look on its face as it holds up the crushed player, and the rest of the group starts panicking hard, wondering how things even ended up like this. Back then, this crew of players began asking around for others to join their party. The sword guy introduces himself as Junsuk and says that he is a level 12 warrior. Then a blonde guy steps in and says he is Braddy the Archer, while the hooded one blurts out a name that sounds like he headbutted his keyboard. They all joined for their own reasons, but somehow they ended up getting along way better than expected. The blonde guy tells the warrior to start taunting the orcs, and he jumps straight into it while the spear girl takes out another one in the back. With the unstoppable power of bromance, they go on an orc hunt that lasts for 6 whole hours. Every single one of them hits the 300 orc count, but Junsuk still feels bad about splitting up. He offers to keep hunting and the gang jumps right back into the grind because they want to push all the way to level 20. They unlock a new skill after that, which makes defeating orcs as easy as taking candies from little kids. The hooded guy suggests that they should aim for something bigger next, but before they can decide, the warrior suddenly points at something in the distance. The blonde guy looks up and sees a towering monster, saying that it kind of looks like an orc while the warrior guesses that it could be a boss. The spear girl asks if they are feeling brave enough to take it on, and another player agrees, figuring that the reward will be worth the risk. He offers to split the loot evenly, and the others all nod without a second thought as they head out to hunt the monster. Suddenly, the two-headed beast lets out a loud roar that freezes everyone in place. It charges toward them and launches into the air while the rest of the party can only stand there like statues. It crashes down with a powerful thud, which sends shockwaves in every direction, but the spear girl barely manages to dodge in time. The high orc wastes no time as it swings his monstrous claw arm and turns the spear girl into ancient history. It turns its head and spots the other girl who tripped and fell just from feeling the monster's presence. The high orc slams his hand down like a hammer and flattens her into a pancake, and that is when the blonde guy figures out that this monster was never the prey in the first place. The high orc grabs the archer next and squeezes tight to crush the life right out of him, while the warrior can only stand there frozen in horror. The hooded guy tries to play the hero, but the high orc picks him up with its tail and smashes him into the ground like a rag doll, sending him straight to the next world. Junseok starts sweating like crazy while he yells inside his head that he does not want to die and shouts at the monster to stay the hell away. He trembles from head to toe from sheer intimidation, but the high orc shows no mercy and raises his arm to crush him. Right then, Black Scythe appears in the air above the floor boss and comes flying down with his scythe ready. He slices one of the heads clean off, which makes the other one scream in rage, but our boy sends that one to the Shadow Realm as well. The monster's huge body crashes into the ground while the warrior tries to figure out what just happened. He stares at his hero in shock as our boy lands in front of him looking like a Dark Souls boss himself. Black Scythe is a little disappointed because he did not expect the high orc to go down in just one hit, and right then the system notifies him that he has reached level 40 and unlocked a bunch of new features. The damage and range of his Seal of Death skill both get a boost, and he also gains access to new broken abilities. He finally manages to unlock Moonlight Destruction skill, which turns out to be the only real attack skill his class has. Having just one attack skill is pretty risky since missing could mean disaster, but Moonlight Destruction covers a wide area which makes up for the risk. The skill is a mix of magic and physical damage, which means our hero can smack down enemies no matter what they are resistant to. He figures that this is going to come in clutch against the overpowered bosses still waiting out there, and he moves on to the next couple of rewards. Just then, the side quest also finishes up, and he unlocks the Rune of Balance, which is what he has been looking for the whole time. Our boy absorbs the rune into his body, and knows that it will only work right if he keeps all 4 of his stats balanced. That is why he always made sure not to let any of his stats fall too far behind the others. Once he is done with everything, he takes a peek at his updated stats and nearly loses it. After seeing every single one is now above 300, he is shocked because now the only thing higher than his stats is Snoop Dogg. Even though he knows that Jury's Bless ability and the round 5 buff are both in effect, our boy realizes that using the Rune of Balance is still the fastest way to get stronger right now, and then he goes on to claim the time attack reward. For defeating the round 5 boss in literally a single second, his time attack bonus applies to the boss as well, so he ends up getting a whopping 100,000 gold, which is the highest possible reward, and 4 times the amount he earned from his old 43-second record. Just then, the system informs him that he has set a new world record, and as a bonus for having his name registered in the Akashic Records, he gets to pick one unique item of his choosing. Our boy is stunned reading that pop-up because he has never seen it happen before, and he honestly cannot believe the ticket will actually let him choose whatever unique item he wants. After opening his inventory, he taps on the reward, and it lets him pick from one of the 8 categories of equipment. Realizing the choices are pretty much unlimited, Min figures he should not pick a weapon since he is planning to craft one once he goes back, so he decides to go with a helmet instead. Meanwhile, the guy he saved just stands there, staring at him poking around in the menu, still unable to believe a single man walked in and obliterated the behemoth in one clean hit. Realizing that even a team of 5 level 20 players did not stand a chance against that boss, he starts wondering what Black Scythe's real power level even is. Still, he tells himself this is not the time to overthink and that he should thank his savior, but by then, our boy gives him one cold look and silently walks the other way, without a word. Later at the starting point, the angel descends and asks if everyone has finished their quests already, and she seems quite interested to see how badly the large number of players got shredded in this round. She laughs in amusement, knowing the players were too strong to be beaten by orcs, so it is obvious most of them were busy fighting each other instead. With that, she moves on to the results for round 5, where Black Scythe is in the lead by a massive margin, sitting at 15 levels above the number 2 player in the entire world. Everyone is completely shocked after seeing his level and that unbelievable time record. Hearing the players around him spreading rumors about how it should be impossible to hunt that many orcs so fast, he sighs because he only wants to claim his rewards and leave in peace. Suddenly, a bunch of system notifications start popping up to congratulate him for being first in pretty much everything, and that ends up earning him an epic necklace choice pack and a special reward loot box. Then, it congratulates him again for the absurd achievement of staying first for 5 rounds straight, and grants him the cool title of the one ahead of all others, which Min has wanted for a long time since it boosts his experience gain by 50%. After that, he opens his inventory to pick one of the 3 epic necklaces, which are not much of a surprise for him at this point since he has used all of them in past lives already. He selects the Necklace of Java, which raises all of his stats, but the biggest perk of the artifact is that it gives him 35% resistance to every status effect. Plus, items with resistance on them are insanely rare in this game, so he can always sell the necklace for solid cash later on if he doesn't need it. Next, he opens the special reward loot box and finds a choice between tripling his experience in the 6th round, getting 6,000 gold, or obtaining hidden information on round 6. So while Min makes the obvious choice of triple XP for the next round, the angel suddenly starts clapping, much to the player's confusion, and then asks if anyone has even checked the rankings yet, because 1,600 people passed the quest, and that cannot be right. Out of nowhere, some of the players are engulfed by flames as the angel announces that every player ranked below 1,200 will be eliminated. The burning players beg for their lives, but she just laughs at the pathetic bugs who lack a spine, while our boy also laughs quietly, thinking she would probably be just as pathetic if she were in their place instead. Then, she announces that no one completed the side quests, until she suddenly pauses to correct herself and locks eyes with Black Scythe, who somehow is the only player who managed to complete them. With that, she bids the players farewell and tells them she will see them again in the next round. The scene shifts back to Earth, where Min relaxes at home after a nice dinner with his little brother the next day. Now that he has energy again after eating, he gets down to business and opens the combination window, where he chooses the Grim Reaper Scythe as the base weapon. Next, he adds the Orc's Heart, a mysterious wooden totem, and even the High Orc's Teeth as secondary materials. That setup alone would give him an epic rank weapon, but adding the black diamond he got from Youngmin will bump it up to unique instead. Once the combination is done, a cool-looking unique weapon called Death Scythe appears right in front of him, and it makes our boy so happy that he bursts out laughing, thrilled he has finally upgraded from his Grim Reaper Scythe, which honestly sounded a lot cooler. Then, he decides to use all his leftover money to buy general skills, starting off with Surrounding Search, which lets him see every player and monster in the vicinity like a mini-map. Secondly, he buys Dynamic Vision Enhancement, which boosts his eyesight in real time. And finally, he grabs Basic Resistance, which passively boosts resistance to all status effects by 15%, along with another passive that reduces the chance for his attacks to miss. Even after buying all of that, he still has 14,000 gold left and figures there is nothing else he really needs other than the epic item that is set to appear in a few days. With that done, he calls it a day and opens his status window again to check his stats, still impressed by how much the Rune of Balance has raised them, and the Rune of Slaughter is going to double all that power. Now that he is as strong as possible, he decides it is time to check on his business with Kyungrok Ma and then go after Young Min. However, he realizes he has no clue where Young Min even is, or if the guy is still alive. He uses track on him and manages to catch a signal, which confirms the guy is still alive somewhere, meaning Min can still put him to good use. However, he swears this will be the last time he bothers using scum like that for personal gain, before finally tossing him out like the trash that he is. The next day, Juri finds herself sitting in a fancy-looking cafe and she wonders why the rich boy wants to meet her again. In her mind, she starts drooling over all kinds of spicy scenarios, which makes her shake her head hard to clear the naughty thoughts out. Just then, Min walks into the cafe like he owns the place and asks if she waited long for him. Juri still feels a little flustered, but nervously offers to treat him, and our boy accepts the offer without hesitation. He gives her an innocent smile, and as she starts sipping her drink, she wonders where all these weird thoughts are even coming from. Min cuts in and asks how round 5 went for her, and she answers that she teamed up with Black Scythe, so it went surprisingly smoothly. She admits she thought she would be dead weight, but Black Scythe turned out to be really kind. Min reassures her that her buffs are very useful, and she reveals that this was the first time she placed second. That catches his attention and he asks what reward she got, which she proudly reveals is a mid-rank necklace that boosts agility, and then asks what he thinks of it. He tells her it seems like a solid item, and the shy girl then offers it to him without a second thought. Min tries to turn it down since she earned it herself, but she disagrees and says that Black Scythe carried her the whole time. He suggests giving it to Black Scythe in return, but she thinks that the item is too low level to be useful to him. Min tries to brush it off by saying he is not even a regular rank yet, which immediately grabs Juri's interest. He lies to her face that he is still stuck at level 19 and barely got through the last round. Juri figures that makes sense since Seer is not really a combat class, and just then, it clicks in her head as she asks how a Seer even fights, to which Min answers that he has some decent magic abilities. She kicks her brain into gear and realizes that the necklace does not really suit his class, and then suggests building up his intelligence stat if he plans to use magic seriously. After that, she summons a red crystal and offers it to him as thanks for all the help, which Min accepts only so she doesn't feel bad. Juri turns beet red and mumbles that he is always looking out for her, so she wants to repay him. Then Min remembers something and says he has something to give her too, which makes her light up. He then shares that he can give her a bit of info about the 6th round. Hearing that, her interest spikes, and the two get deep dive into the information. After they finish, Juri asks if he wants her to team up with Black Scythe again. Min confidently tells her that the guy will not turn her down now, as she proved herself with her powerful buffs. Juri starts to think deeply about it, and Min teases her that she looks like she really enjoys working with Black Scythe. Juri does not even deny that and says that he is a genuinely awesome guy. Then, she lists out all the bad features about the mysterious #1 player, while Min just sits there quietly enduring it. She finishes by saying that he is scary good at reading people, and it feels like he always knows what others are thinking, which is all thanks to the rune of thoughts Min's has. In his mind, he knows that he is not a perfect guy either, and that so far, he has failed and died 99 times. The last run still makes him mad because of that messed up condition about needing a 5-player team to enter the boss room. He looks down and thinks that this really is his final shot, and he has to make it count with everyone this time. Juri snaps him out of it by asking who he is thinking about and if he is nervous about the next round, and Min admits that he is since he is a weak player. Juri says she wants to help, but feels sad that they are not in the same zone. Then Min playfully asks if she would help for free if they were. Hearing that, the shy girl starts getting awkward, and says she does not feel great always being the one who gets helped, and she wants to do something for him too. Min silently thanks her since her buffs are the reason he wiped out the High Orc in under a second. He tells her not to worry, and he is sure they will meet in the other world someday. She smiles and tells him to hang tight until she finds him, while he awkwardly raises a fist in the air and quietly wonders how she will react when she finds out he is Black Scythe. Later, Min heads over to Kyungrak Ma, who instantly gets up to greet him. The guy puts an arm around him like they're close friends, and personally walks him over to the couch before telling Seongchul to prepare some tea. He starts sweet-talking like crazy and says that he will handle anything bothering Sir Min, which makes Min laugh a little at a big shot like him is trying this hard to get close to him. Kyungrak offers some dinner, but Min gets straight to the point, which immediately grabs his attention as he asks if this is about the next round. Min says that he will share that too, which makes the CEO smile from ear to ear. But then our boy says that he wants him to hold a shareholders meeting in return, and then explains that they need to change both the business type and the company name, which makes Kyungrak curious as to what he is supposed to do. Our hero tells the man that he just needs to support the proposals he brings up during the meeting and warns that there should be no pushback from the others. After all, Min remembers that the other shareholders were not thrilled about this idea when he saw it in the future. Now that Min has Kyungrak fully focused on what he has to say, when the man asks what kind of proposal he is planning, Min finally reveals the master plan that he wants to create a social open market specifically for players. Hearing that, Kyungrak looks a little thrown off by the unique idea and confirms if Min means they should build a website. Min explains that it would be a platform made only for players and used as a trading shop for items. Ma asks if they plan to add a cash payment option, but Min says that it depends on the seller and they can choose to trade instead. The CEO still looks unsure, but our boy tells him that some players will definitely need quick cash now and then. Right then, Min slips up and mentions there will be future opportunities which Kyungrak picks up on fast. Min reassures him that he has already seen the future where players above level 40 start trading items for gold. At that point, they unlock a negotiation skill that lets them exchange gold directly between players, so all they really need is a proper and safe site for the exchange. Kyungrak sinks into thought and realizes that this might not be such a bad idea after all. If it works, they will have full control over it. He asks if players would even use such a site, and Min tells him they already have tons of unused items from earlier rounds. Since players can't sell monster drops in regular shops, they are probably struggling to figure out how to get rid of all their junk. Most players have hit level 20 by now, which means they have likely unlocked the Combine skill already, but having a site that lets them exchange materials would make things way easier. Kyungrak agrees that people would use it for sure, and starts thinking deeper that if the seer is right, this thing could bring in some massive profit. At that moment, his mind starts racing with ideas like launching an app version, or maybe adding an auction system later. Min sees that the CEO is slowly warming up to the whole thing, which works out perfectly for him too. If he manages to take full control over the synthesis ingredient items before they become popular, he could craft some seriously cracked equipment. Kyungrak finally nods and agrees to the plan while Min asks him if he has any ideas for the name. The CEO starts sucking up to him again, saying that Min is the major shareholder and his idea should lead the way, so Min comes up with the name Player Place. The man agrees it has a nice ring to it, and Min then asks how long development will take. The CEO answers that it should be ready in about a month, which lines up nicely with the end of round 6. That is when Min finally decides to give him the info on what will happen in the next round. After a quick explanation, Kyungrok figures that teamwork is going to matter a lot again and thanks Min for all the valuable info. He thinks that keeping the seer close was the best move ever, because everything now feels like it is flowing smoothly in both the other world and the real one. Kyungrok promises to get the business running just like Min said, and will call the shareholders meeting as soon as possible. Min agrees to join it, and both of them get up to leave. The boss man tells Seungchul to drive Min home and to inform Aaron about everything that happened today, then sees our boy off. A few days later, Min climbs into bed excitedly because today is the day the epic item goes up for sale. He logs into the store and goes straight to the item of the day, which appears to be a fancy-looking shirt that boosts both attack and movement speed by a big amount. He buys it without a second thought while thinking that although 20 gold for an epic item is no joke, and soon he won't need to rely on the shop at all. Once that time comes, blueprints, which are basically instruction manuals for how to craft specific items, will start popping up for sale too. That way, people won't have to combine materials blindly and can even resell the blueprints for easy profit through the social market. Min drops flat on the bed and figures that the meeting has to go well for that dream to become a reality. The next day, the meeting begins, and the room is packed with shareholders as Min takes the stage and delivers an Oscar-worthy speech. Just as expected, there is some backlash at first, but he answers every question smoothly and manages to win everyone over. After the meeting, Kyungrok walks over and says he handled it like a pro, while Min just brushes it off. The CEO reassures him that he will handle the rest of the business stuff and tells Min to focus on staying alive in the next round. That makes our boy smile a little since the guy seems genuinely worried about him. With that done, the two decide to grab lunch since he has wrapped up all his tasks for the day. As Min walks off, he thinks that there is just one last thing to do now, which is to use Yangmin one final time. The scene cuts to the forum meeting, where Yami enters with her usual energy and greets everyone cheerfully, but the atmosphere of the group chat seems a bit off. A member asks if she has not heard the news yet, then tells her that Mr. 30 and the other guy are most likely dead since no one has heard from them at all. Yami finds it kind of dumb that they are acting all sad when they barely even knew each other beyond these video calls, but then it clicks that they are pretending just to look like good people in front of the president. She figures that they are trying to suck up to the emotional boss who feels genuinely sad when someone dies, and decides to play the same game. Channeling her inner drama queen, she puts on a fake performance that would make a grown man tear up, and the others start crying too, while Yami cringes inside at how fake it all feels and how easy it is to manipulate them. Then the chairman joins the call and asks why everyone is crying like they got attacked by onion-chopping ninjas, so Lost Yark sniffles dramatically and reveals the bad news, which also makes the chairman's mood drop a little, and he informs them all that now they are down to just 6 members. A long-haired player suggests they choose new executives, but the chairman shoots it down and replies that there is no one left who is talented enough, and even the 3 players they tried to recruit recently have gone completely silent. Lost Yark says he kept trying to reach them, but no one replied, which can only mean that they must have died in round 5. One executive disagrees and says that he is not sure about the other 2, but he is sure as hell that Black Scythe is still alive. He brings up the outcome of the last round to argue that Black Scythe is actually alive in the real world, which only makes the chairman more confused and anxious about why someone would ghost them after signing up to join their community. None of the executive members manage to give a solid explanation, with one brushing it off as a joke while another suggests that someone might have impersonated Black Scythe and ended up getting killed in the previous round. The chairman considers this theory, though before he can think too hard, a member who goes by the name Humble Mukbang throws shade by saying that a top-tier player like Black Scythe would never waste time joining their group. This hits the chairman right in the pride since he sees any insult to his glorious community as pure blasphemy. He built this group from scratch to guide and unite all players like a noble overlord. So, before Humble Mukbang even gets the chance to backtrack or apologize, the chairman kicks him out of the community for good and lets him know that he's on his own from this point forward. Once the poor guy is booted out, the rest of them carry on with the meeting, though it barely picks up when Lost Yark suddenly freezes after noticing someone else has just registered using the name Black Scythe. Everyone on the board turns to stone for a second, and Lost Yark quickly adds that this time the full name written is Yang Min Huang. The chairman tells them to go ahead and let him in, at least so they can check if he's the real thing. But just in case it's another stunt, he says they'll make Yangmin regret it if he tries to play them. Meanwhile, our boy leans back after putting in Yangmin's name and address, and wonders what the executive's next move will be, though he figures that the executives will definitely show up at the house soon for a little face-to-face. Though he mentions how he's not exactly a fan of a group that's out here murdering people and plotting to turn all civilians into their personal slaves. He steps out of the building while thinking that this kind of shady behavior will drag society into ruin, and there's no way he plans to stand by and let that happen. So, in his usual cold-blooded logic, he decides the best option is to take out the PCW community's executives and seize full control, since this group is only going to grow with more than 30% of all national players flocking to it in the near future. Our guy figures it's smarter to lead and keep everyone in check instead of wiping the whole thing out, so he plans to use the name Youngmin Huang as bait, draw the executives in, and wipe them out one by one until the chairman falls, which would leave him free to take the throne. Over at Jury's dad's little store, the front doorbell chimes and the old man glances up from his newspaper with a casual greeting, only to get a black bag tossed right onto his counter. A masked guy stands there and demands he dump all the cash into the bag. When the old man asks if he's a player, the guy slams his fist down and shatters the countertop to dust, just to prove he's not here to joke. Now fearful for his life, the poor man hands over the money from the register without a fuss, though the thug isn't satisfied and insists he hand over more. The old man tries to explain that their business has been struggling ever since the lottery got axed, but the robber doesn't care. He narrows his eyes and announces that he knows there's a safe hidden in the back. The old guy rushes to the back room and returns with every last bill he can gather, which adds up to about 10 million won. Before the thug walks out, he throws in one final threat and warns the man that if he dares to call the police, he'll make sure to come back and finish him off even if it means busting out of jail to do it. He storms out of the shop and pulls off his mask, revealing that the robber turns out to be none other than Youngmin Huang. He starts to hype himself up over the haul and considers it should be enough to keep him afloat for a month, but then his grin fades as he wonders whether he'll be able to make it through the next round the way he scrapes by in real life. His thoughts spiral and land on Black Scythe, who he blames for destroying all his stats and wrecking his friend group, so he swears that if he ever runs into that guy outside the game, he'll smash him into the pavement without holding back. He heads home and freezes the moment he spots someone waiting at his apartment door. He throws out a question to figure out who the guy is, but only gets more confused when the stranger asks if he's Youngmin Huang. He silently stares back in disbelief, and the guy takes that silence as a yes. Now clearly shaken, Youngmin nervously asks if the stranger happens to be a cop. The man laughs and tosses back a question of his own, wondering why Youngmin would even think that unless he'd done something illegal. He then introduces himself as an executive from the PCW community and points out that Youngmin had signed up to join earlier that day. This only makes Youngmin stare harder, muttering that the guy sounds like he's high since none of that makes any sense to him. At that moment, the executive now looks lost too and asks straight up if Youngmin is actually Black Scythe, which pushes Youngmin over the edge. He bursts out, asking if this is some kind of prank show and says he has no clue what PCW even stands for. After hearing that, the executive lets out a long sigh and turns to leave, though Youngmin stops him to explain the situation. He claims that even though the name and address match, someone else must have used his identity to mess with them. Youngmin demands to know who would pull something that messed up, when a masked figure suddenly steps out in front of them and calmly announces that he's the one who borrowed Youngmin's name. Youngmin starts sweating and demands to know who the guy is and whether they've ever met before. In response, the masked figure slowly reveals a massive scythe, the kind no normal person just carries around for fun. Lost Yark stares at the weapon and wonders if this means the guy in front of them is Black Scythe, but then quickly shakes off the idea because the guy looks way too short and skinny, nothing like what he had pictured. On the other hand, Youngmin begins to feel his legs wobble under him since even though the guy looks different on the outside, something about the vibe he gives off and the way he speaks feels eerily familiar. He locks eyes with him and instantly recognizes them, and wonders why Black Scythe stands right there and why he even used Youngmin's personal information to begin with. He realizes if the guy still holds a grudge, and his sudden appearance here doesn't exactly scream good news. Lost Yark notices Youngmin trembling and begins to reconsider, now thinking that this person might actually be the real deal. He quickly reminds himself that his own level caps out at 20, and there's zero chance he could take on Black Scythe in a fight. But before he can overthink it, the masked man speaks up. Black Scythe states that he knows the guy didn't show up there alone, and tells him to call out the others as well. That statement throws them off completely, and both the executive and the chairman quietly step out of hiding. One of them asks how he knew they were there in the first place, but the masked figure doesn't respond to that, and instead warns them to stay right where they are unless they want to lose their heads. The executive scoffs and says that the guy's got a lot of nerve for someone that size, though the chairman shuts him up before he says anything more reckless. The chairman repeats the question, wanting to know if he really is Black Scythe, and the masked figure answers by raising the giant scythe again. Still not fully convinced, the chairman insists that he's never seen the weapon before, so it proves nothing to him. Our boy replies that there's no point in asking if he's not even going to believe it, but the chairman insists one more time that he wants to hear the truth from his own mouth. At last, the masked man confirms it himself, saying that there is no doubt he is Black Scythe, and a pop-up screen for the Rune of Truth flashes right in front of the chairman, which clearly states that his target is telling the truth. He relays this to the others, and the entire group quickly realizes that they've backed themselves into something much more dangerous than expected. The brown-haired executive begins to shake like he just saw his own browser history, now regretting everything he said about the guy's height. He considers falling to his knees and begging for forgiveness, but wonders if the insult even registered, since Black Scythe hasn't reacted yet. The man tries to switch gears and go for a formal introduction, but our boy shuts it down and tells them to check once again if he really is Black Scythe. The guy panics and just blurts out apologies for what he said, but our boy keeps pushing and insists that they verify his identity once more. The chairman nervously explains that they already confirmed it with the Rune of Truth, though he doesn't get far before Black Scythe interrupts again, saying that he'll let them off the hook if they can block his next attack. The brown-haired executive now begs for mercy, but before anyone can even blink, his head goes flying across the room like a soccer ball. Lost Yark stares in horror, barely able to process the speed of the strike, and cries out in shock, demanding to know why this just happened. Our boy shrugs without a care and says he simply offered proof. That moment makes Lost Yark realize something chilling, that though they came here hoping to recruit Black Scythe into their executive team, they might have no choice but to eliminate him instead, because there's no way to keep a monster like this on their side. But since our guy clearly outclasses them, Lost Yark now plans to act like they surrender, and then jump him when he drops his guard to land the finishing blow. Black Scythe reads him like a public billboard and calls them out, saying they seriously need to work on hiding their urge to kill him. Even though the chairman looks completely lost, our boy helpfully spells out Lost Yark's little ambush scheme while staring straight at him just to mess with his head. He then goes a step further and explains that he only showed up using a fake identity to get this meeting, which leads Lost Yark to demand a reason. Without blinking, Black Scythe replies that the only reason is that he wants them dead. The chairman panics and figures he needs to defuse the situation somehow and slow things down before they spiral. But before that thought even finishes forming in his brain, Lost Yark lies on the floor drenched in blood. Only then does the chairman begin to realize that this entire setup was a trap from the beginning. Their killer guest never came to negotiate. Rather, he came to wipe them out. He loses it and shouts at Black Scythe, demanding to know what they ever did to deserve this kind of slaughter. Our boy swings his scythe in the chairman's direction and coldly asks what their victims ever did to them before they got executed in the interviews. The chairman begins to shake now, wondering how Black Scythe could even know about something like that. But our guy drops the real bombshell and reveals that the executive interviews go one step further, since the executives kill their targets personally. The chairman fumbles for a way out and tries to justify it by claiming the people they killed weren't innocent. He says they had the nerve to insult them while being clearly inferior, which meant they brought it on themselves. He then tries a bold move and argues that those people were hypocrites anyway. He says that deep down, they all wanted to become just like the executives, so their fake behavior meant they deserved what they got. But Black Scythe flips that entire logic in one line and calls the chairman the real hypocrite. He tells him that while he hands out harsh judgment to others without mercy, he never once reflects on his own mess and keeps sweeping it under the rug like it doesn't count. The chairman snaps back and says that Black Scythe has no idea who he even is, but our guy doesn't pause for a second. He already knows what kind of person he's dealing with, and since he can read the guy's thoughts without much effort, he swings the scythe clean through his neck and sends his head rolling. He looks over at Youngmin now and tells him not to be scared, since he's about to reunite with his friends real soon. Youngmin stares in disbelief and blurts out a question, wanting to know how this guy could possibly know about his friends. Black Scythe then reveals that he remembers every tiny detail, mostly because those so-called friends never left him alone and constantly dragged him along like he had no choice. That answer throws Youngmin off even more, and before he can process it, the masked figure pulls off the cover from his face and reveals his real identity as Min Ryu, the same guy they used to bully like it was a hobby. Youngmin freezes at the sight, his mind replaying every time he bullied Min to hand over his money. He tries to understand how someone he always treated as a joke could possibly be Black Scythe. His memory flashes back to the moment when this same person chopped off his limbs in the other world, but even now, a part of him refuses to believe they are the same person. Min notices the hesitation and calls it out, saying it probably feels unreal since just a year ago. Youngmin was still busy beating the life out of him without a second thought. Youngmin then demands to know why Min had faked being weak all this time. Min replies that it was never a performance, and with zero hesitation, swings his scythe and slices off Youngmin's left arm in one clean cut. As Youngmin screams in pain, our guy leans in and tells him that he doesn't enjoy being called a loser, especially not by someone this pathetic. He warns him to keep quiet unless he wants his tongue to go missing next. Youngmin barely manages to hold in the scream, and Min praises him like he's some obedient little dog. Then, without much effort, he uses his first aid ability to stop the bleeding. Even then, Min reminds him that now he only has one arm left, though it makes no difference since his time's almost up anyway. Youngmin asks if he's really the same Min he once knew, and Min responds that the old version of him doesn't exist anymore. While lifting his scythe again, he prepares to finish it. Yangmin panics and yells for him to wait, saying that although he bullied him in the past, he actually feels bad about it now and thinks that should count for something. Min raises a brow and asks if he expects that excuse to save him. Yangmin insists that killing him wouldn't help and says he could still be useful. When Min asks how exactly that would work, Yangmin answers that he's willing to be his servant and promises to obey anything Min asks, even if it means crawling on the ground like a worm. Min stays quiet for a moment, then replies that the plan won't fly, because Yangmin already looks like he's waiting for the first chance to stab him in the back. Yangmin starts to sweat heavily and asks with a shaky voice why he would ever do something like that. Min doesn't say much but delivers one cold bar. The dog that bites the hand that feeds it ends up dead. With that, he locks eyes with Yangmin, sees right through every thought of his, and tells him that he has no further use for someone like him. Before Yangmin can plead again, Min swings his scythe and sends his head flying, ending it without a second thought. As the body drops to the ground with a thud, Min recalls how in his past life without the Rune of Thoughts, he actually gave Yangmin another chance. He remembers that the guy promised loyalty, but ended up stabbing him in the back right on the battlefield. This time, there are no second chances. He mutters a cold goodbye and feels relieved knowing he won't have to lay eyes on that awful face ever again. He activates his erase trace ability and wipes every last bit of evidence from the scene. Now that the mess is cleaned up, he sets his sights on moving into Yangmin's house. Meanwhile, Yami logs into the PCW executive meeting chat room and greets whoever's present, expecting the meeting with Black Scythe to have wrapped up by now. She glances around and wonders why no one else has shown up. The other executive responds and drops the bomb that all the others got wiped out during the interview. That piece of news stuns Yami, and before she can even ask who pulled it off, her gut makes the obvious connection. The executive confirms it was Black Scythe without blinking and tells her that he's now out there, hunting down the rest of the team. Yami immediately asks about the remaining teammates, only to hear that both of them are dead too. Her face twists in disbelief as she tries to understand what they could have done to deserve this. The executive explains that there probably wasn't a solid reason, and figures Black Scythe either did it for amusement or didn't vibe with their plan to build an organization. She falls silent and lets that sink in, though her thoughts race. She knows some people just can't stand to see others succeed, and maybe he wanted to ruin things out of spite. Either way, one thing becomes crystal clear is that they need to eliminate him. She lets out a sigh and then asks if the guy tricked them from the start by pretending to want to join. The executive nods without hesitation. Yami groans as she grabs at her hair in frustration and mutters that she had actually looked forward to meeting the guy. She never imagined he'd turn out to be some psychotic killer. On the flip side, she realizes that not letting him into their executive circle might have saved their lives, and the executive agrees with that completely. He reminds her that Black Scythe now stands as their official enemy, and it's their duty to take revenge for the others who got wiped out. But Yami raises a valid point, that whether this time it wasn't the real Black Scythe either. Just then, the executive drops a surprise and says they actually have an eyewitness. He turns toward the screen and asks Lost Yark to come forward and explain exactly what happened during the encounter.